The chaotic love life of a beautiful mother. 45-year-old Hu Xiuying is worried about the tuition fees for her 4 children tomorrow. Her husband Li Kehu is an honest farmer. He has a 70-year-old father and mother, and 4 children who are still in school. The family's living expenses are all supported by Hu Xiuying's salary. Hu Xiuying works in a private paper box factory in the city. Her monthly salary is only 1,500 yuan. Their whole family depends on her salary. How can it be enough? So her family is burdened with responsibility. Tomorrow, there is still a shortfall of 1,000 yuan in tuition fees, because the children will start school tomorrow. The eldest son Li Kehu is 22 years old. He was held back a grade and is now a junior. The second son Li Kehu is 19 years old and is in high school. The third daughter Li Kehu is 17 years old and is also in the first year of high school. The youngest son Li Kehu is 15 years old and is in junior high school. The annual expenses for such a string of children are much, and it is not something that ordinary families can afford. Not to mention that their family only relied on Hu Xiuying's small salary, which was far from enough. At night, Hu Xiuying tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. The more she thought about it, the more troubled she became, and she cried secretly without realizing it. Li Kehu, who was sleeping on the side, turned around and said, "Let's borrow money tomorrow." Crying is useless. Hu Xiuying was really anxious. She cried and said, "Borrow, borrow, I always borrow money. I support your family alone. Others only know that I only borrow money and don't pay it back. Who will lend us money?" Alas, Kehu patted his head and said angrily, "I really don't have any." Hu Xiuying was still loyal to her husband. Women, marry a dog and follow the dog, marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Seeing her husband like this, she comforted him instead. "Kehu, don't be like this, okay? I will think of a way to borrow money tomorrow. The children's tuition must be paid, otherwise they will not stay at home like you to farm for the rest of their lives when they grow up." A woman's heart is still soft. She just wants to suffer a little more and not let her husband and children suffer a little. This is a woman. Li Kehu was so excited that he burst into tears when he heard this. He said gratefully, "Xiuying, I will be grateful to you for a while. You are really my good wife. I don't know what kind of blessing I have in my previous life to marry a good wife like you." Hu Xiuying hurriedly said, "Don't say that. It's late. Let's go to bed." In the morning, Hu Xiuying got up at 5 o'clock every day, made breakfast, swept the floor, and cleaned up the mess. She would not ask everyone to get up, wash their faces, and eat until she was done. The family sat at a big table and chatted while eating breakfast. "Brother, we will go to school tomorrow. Today is the last day of the holiday. Can you take us out to play?" The third daughter Xiaozai said in a delicate voice. "I'll go too." Xiaolei, the little boy, hurriedly shouted. Li Kehu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take you out to play, but you must be obedient when you go out." Okay, second brother, are you going too?" Xiaoji said to Xiaolei, who was sitting on the side. "I'm not going. You guys go play. What's fun?" Xiaolei said unwillingly. Among the 4 children, Xiaolei is the least talkative. He is usually silent, as if he is worried every day. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Let's go play." Xiaoji made a fool of Xiaolei and stuck out his tongue. When Hu Xiuying saw her children so happy, she was also very happy. Suddenly she remembered their tuition fees tomorrow, and her heart sank. Where can she borrow money today? She borrowed all she could. When she saw her children so happy, she thought in her heart that she must borrow money to help them go to school. After dinner, the old lady cleaned the table. Hu Xiuying rode a bicycle to work. Her home was in the suburbs, half a head away from the paper box factory in the city. This private paper box factory was not big, with only a dozen workers. There were only 2 people in Hu Xiuying's workshop. One was her, and the other was a little boy named Hu Zai who was only 18 years old and was hired from another place. Because Hu Zai's family was poor, he could not go to school, so he had to go out to work. Hu Xiuying and the little boy were in the same room ordering paper boxes every day. She admired this tiger boy very much. It was not easy for him to leave his parents at a young age to work in other places, so she took good care of him. As soon as Hu Xiuying entered the room, she heard Tiger Boy hurriedly calling, "You are here, big sister." Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him and said, "I told you not to call me big sister, but you just didn't listen. My son is older than you should call me aunt. No, but you don't look old at all, so I call you big sister, Tiger Boy laughed. I am an old woman, but I am not old. Every woman likes others to say that she is young, and Xiuying is the same, so her face blushed. You don't look like an old woman, you look very young. I will marry a beautiful woman like you in the future, Tiger Boy laughed. Go, you and I are joking, Xiuying blushed unconsciously. Suddenly thinking of borrowing money, her face sank unconsciously, and she became unhappy. Hu Xiuying saw it and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong, big sister?" Xiuying sighed, "Nothing." "No, you must be in trouble, you are not like this usually." Hu Xiuying saw that she must be in trouble. Hu Xiuying saw him asking more, and helplessly told him about the difficulties at home. Hu Xiuying was also anxious when he heard it. What should I do? Hu Xiuying shook her head helplessly, thinking. Hu Xiuying suddenly said, "Then you go ask the factory director." "The factory director is stingy, don't you know?" Xiuying said. "You have to go somewhere to ask. How can you know if you don't ask? School is important." Hu Xiuying said anxiously. Xiuying thought about it and it made sense. "Okay, I have to use it." An old man in his 60s sat behind the desk. The old man was short, his hair was falling out and he looked very narrow. When he saw Xiuying coming in, he hurriedly said, "What's the matter?" Xiuying. The old factory director had already noticed Hu Xiuying. Seeing her charming appearance, a fair face and a plump figure, he just had no chance to get her. Hu Xiuying said hesitantly. "Director, I. Tell me what's the matter." The old man said hurriedly. "I want to borrow 1,000 yuan from you. You can deduct it from the next salary," she finally said. "Oh, so much, what do you need it for?" The factory director said while staring at her body with his eyes. He was very proud. The opportunity finally came. Hu Xiuying was most afraid of the old man's eyes. He often looked at her like that in the factory. She felt uncomfortable and lowered her head. She whispered, "My children's tuition." "Okay, the children's schooling is the most important thing now. How can we do without money?" the old man said hurriedly. I didn't expect the factory director to agree so readily this time. Xiuying was happy and said, "Thank you, director." "Don't thank me first, but I have conditions," the factory director said, staring at Hu Xiuying's high chest with lustful eyes. When Hu Xiuying saw him like this, she was confused and whispered, "What are the conditions?" "Sleep with me once, okay?" The factory director said straight to the point. When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red with shame. She cursed, "Shameless," and turned to the door, just about to open it. "Don't want 1,000 yuan." The factory director shouted hurriedly. Hu Xiuying was stunned when she heard 1,000 yuan. This 1,000 yuan was too important to her. It was related to her children's future. She stood there motionless without realizing it. The old factory manager hurriedly came behind her and whispered, "You are not a virgin. As long as you close your eyes and loosen your belt, you will get 1,000 yuan. As long as you agree, I will not deduct your salary next month for this 1,000 yuan. I will give it to you." Hu Xiuying said anxiously, "I have a family, a husband and children. How can I face people in the future?" But she was a little tempted in her heart. What the factory manager said was right. As long as she closed her eyes and loosened her belt, she would get 1,000 yuan. Besides, she would not deduct her salary. The old man saw that she was a little depressed and thought there must be hope. He hurriedly adding fuel to the fire, he said, "What does it matter? I don't even know your husband. As long as you don't tell anyone, nothing will happen, right?" For the sake of her children's tuition, Hu Xiuying gritted her teeth and made up her mind, "I promise you, but only this time. Don't tell anyone else." The factory director was overjoyed when he heard this. The old man was so excited that he even drooled. Hu Xiuying, who had been thinking about it day and night, finally agreed and said, "That's smart." While saying this, he hugged her with his backhand. Don't. Xiuying struggled naturally. "I've agreed, why are you still struggling? Come on, I'll help you take off your clothes." The old man said as he was about to take off her clothes. Xiuying blushed with shame and quickly broke free from his arms. "I'll take it off myself." Okay, he let her go and stood aside to watch her take off her clothes. She was so excited that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She stared at her with her eyes fixed on her and her breathing became rapid. For the future of her children, Hu Xiu reluctantly reached out and unbuttoned her chest one by one, 2. As their buttons were unbuttoned one by one, a little bit of her snow-white skin was slowly exposed. She took off her white shirt, leaving only a white bra, revealing her white and smooth skin. Although she was 45 years old, her skin was as delicate and smooth as that of a young woman in her 30s. At this time, Hu Xiuying was filled with shame. Her face was red. This was the first time she took off her clothes in front of another man besides her husband. How could she not feel ashamed? The two straps of the white bra were tightly fastened on her snow-white and smooth back. The bra could not cover most of her big breasts. The deep hooks of her breasts were extremely charming. So white, so beautiful. The old man drooled at the sight. Hu Xiuying took off her skirt with all her heart, revealing a pair of slender, snow-white, smooth and plump thighs. How charming these thighs and calves were. The old man's eyes almost popped out of his head. What a tempting pair of thighs. A pink triangle underwear couldn't cover her round buttocks, and most of the white buttocks were exposed. Xiuying gritted her teeth again, blushed, stretched her hands behind her smooth back to unbutton her bra, and slowly took off the bra. Then a pair of white breasts jumped out and kept beating on her chest. This pair of breasts was white and round. Due to age, they were a little saggy. The pink nipples were very charming, surrounded by a small circle of purple areola. Her neck was red at this time. She looked at the old man and saw that she was staring at her breasts with a fascination. Look, she then made up her mind to grab the edge of her briefs with both hands, bent down and took them off. Under her snow-white flat belly was a large patch of thick black pubic hair. She had a lot of pubic hair, which covered her entire belly and covered her flesh. Her plump buttocks were round and white, with a deep butt hook in the middle dividing her buttocks into two halves. In this way, she stood naked in front of the old man, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. When the old man saw Hu Xiuying's snow-white body, he stared at her with wide eyes. Xiuying's face was flushed, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to do. A flushed face, a pair of plump and round breasts under the white neck, which are little sagging due to having given birth to too many children. The charming nipples are surrounded by a small circle of purple areola, a pair of round arms are white, tender and smooth, and looking down, there is a large area of black pubic hair under the slightly bulging belly, a pair of slender and smooth thighs and calves, and the snow-white skin contrasts with the large area of pubic hair in their triangle area, which is really black and white. Very tempting. When a woman gets older, her face will have wrinkles of time, but her skin is still white and smooth. The old factory manager was stunned. He got up and came to her side. He stretched out his hand to hold her smooth and round shoulders and turned her naked body around. Hu Xiuying turned her body with a red face. The old man was so excited that he couldn't love her anymore. He pressed her on the desk and took off his clothes. He grabbed the pair of white breasts with both hands and rubbed them, pinching the nipples with his fingers. Hum. Hum. Li Kehu moaned unconsciously. What beautiful breasts! The old man shouted while pinching her breasts. Oh, it hurts, be gentle, it hurts. Hu Xiuying's breasts were pinched so hard by him that she screamed desperately. The old man was not satisfied with this, and quickly bit her nipples with his stinky mouth and sucked them. The pair of snow-white breasts were full of his saliva. Li Kehu was made uncomfortable by him, and her lower body unconsciously flowed out of her vaginal fluid. She moaned in her mouth, hum. Hum. At this time, the old man spread her snow-white thighs with his hands, and a thin, flesh crack suddenly appeared in the middle of her thighs. Because she had given birth to 4 children, her labia was a little black, and the labia was covered with fine pubic hair, but the flesh inside was still tender and beautiful, and was extremely wet with the vaginal fluid. The old man could not wait to insert his not very hard penis into the wet hole, and started to pump excitedly. Hu Xiuying felt her vagina tighten and moaned. The old man only thrust a dozen times, and then he trembled all over, and it was over. It turned out that the old man was old, and he was excited and couldn't help but lose it. He just fell limp on Xiuying's body. Hu Xiuying was feeling a little comfortable, and suddenly felt her vagina warm, knowing that he had ejaculated, and she felt a little funny in her heart. How could this dead old man be useless at all? But she just felt a little comfortable, and he ejaculated, and she felt a little disappointed. She stretched out her hands and pushed him away, got up and put on her clothes. The old man was still weakly leaning on the desk, and she hurriedly called out, "Director, are you okay?" The old man slowly raised his body, his face flushed. "I'm sorry, I'm old and useless." He. It's okay. Hu Xiuying smiled secretly. "Well. Here is 1,000 yuan, take it, so that the children can go to school." The old man took out 1,000 yuan from the drawer and gave it to her. Hu Xiuying took the money, and she felt a little grateful to him in her heart. Seeing that he really gave her 1,000 yuan after only doing it for a dozen times, she felt a little sorry and kissed him on the old face, took the money and left the office. Hu Zai saw that his elder sister had not returned for such a long time, so he wanted to go and see her. He just arrived at the door of the factory director's office and ran into Hu Xiuying, who opened the door. He saw that her face was red and her hair was messy. He looked inside the office and saw that the factory director was pulling his pants. He knew what was going on. He stared at the factory director fiercely with a sour heart. When Hu Xiuying saw Hu Zai, she ignored him and walked to the workshop. Hu Zai hurriedly followed her to the workshop and asked softly, "Did you borrow the money, elder sister?" "Yes." Hu Xiuying blushed and hummed in a low voice. "Elder sister, I know you like the factory director's bullying. It's good that the money has been borrowed. You should go home and pay the tuition," Hu Zai said sympathetically. Hu Xiuying blushed and looked up at him and said, "Hu Zai, you are so nice, but you know what happened today, please don't tell anyone, okay?" No, you are usually nice to me, elder sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Hu Zai said hurriedly. "Well, I'll go back first," Hu Xiuying said. "Sister, please go back soon. Your family is waiting for your money." Hu Xiuying returned home. Her husband Kehu asked her hurriedly, "Did you borrow the money?" He was waiting anxiously at home. He was uneasy all day, afraid that his wife could not borrow money, and then she would not be able to pay the tuition for tomorrow. Hu Xiuying's face turned red, and she took out the money to show him. When Kehu saw it, he said excitedly, "You are so kind, Xiuying, now the children's tuition is available, I can finally put my heart at ease." His eyes were wet with excitement. But he didn't know that this money was exchanged by his wife's body. Her mother-in-law was also moved when she saw her daughter-in-law borrowed money. "Xiuying, you are really my good daughter-in-law." "Mom, please stop talking like that, it's what I should do," Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. Xiaogang took the money from his mother and said excitedly, "Mom, I will study hard. When I graduate from college next year and have a job, don't worry, I will honor you well." Hu Xiuying felt ashamed in her heart. This was the money she got with her body, but she still smiled. "Xiaogang, as long as you study hard, Mom will be satisfied." At this time, she heard her daughter Xiaocai shouting, "Mom, Uncle John came to ask for money just now, scolded us, and hit Dad. We were scared to death." "Xiaocai, don't say it." Li Kehu hurriedly stopped Xiaocai. Hu Xiuying hurriedly said, "What happened, Kehu?" "No, nothing, the child is talking nonsense." Kehu hurriedly said. "Something must have happened, tell me quickly," Hu Xiuying said loudly. When the mother-in-law heard this, she sighed and said helplessly, "Xiuying, this is the case. Zhang Guilong from our village, our family borrowed 300 yuan from him before. He came to ask for the money this morning, but Kehu said he had no money and asked for it later. But he disagreed and hit Kehu, saying that he would come to ask for the money again in the evening. If we don't have the money to pay him back, he said he would be rude to us." Hu Xiuying heard that it was Zhang Guilong, and she took a breath. This kid was a lazy man in the village. She remembered that she had borrowed 300 yuan from him a long time ago and never paid him back. However, he had not come to ask for money in the past few years. Why did he think of asking for money today? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. What should she do? That kid can do anything. What should she do if he comes in the evening and has no money to give him? Hu Xiuying was thinking, and suddenly it occurred to her, isn't this kid a lecher? I am always lustful towards myself, which she has already sensed. Anyway, my body is not clean. I am still itchy down there after being fucked by that old man today. My husband Kehu hasn't had sex with me for half a year. I might as well. She made up her mind and said, "Don't worry, I still have a few hundred yuan here. I will go and pay him back." When the mother-in-law and Kehu heard this, they said happily, "That's great. Go quickly." They looked at Hu Xiuying with gratitude again. Zhang Guilong, who is in his 30s and still has not married, is a bachelor. He looks ugly, with a bald head, a pockmarked face, a pair of small, squinting eyes, and a short stature. He likes to cheat on women. Which woman can be interested in him? So he has been single all his life. At this time, he was sitting alone in the room, drinking and throwing a peanut into his mouth. He looked up and saw a middle-aged beautiful woman in a plain white dress coming in. She had a graceful figure and a good appearance. Although she was middle-aged, she still had charm. She was Hu Xiuying. "Are you drinking, brother?" Hu Xiuying said as soon as she entered. Zhang Guilong saw her and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, are you here to pay back the money?" Hu Xiuying smiled and said, "Can't I come to your house if I don't pay back the money?" She never smiled when she talked to him. Zhang Guilong felt warm inside when he saw her smiling and talking to him. This woman is really not lazy. Kehu is so lucky. It would be great if she was my wife. I could sleep with this beauty every day. He thought and said to her, you can come, come, sit down and have a drink first." Hu Xiuying came with mental preparation, so she was not polite at all and sat down generously. If she was beaten to death, she would never sit with such a person. She also deliberately said in a delicate voice, "Brother, I don't drink." Zhang Guilong handed her the wine glass and chopsticks and smiled and said, "Just drink a little with me." He poured her a glass of wine while speaking. Hu Xiuying stretched out a white and tender hand to block his hand that was holding the wine glass and said, "I really can't drink." Zhang Guilong saw her soft and white hand on his own hand, and felt his heart warm again. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, your hand is so beautiful." After that, he couldn't help but put his other hand on the back of her hand and gently stroked it. When Hu Xiuying saw it, she quickly retracted her hand and deliberately said in a delicate voice, "What are you doing?" Zhang Guilong said excitedly, "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful." I. Hu Xiuying saw that he was so anxious, and she was happy in her heart. She glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and replied in a delicate voice, "Really?" Zhang Guilong couldn't help it anymore, and said with a lewd smile, "Sister-in-law, as long as you accompany me once, I won't give you the 300 yuan. When Hu Xiuying heard it, she saw that he was hooked, but she said, "I have brought 300 yuan, I won't agree to you. How can I live if others know about it? What does it matter? I won't tell anyone. Just promise me that I don't want the money. Your family is short of money, isn't it? Is that okay, sister-in-law?" Zhang Guilong stared at her with lustful eyes. Hu Xiuying blushed and pondered for a moment. She said shyly, "It's a deal. Only once, but don't tell anyone else." "I promise I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. If I tell anyone, I'll be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." At this time, Zhang Guilong said anything he could say to get her. Hu Xiuying believed him and whispered, "Well, then go and close the door." Zhang Guilong was overjoyed and hurriedly got up to close the door. When Hu Xiuying saw him close the door, she was shocked and a little nervous. After all, it was very shameful to do such a thing. She thought about being sorry for her husband again, and her eyes were wet. But then she thought, I did this for money and for the family, there is no other way. Thinking of this, her heart brightened. Zhang Guilong suddenly hugged her from behind. His hands were holding her breasts in front of her chest. He rubbed them vigorously. Hu Xiuying moaned, "Don't do that." Zhang Guilong rubbed her breasts for a while, and took off her shirt. Hu Xiuying also cooperated with his actions, and she was stripped naked. A beautiful and moving snow-white body appeared in front of Zhang Guilong, with a pair of white and round breasts, two purple-red nipples surrounded by a small circle of areola, a slightly bulging belly, but it looked very smooth and exciting. The pubic hair on the triangle area was very dense, and the two white and smooth thighs were dazzling. Her back was also smooth and white, and she had a plump butt, which was very tempting. At this time, Hu Xiu had already blushed with shame. When Zhang Guilong saw it, his mouth was drooling, and he hurriedly took off his clothes, picked up her snow-white naked body and put it on the bed, then pressed down, spread her snow-white thighs with both hands, and thrust his lower body, and the penis entered her vagina at once. Hu Xiuying screamed in pain, "You, be gentle." It turned out that Guilong was too impatient, and he inserted his penis into her vagina as soon as he got on the bed. Xiuying was not aroused at this time, and the vagina was not very slippery. How could it not hurt her when she entered it all at once? Zhang Guilong also felt that the hole he entered was dry and tight. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him and said in a tender voice, "Why are you so impatient? Take your time." Zhang Guilong then slowly pulled out inserted. He held her snow-white breasts with both hands and rubbed them, pinching her nipples from time to time with his fingers. Hum. Hum. Hu Xiuying moaned softly. Slowly she began to get excited, her white and smooth arms wrapped around his neck, and her lower body moved with his movements from time to time. Zhang Guilong kept thrusting up and down. "Oh, hum. Hum. Hurry up, Hu Xiuying moaned comfortably at this time. Zhang Guilong saw her lewdness, the lower body thrust harder, and the sound of puji was heard. Hu Xiuying's vagina was already full of lewdness. She hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. She lost her mind and threw her husband and children behind her. She kept moaning, "Hum, so comfortable, faster, faster, a little deeper." Zhang Guilong really didn't expect that Hu Xiuying, who usually looked so virtuous, would be so wild in bed. He was so excited that he couldn't help but come on, thrust hard and hard. Feeling comfortable, Hu Xiuying lifted her snow-white thighs high and wrapped them around his buttocks. Her lower body pushed upwards as he thrust it in, moaning, "Hum. Hum. Hum." After thrusting like this for a while, Guilong suddenly felt a heat in his lower abdomen, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. A stream of semen rushed out of his penis and entered Hu Xiuying's body. He trembled all over and fell limp on her snow-white naked body. Hu Xiuying was feeling comfortable when she suddenly felt her lower body getting hot. She knew that he had ejaculated and felt a sense of loss. She hadn't had sex with her husband for more than half a year. Having sex with two men today ignited her inner desire, but these two men couldn't satisfy her, so she felt a little lost. At this time, her mind was clear. She quickly pushed his body off, got up with a flushed face, put on her clothes and said to Zhang Guilong, who was still in bed, "I'm leaving. Remember what you said." Zhang Guilong had ejaculated at this time and had no strength in his body. He hurriedly said, "Well, don't worry, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard it and asked hurriedly, "What condition?" Zhang Guilong blushed, "Nothing, just. Go ahead," Hu Xiuying said anxiously. "I'm single, right? I don't have women. I'm a normal man. Sometimes I need women, so I masturbate all the time. I want you to give me your underwear. I can't be with you in the future, right? I have to masturbate with your underwear, okay?" Zhang Guilong said in one breath. Hu Xiuying didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. After thinking about it, she felt that he was really pitiful. He was over 30 and still had no wife. Anyway, she had slept with him, so it was okay to give him his underwear. She lifted her skirt, took off her underwear and gave it to him, rolling her eyes at him. "You, be a good person in the future and get married soon." Yeah, I know, Zhang Guilong responded hurriedly, took the underwear, put it on his mouth and kissed it like a treasure. When Hu Xiuying saw his look, her face turned red and she left his house. It was past 5 when Hu Xiuying returned home. Seeing that the family was having dinner, she sat down. Her daughter Xiaocai hurriedly brought her a plate. She ate silently, thinking that she was sorry for her husband and children, but then she thought, "I am not doing this for the family, I have no choice." Li Kehu hurriedly put a piece of meat in her bowl. "Xiuying, you are so lucky, eat more." Hu Xiuying smiled and said, "Xiaoji, let you eat," and then she put the meat in her bowl for her youngest son. Xiaoji is still young and not very sensible. While eating the meat given by his mother, he said happily, "It smells so good, Mom is so nice." Hu Xiuying smiled. "After eating, you must go to school well. When you grow up, you must be filial to your mother." Yeah, Xiaoji hurriedly responded. "Mom, we will be filial to you in the future. You are so lucky to raise us, how can I be bad to you?" Xiaogang said. Hu Xiuying smiled happily when she heard her children say this. She thought that the injustice she had suffered was worth it. Chapter 02. The next day, Hu Xiuying ate breakfast and rode her bicycle to work. When she entered the factory, she saw Hu Zai greet her, "Big sister, you are here." When Hu Xiuying saw him, she knew that he had known about the incident with the factory director yesterday, and her face turned red. "Tiger, how come you arrive earlier than me every day?" Tiger laughed and said, "Of course, you've traveled a longer distance than I have, so of course I arrived earlier than you. Hu Xiuying was ordering a low box while thinking, I was able to earn 1,300 yuan just yesterday. My monthly salary is only 1,500 yuan. If I rely solely on this 1,500 yuan salary, it is far from enough to cover the expenses of a large family. Besides, I have a lot of responsibilities at home. I can't pay off other people's debts with this 1,500 yuan. As long as I don't let others know, I might as well. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was right. She also started to think a little. Her face got hot without her realizing it. Hu Zai and Hu Xiuying were already talking about everything. At this time, he said, Sister, I went out to play last night and a woman about your age asked me to sleep with her. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she asked with a smile, what happened next? She often joked with him and was used to it. Of course I did. I even gave her 50 yuan. That woman was really sexy, but not as pretty as you, Hu Zai said with a smile. Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard this. You are still a child, how could you do such a thing? Don't do this again in the future. Is it easy for you to fight at such a young age? Really, listen to me and never do such a thing in the future. But sister, as soon as I see a woman, I think about that kind of thing. I don't know why, but I can't help thinking about it. Hu Zai said with a red face. Hu Xiuying was an experienced person. She knew that this was the puberty period of a teenager and Hu Zai was at this age. She didn't blame him. She also thought that she hoped her sons would not be like Hu Zai. If they were like Hu Zai and secretly went out to play with women, she would never let them go. At this time, Brother Hu Zai asked her with a mysterious smile, Big sister, you and the factory director yesterday. Hu Xiuying blushed and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. I know. The old factory director is over 60 and still doing this. Hu Zai said angrily. Tiger, will you look down on me? Hu Xiuying said. What about that? Big sister, is there nothing you can do? You are still my big sister. How could I look down on you? Hu Zai said hurriedly. You're right, I really have no idea what to do, alas. Hu Xiuying sighed. At noon, the factory manager entered their binding workshop and upon seeing Hu Xiuying, he said to her, Come out for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. Xiuying followed him out the door and asked, What's the matter, director? The factory manager whispered, Xiuying, I have a client coming to discuss business at noon, and I want to treat him to a meal. Can you go with him? No, I'm not a hostess and I can't drink. You should find someone else. Hu Xiuying said firmly. The factory manager got anxious when he heard this. No, that customer came to the factory last time and saw you, so he insisted that I ask you to drink with him, otherwise he won't let me do business with you. I won't go. I'm going to work, Hu Xiuying said, then turned around and wanted to go into the workshop. 500 yuan for staying with me, the factory manager said hurriedly. He knew she was deciding on the money. When Hu Xiuying heard 500, she stopped walking unconsciously, thinking, I can get 500 just for accompanying him once. I have had relationships with the factory director and Zhang Guilong, so it doesn't matter if I do it again. Her face turned red. Are you serious? The factory manager was afraid that she would regret not agreeing, which would cause trouble, so he quickly took out 500 yuan and gave it to her. Here you go, now you can rest assured. Hu Xiuying thought about it, made up her mind, and reached out to take the money, but suddenly the factory manager took the money and said, But since you have taken my money, you must make that customer feel comfortable and happy, okay? When Hu Xiuying heard this, she blushed and whispered, I know, but at my age, will he like me? Don't worry about this, he specifically wants it from you, the factory director said hurriedly. Okay then, just call me at noon. Hu Xiuying took the money and returned to the workshop. The factory director left happily. Hu Xiuying looked at the time and saw that it was only a little after 9 o'clock. It was still early, so she started to work. Big sister, what did the old man want you to do? It must be something bad. Tiger asked her hurriedly. It's nothing, don't think too much, Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. I'm glad you're okay, sis. I'm just worried about you. Tiger looked aggrieved. Har har, thank you Hu Zai, Hu Xiuying said with a smile. Tiger stopped talking and started working. Hu Xiuying was working while thinking, I will be with that client at noon. I don't know what kind of person he is and how old he is. It would be better if he was younger. It would be even better if he could satisfy me. I had sex with them yesterday. I couldn't sleep last night. As she thought about it, she felt her face getting hot and her lower body was a little hot and wet. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about this? She asked herself. But she couldn't help thinking about it. She couldn't help but think about it again. It's almost 11 o'clock. Big sister, it's time to get off work, let's go eat, Hu Xiuying said to her. They usually ate in a small canteen in the factory. Oh, you go first, I'll go later, she said hurriedly, feeling an impulse inside and was about to go and accompany the client. Then I'll go first, said Hu Xiuying and walked out. As soon as he left, the factory director arrived. Hu Xiuying followed the factory director nervously to a very nice hotel outside the factory and entered a private room. Hu Xiuying looked up and saw a young man in his 20s sitting on a chair. He was wearing a dark blue suit and was very handsome. His skin was very white and she knew he was a wealthy small business owner. She liked him very much. How could such a young and handsome man fall in love with an old woman like me? She just couldn't understand. At this time, the factory manager hurriedly introduced, Xiuying, this is Manager Wang. Hu Xiuying hurried to him, her face flushed, and she stretched out a white and tender hand and said with a smile, hello, Manager Wang. When Manager Wang saw that this was the beautiful woman he had met last time, he quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hers. Hello, sister, hello, I recognize you, maybe you don't know me. Hu Xiuying had really never seen him before, and she blushed and smiled, really. Come on, everyone sit down, let's drink first, the factory director said hurriedly and sat down first. Hu Xiuying knew what she was doing here, so she naturally sat next to Manager Wang. The factory manager glanced at Xiuying, and she understood what was going on. She quickly stood up and poured them some wine. She only poured a little for herself, and then said to them, come on, let's have a drink. The three of them drank a cup at the same time. Manager Wang then said to Hu Xiuying beside him, sister, how old are you? Can you tell me? Hu Xiuying blushed and said, I'm 45 years old, I'm an old woman. I can't tell. I think you look like you're in your 30s at most, Manager Wang seemed very surprised. When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red and she said shyly, really? She was very happy. That woman didn't like to hear men say she was young and beautiful. She was different. You don't know yet, but ever since I last saw you, my mind has been full of thoughts of you. You've even made me lose sleep, Manager Wang said with a smile. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she was very happy. She was already 45 years old, but she could still be so fascinated by a young and handsome man who was 20 years younger than her. She felt a good impression of him and quickly picked up the wine and said, Manager Wang, I don't drink. I'll take a sip. I'll toast you a glass. Please drink it. Thank you for thinking highly of an old woman like me. Okay, I must drink the wine that big sister toasts me. Manager Wang quickly picked up the wine and drank it. When the factory manager saw this, he hurriedly said, Xiuying, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You have to help me accompany Manager Wang. Manager Wang, I'm sorry, I have to leave first because I have something to do. He said to Manager Wang again. Go ahead, I'm here, Hu Xiuying said. Manager Wang also hurriedly said, go ahead. Don't worry, there will be no problem with the contract. The factory director walked out happily. This was a game played by 3-year-olds, and everyone knew it. It was just to allow Hu Xiuying and Manager Wang to be alone together. Seeing that the factory director had left and that there were only the two of them in the room, Hu Xiuying began to speak more openly, saying in a sweet voice, come on, Manager Wang, let's drink. Okay, drink, Manager Wang responded quickly and took a sip. Sister, what does your husband do? When Hu Xiuying heard this, she smiled and said, farmers who grow crops. Oh, Manager Wang was not honest at this time. He held Hu Xiuying's white jade hand with his right hand and stroked it. Sister, your hands are so beautiful, so white and tender. Hu Xiuying blushed and said in a tender voice, really? Then I'll let you touch me as much as you want. She did not withdraw her hand. Manager Wang touched her hand and whispered in her ear, sister, your factory manager said you have a lot of pubic hair, right? Hu Xiuying didn't expect him to say such a thing, and her neck turned red with embarrassment. This factory director, why did he tell you this? Is that so? Manager Wang continued to ask her. Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed that she almost died. How could she say such words? She blushed and lowered her head. Tell me, is it a lot? I like women with a lot of pubic hair, it's more exciting to play with it this way. Manager Wang did not let her go. Seeing that he was becoming more and more outrageous, Hu Xiuying thought that since he was already here, it would be okay to make him happy. She blushed and whispered, "Yes, it's a lot." After she said that, even her ears turned red. "Then let me feel it, okay?" Manager Wang said as he was about to reach out and touch her lower body. Hu Xiuying was startled and quickly blocked his hand with her hand. "No, you see the door is open, the waiters outside can see it when they walk around." Manager Wang was also confused and said quickly, Yes, I'll take you to the hotel where I'm staying, okay?" Hu Xiuying knew that she couldn't escape today, and she blushed and whispered, "Yes." The two of them hurriedly got up and left the hotel. Manager Wang took her to his hotel room and closed the door. Manager Wang couldn't wait to wrap his arms around Hu Xiuying and started kissing her face. Hu Xiuying had already been aroused by his dirty words and the kind of flirting she had never experienced before in the hotel, and her lower body was already hot and wet. At this moment, she could no longer hold back and hooked her arms around his neck, opening her mouth to kiss him. "Oh, I feel so uncomfortable, let's go to the bed." Hu Xiuying's sexual desire was aroused at this time, and she moaned incoherently. The two of them fell on the bed, hugging each other. Manager Wang began to take off her clothes. After a while, a white naked body appeared in front of him. He saw a pair of snow-white breasts, a large patch of thick pubic hair under the slightly bulging belly, and two slender snow-white thighs. You really have so much pubic hair," Manager Wang shouted excitedly when he saw her thick pubic hair. Hu Xiuying's eyes were full of spring, her face was slightly red. She glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and said in a tender voice, "You are laughing at me, why don't you take off your clothes and come up?" Manager Wang took off all his clothes in no time as he received the order. His lower body was filled with a big and thick penis pointing towards the sky, as if he was demonstrating to her. Hu Xiuying took a look and said, "Oh, it's so big." She had never seen such a big penis before. She wondered what it would feel like to have this big thing inserted into her vagina. At this time, Manager Wang threw himself on her again, lowered his head to kiss her pink face, and held her breast in front of his chest with one hand and squeezed it. Hu Xiuying moaned, and a pair of naked snow-white arms wrapped around his back muscles and rubbed them randomly. Manager Wang's other hand also reached into her crotch area, rubbing and scratching the soft and dense pubic hair, causing Hu Xiuying's vagina to continuously flow out with sexual fluids, and her entire vagina was wet. There was a passionate kiss on top, a pair of breasts being rubbed constantly in the middle, and the pubic hair in the triangle area being touched and scratched constantly. This three-sided attack made Hu Xiuying feel hot all over. She had never been caressed like this before at the age of 45. Her vaginal fluid kept flowing out, and it felt extremely uncomfortable inside, as if many insects were biting her. It hurts so much. Please come in. Hu Xiuying moaned. At this time, her desire had reached its peak. She could no longer bear it and reached down. She grasped the big and thick penis with her delicate hand and pulled it to her hole. When Manager Wang saw this, he quickly thrust his lower body forward. With a pop, the entire penis was inserted into the wet hole. Hu Xiuying felt the hole tighten, and her vagina, which was originally very strange, suddenly became comfortable. Manager Wang then pinched her breasts with both hands, and thrust his lower body up and down. So comfortable. A little harder. Yes. Just like that. You're so great. At this moment, Hu Xiuying lost her mind and acted like a slut. However, she was still as virtuous as usual, moaning non-stop. Manager Wang kept doing it one after another. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lose it. Hu Xiuying was trembling with excitement. She had her first orgasm. She had never reached an orgasm like this before. She felt so comfortable. "Well, you are so good, well, you make me feel so comfortable, well." Seeing her so wild, Wang Jingyi excitedly lifted up her snow-white thighs and put them on his shoulders, making her vagina more prominent and allowing him to penetrate deeper. You penetrated my uterus, Hu Xiuying screamed. After more than 10 minutes of thrusting, Manager Wang could no longer hold on, and Hu Xiuying came 3 times. Manager Wang trembled, the tip of his penis became hot, and a stream of white semen rushed into her vagina. Hu Xiuying was also about to reach orgasm. She suddenly felt a heat in her vagina, which stimulated her to reach orgasm. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Manager Wang's penis was still inside her vagina, and a stream of white semen slowly flowed out from the edge of his penis. This time Hu Xiuying was satisfied. She had never lost so many times before. She just felt weak all over. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and saw Manager Wang in front of her with sweat on his face. She said in a delicate voice, "Manager Wang, you are great. You make me feel so comfortable. You are also the most comfortable woman I have ever played with. I don't know how I lasted so long just now. I don't usually last this long. It's because you make me excited and impulsive that I am so good," Manager Wang said while reaching out and pinching her pink face. Hu Xiuying stretched out her hand and pushed him down. At this moment, she regained her consciousness and thought about how she had behaved just now. Her face turned red. Manager Wang lay beside her, stretched out his arms to embrace her snow-white body, held her in his arms, and placed his right hand on one of her breasts, gently rubbing it. Hu Xiuying leaned in his arms, thinking about the current situation. She was naked and hugged by a young man 20 years younger than her, and her neck turned red with shame. She was sober and said hurriedly, "It's getting late, I have to go to work, can you take a good rest?" Manager Wang hugged her tightly and said, "Can you let me hold you for a while longer? It's still early. I told your factory manager that you don't have to work this afternoon." When Hu Xiuying heard this, she said in a tender voice, "What's there for an old woman like me to hug? You don't look old at all. Look at your skin, it's so white and smooth, it's so beautiful," said Manager Wang while stroking her smooth back. "By the way, how old are you?" Hu Xiuying asked. 24, what's wrong?" Manager Wang responded. I can be your mother, why do you like older women?" Hu Xiuying couldn't understand. "I like women who are older than me, and I like women like you the most," Manager Wang said as he reached out and touched her pubic hair, "and it's your pubic hair that made me last so long just now. Your pubic hair can excite me." When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red with shame. She rolled her eyes at him, stretched out her hand and twisted his chest, and said in a tender voice, "You are so mean. You always make fun of me." "I'm serious, I like women with a lot of pubic hair," he said as he kept touching and scratching her pubic hair with his fingers. "Okay, I really have to go." Hu Xiuying was afraid that if she stayed any longer she would really turn into a whore, so she quickly broke free from his embrace, stood up and put on her clothes. When she returned to the factory director gave her a day off in the afternoon and asked her to go home early. Hu Xiuying rode her bicycle home happily, thinking, what happened in the past 2 days? Why did I encounter so many things? First it was the factory director, then Zhang Guilong, and just now it was Manager Wang. Have I become a slut? But then she thought again, everything is for the family. Manager Wang, who just satisfied her, is not bad. He is young, handsome, and good in bed. She has never been so satisfied before. Thinking about it, she felt happy in her heart. As long as no one knows, it doesn't matter. She can make money again. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the village, she ran into an old man who called her, "Kehu, you're off work so early. I need the 800 yuan I borrowed from you last year. Prepare it in the next few days and I'll come to your house to pick it up." Hu Xiuying heard that it was Uncle Yan who lived in the east of the village. Last year, her children did not have enough money for school, so she borrowed 800 yuan from him. Uncle Yan was a kind-hearted person. He sympathized with her family at that time, so he lent her the money. Now that she needed it, she would pay him back anyway. She hurriedly said, "It's Uncle Yan." "I know. I'll send it to you in 2 days." When Uncle Yan heard this, he said happily, "Okay then," and then he just walked forward. Hu Xiuying rode home while thinking, I have 500 yuan, but I still need 300 yuan. Where can I get the money these 2 days? Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. That's right. Hu Xiuying said that he slept with a woman who was about the same age as her last night. She knew that she was a prostitute, but how could she do such a thing? She didn't think about it anymore. She would think about it when she got home. Back at the doorstep. "Mom, are you back?" called my daughter Xiaocai. "Mom, why did you get off work an hour earlier today?" asked the eldest son Xiaogan, who had just started college in the city. Because his family was poor and Xiaogan was studying in the city, he went home after school every day just to save some money. Hu Xiuying smiled and said, "There is not much work in the factory today, so I will leave work early." Then she remembered that she went home so early because she was accompanying Manager Wang, and her face turned red. As she talked, she walked into the kitchen and started cooking dinner, thinking to herself, "I've heard from others before that many drivers of long-distance cars pick up passengers on their way. If they meet a woman, they will play with her and give her some money. I might as well use her tonight, but this is my first time. How can I ask for it? I'm not a 20-year-old girl. Will she like me? That's not right. Isn't that Manager One obsessed with me? Never mind. I'll talk about it later." Soon, dinner was ready and the whole family had eaten. She cleaned up quickly and changed into a white dress in her room. It was a sleeveless dress, revealing 2 white arms. The dress was not very high, but a long dress, revealing only a pair of calves. She was usually a very virtuous woman, and never wore clothes that exposed her back or thighs. She wore a pair of medium-heeled shoes, and she had never worn high-heeled shoes. She took a small bag and came out and said to her husband Kehu, "Kehu, I have something to do in the city tonight, so I may be back late. Don't wait for me." Li Kehu never asked her what she was doing outside. He trusted his wife very much and said quickly, "I know. Xiaoji, do your homework at home and don't be lazy," she told her youngest son, and then said to her daughter, "Xiaocai, teach Xiaoji more." "I know, Mom." Xiaocai replied. "Don't worry, I'm at home," said Kehu. Hu Xiuying took her handbag and walked out. "Mom, why don't you ride your bike?" Xiao Lei, the second son who never likes to talk, said to her as he walked out when he saw his mother not riding her bike. "Oh, Xiao Lei, Mom is a little tired. I don't want to ride anymore. Let's just go outside and catch a ride," she said as she walked out. When she came to the road at the entrance of the village and saw that there were no cars coming, she slowly walked towards the city, looking back from time to time to see if there were any cars coming. However, she did see 2 small cars passing by. She knew that such small cars were privately driven, and what she was waiting for was a long-distance transport truck. Generally, the drivers of such trucks were more fickle. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a large truck coming behind her. She waved her hands nervously, and the truck really stopped slowly in front of her. She came to the door of the truck and called to the driver inside, "Master, can you let me take your car into the city?" "Come in," the driver said as he opened the door. "Thank you." Hu Xiuying thanked as she got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. She then looked at the driver and saw that he was a man in his 30s with a dark complexion. It might be because he had been driving long distances outside for a long time, so his complexion was dark. The driver started the car again and drove slowly. "Master, where are you from?" Hu Xiuying asked. The driver answered while driving, "I'm from Hun." He looked at Hu Xiuying and saw that she was fair, plump and beautiful. He liked her and asked, "What do you do in the city at night?" Hu Xiuying was just thinking about how to talk to him, but when she saw him asking her a question, she sighed and said deliberately, "Oh, I had a fight with my husband, so I came out to the city to cool off. It really pissed me off." "What's the matter, sister?" "What's the matter, sister?" the driver asked. Hu Xiuying pretended to be angry. "My husband is an alcoholic. He drinks every day and can't make money. We have 4 children in our family. I am responsible for all the tuition and living expenses. I still owe several hundred yuan in tuition tomorrow, so I had a quarrel with my husband." She said the truth, but there was one thing she made up, that is, her husband was not an alcoholic. In fact, her husband was very loyal and had never quarreled with her. "Oh, so that's how it is. Aren't you going to the city to play?" "I happen to be staying in the city for one night." "You are local, so why don't you take me around the city at night?" the driver said to her tentatively. Hu Xiuying was delighted when she heard this, but she still said deliberately, "No, I went to the city to borrow 500 yuan. Now that I am your guide, I don't have time to borrow money." The driver carefully looked at the middle-aged woman sitting next to him. Although she was middle-aged, she was very pretty and a decent woman. He thought that it was worthwhile for him to spend 500 yuan on her. He made up his mind and said, "Then I'll give you 500 yuan. How can I take your money?" Hu Xiuying said, "We don't know each other, I can't take your money." The driver smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not asking you to return it. Just spend some time with me at night. After saying that, he stared at her bulging breasts with lustful eyes. When Hu Xiuying heard his words and saw his lustful look, her face turned red and she said shyly, "How can I do this? I have a family, a husband and children at home." "No, no. Big sister, we don't know each other anyway, and we will go our separate ways after the job. Besides, 500 is not a small number. As long as you don't tell others, no one will know, don't you think?" The driver's words made sense. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she felt that what he said made sense. No wonder he was a long-distance driver and had experienced more than herself. She knew that he was a seasoned man and must have seduced many women in the past, she was thinking. When the driver saw her thinking, he thought to himself, "This is a good idea, I have never failed with this trick," so he reached out and touched her high and raised breasts and grabbed them. "Okay, this is our first meeting, who would know?" Hu Xiuying's breasts were grabbed and her face turned red. She realized it was time, so she lowered her head and replied shyly in a low voice, Seeing that she finally agreed, the driver said happily, "That's right. You women can't always stick to the same husband. There are always better men out there. You have to try other men, right?" Then he reached out and touched her pink face. Hu Xiuying blushed. Yes, you are right. Drive carefully. You are so impatient. Don't worry, I'm a very good driver." Then he stretched out his hand and put it on her thigh to caress it. Oh, such a soft thigh. He said he could feel it even through her dress. He is really an expert in this field. Hu Xiuying did not avoid his hand and let him touch her thigh. Suddenly she said, "If you give me 500 yuan, I won't have to go into the city." Upon hearing this, the driver hurriedly said, "Okay, then how about we find a place where there's no one?" As he said that, he looked out the window and saw that there were trees on both sides of the road. He was really an old hand and could solve the problem anytime and anywhere. Hu Xiuying knew that he wanted to go into the woods, so she rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you often play like this with women?" The driver smiled and said, "Not much, I played it a few times, har har." "Okay then, there's a small hill a little to the right, and it's very hidden behind trees. Can you stop the car first and we can walk over there?" Hu Xiuying had been to this place before during the day, so she said this to the driver. "Well, it's better that you're from your hometown and know about this place, har har," he said as he pulled the car over. The two got off the car, and Hu Xiuying said to him again, "Master, we can't talk now, because there is an old man guarding the mountain up here. If he hears us, it will be troublesome." "As you say," the driver agreed. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky was very dark, there was not even a single star in the sky, and the two of them walked into the dark woods. On the other side of the woods, a man and a woman came in. The man was in his 20s, and the woman was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. However, she was wearing sexy clothes, a light yellow sleeveless top and a black short skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs. When they came to the edge of the woods, the man said to the woman, "Auntie, wait a moment, I'll go in and check first. Let's not talk. It's the old rule." "Yeah," the middle-aged woman responded. Hu Xiuying and the others also came to the woods only a dozen meters away from the couple. Hu Xiuying patted the driver lightly, pointed inside, pointed at the driver, and then pointed at the ground, meaning to ask him to wait here while she went inside to see if there was anyone there. The driver understood what she meant and nodded. Seeing that it was too dark and she couldn't see anything clearly, Hu Xiuying walked slowly inside. After walking more than 20 steps, she saw a small mountain hook inside. It was very quiet and no one was there. She was about to come out and ask the driver to come in, but suddenly she saw a figure on the right walking towards her. She laughed to herself, thinking that the driver was really impatient. She asked him to wait outside, but why did he follow her in? She moved towards the figure, and the two of them hugged each other. She didn't dare to speak, and they kissed deeply. Hu Xiuying only felt that her clothes were taken off by him one by one. Anyway, it was so dark that she couldn't see anything, so she generously lowered her body, reached out to unbuckle the other's belt, took out a hot cock, held it in her hand and rubbed it. As for the driver, after waiting for a while and not seeing her come out, he looked to the east and saw a figure. He walked over and hugged the figure, and then they walked into the woods in each other's arms. After Hu Xiuying and the driver finished their business, they walked out of the woods. She whispered to the driver, "Master, you promised to give me 500 yuan." The man was shocked. "Mom, why is it you?" Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard the voice. It was her 19-year-old son Li Xiaolei. She almost fainted. She couldn't believe her ears and asked in a trembling voice, You are Xiaolei. When Xiaolei heard this, he was also scared to death, and said in shock, Mom, I am Xiaolei, why are you here? When Hu Xiuying heard that it was really her second son, Xiaolei, her head thumped and she almost fainted. Oh my God, she had just done that with her own son in the woods. Her mind went blank and she was in a daze. Oh my God, isn't this incest? She couldn't stand the shock anymore and collapsed to the ground. When Xiaolei saw this, he hurriedly leaned down to support her and shouted anxiously, Mom, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Hu Xiuying slowly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. When she heard Xiaolei calling her, she reached out and slapped him hard, pushing him away. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. You beast, oh my God, what did I do? When Xiaolei heard this, he was scared to death. He could not believe that he had just done that kind of thing with his mother in the woods. The more he thought about it, the more serious the problem became. This was intolerable. He felt his legs weaken and knelt in front of his mother crying, Mom, just beat me to death. I am not a human being, I am a beast. Hu Xiuying's mind was still blank. She didn't know what to do. She cried anxiously, Wu. How can I live in the future? I might as well die. When Xiaolei heard this, he cried, Mom, please don't die. Everyone in the family depends on you. If you die, what will happen to the family, Mom? When Hu Xiuying heard this, she suddenly came to her senses. She thought of the old and young in her family. What would they do if she really died? She stopped crying and asked in a trembling voice, Xiaolei, why are you in this woods? She thought she had to get to the bottom of the matter first. Seeing this situation, Xiaolei honestly told the truth about his relationship with the 50-year-old woman. It turns out that Li Kehu has an older brother named Li Kehu, who is 56 years old and married to a wife named Jin Yujuan. The couple has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Li Jinsuan, is almost 30 years old and has already started a family. The second daughter, Li Meiling, is married. The youngest son, Li Jinliang, is 20 years old. This kid is lazy and doesn't even go to school. He spends all day at home fooling around with some gangsters. Xiaolei's aunt Jin Yujuan is 49 years old. Her husband Li Kehu has been impotent for several years, so she can't stand the loneliness at night. She sees that her nephew Xiaolei is handsome, and what's more reassuring is that Xiaolei doesn't like to talk. It's much safer to be with Xiaolei. She knows that Xiaolei is a man of few words and won't tell anyone, so she hooked up with Xiaolei. They both date and have sex in this woods. They happen to come to this woods tonight, but they recognized the wrong person in the woods, which led to an incest between mother and son. Hu Xiuying understood everything when she heard it, and she glared at him and scolded, Xiaolei, you are still a child, how could you do such a thing with your aunt? You. She was so angry that her face turned red and she couldn't speak. Xiaolei lowered his head in fear, thinking to himself, don't blame me, you were the one who hugged me first when I got to the woods. But he didn't dare to say it out loud, knowing that his mother was angry. At this moment, Hu Xiuying thought about how she had been acting lewdly in the forest just now, and that she was doing it with her son. She couldn't bear to think about it any further. How would she face Xiaolei in the future? She had lost all her dignity as a mother. What should she do? Oh my God. Xiaolei said carefully at this time, Mom, don't be angry, it will be fine if we don't tell others about what happened tonight. Hu Xiuying thought about it and realized that there was nothing she could do. She couldn't die, and what would happen if her family died? Now that things had come to this, seeing that Xiaolei was still young and had been scolded and beaten by her, she was afraid that he would not be able to get over it, so she said, Xiaolei, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Just forget about it and pretend it never happened. Can you do it? I can do it, Mom. Don't you believe me? I'm not talkative, so just believe me. Xiaolei felt relieved when he heard his mother say this. Hu Xiuying sighed helplessly, let's go home first. Xiaolei followed his mother with his head down, thinking, what is Mom doing alone in the woods at night? Thinking of the lustful look of his mother in the woods just now. He became excited and his heart was beating wildly. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Hu Xiuying entered the house. She saw their whole family still sitting in the yard to keep cool. When the youngest son Xiaoji saw his mother coming back, he shouted, "Mom, you're back, why are you with my second brother?" He saw Xiaolei following behind his mother. Hu Xiuying's face darkened. "I met him on the road." At this time, my daughter Xiao Cai hurriedly brought a short orange and shouted, "Mom, you sit down and cool down too." Hu Xiuying sat down and glanced at Xiao Lei. She saw that he went back to his room without saying a word. When Xiao Cai saw Xiao Lei, she said angrily, "Second brother is so silent every day, really." Xiaoji picked up the fan and started fanning Hu Xiuying. "Mom, let me fan you. Xiaoji is the best. He knows how to fan Mom." Hu Xiuying forced a smile. Hu Xiuying had wanted to go back to her room a long time ago. She had no mood to sit here after something like this happened at night. However, she was a strong person. Seeing the family enjoying themselves together, she didn't want to spoil their fun. At this time, the mother-in-law also laughed and said, "Xiaoji is the loudest, unlike the second child who doesn't talk all day, har har." Xiao Cai said to Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, you are good to your mother now. When you grow up, you must be as filial to your mother as you are now, understand?" Xiaoji said hurriedly, "Sister, don't blame me, you have to be filial to your mother in the future." At this time, Xiaogang came out of the room and heard them talking. He also smiled and said, "What are you talking about?" Hu Xiuying was very happy to see her children so happy, but when she thought about what happened with Xiao Lei in the forest just now, she became dazed. Chapter 03. Let's talk about Jin Yujuan. After she and the driver finished, she saw the driver gave her 500 yuan. She realized that the man was not Xiao Lei, but a stranger. She was shocked and hurriedly took the money and hurried home. She thought to herself, "What's going on? Who is this man? Why is he in the woods? Why not ask Xiao Lei tomorrow?" As she thought about it, she returned to the front yard of her house and saw her eldest son Li Jinsuan and daughter-in-law Zhao Lehong still sitting in the yard to cool off, with her 5-year-old grandson playing beside them. "Mom, you're back," her son and daughter-in-law said to her. "Well, you haven't slept yet," Jin Yujuan responded. "Grandma, Grandma," the 5-year-old grandson kept calling. Jin Yujuan came up to him, bent down and touched his head. "So good." Then she went back to her room. She was sweating all over after having sex in the woods, so she wanted to take a shower first. She brought a tray of water back to her room. Since it was a rural area, most people didn't have bathrooms, so she could only take showers in her room. She closed the door, took off all her clothes, and stood in front of a large mirror wardrobe. The mirror showed a naked snow-white body. Although she was almost 50 years old, her skin was still white and smooth. Her big breasts were a little droopy due to her age. There were 2 purple-black nipples on her snow-white breasts, which were particularly obvious in contrast to her white skin. There was a triangle area below her slightly raised snow-white belly, with a patch of pubic hair on the hill, a pair of still plump thighs, white and smooth, and a big round and white butt. Jin Yujuan is very satisfied with her body. She is almost 50 years old and she feels a little self-deprecating when she thinks that she can still maintain such a fair and plump body. So before taking a shower, she always looks at her body in front of a big mirror before starting to shower. She puts her face close to the mirror and sees that there are many wrinkles on her face, and she feels a little sad. At this time, she bent down and picked up the towel in the bathtub and washed her snow-white skin. Her house is a 3-room old bungalow. Her eldest son has separated and lives in the one on the east side. The front is the living room and the back is the kitchen. The front of the middle room is the dining hall and the back is the kitchen. It is used by Jin Yujuan and her youngest son Li Jinliang. Since her husband Li Kehu has been working as a doorman in a factory in the city, there are only mother and son at home. The west room is the living room. Jin Yujuan sleeps in the front room and Li Jinliang sleeps in the back room. Let us talk about 20-year-old Li Jinliang. This kid is lazy and has not gone to school for a long time. He hangs out with some gangsters at home all day. At this time, he was lying alone on the bed in the back room, reading a pornographic magazine in his hand. Suddenly, he heard a splash, splash sound of water coming from the room in front. Knowing that his mother was taking a bath, he hurriedly put down the magazine, turned around and picked up a magazine on the wall on the south side of the bed. A thin gap was revealed. It turned out that the wall between the front and back rooms of his house was separated by wooden boards. He quickly put his eyes to the gap between the boards and was able to see everything in the room in front of him. He saw his mother washing her snow-white and smooth body naked. It turned out that he had started peeking at his mother taking a bath a year ago, and this was not the first time. In the morning, Jin Yujuan and her son Li Jinliang had breakfast, and then Li Jinliang went out to play with his friends. Jin Yujuan cleared the bowls and saw that the weather was good today, so she went into her son's room to wash his quilt. She reached out to lift the quilt and suddenly saw a picture book on the bed. She picked it up and saw that the pictures were all naked men and women. She couldn't help but blush and thought, why is this boy like this? Sigh. She couldn't do anything with this son. He was disobedient since he was a child and he has caused her a lot of worries until now. She shook her head helplessly. Mom, get up. Hu Xiuying, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by her daughter's shouts outside the room. She hurriedly looked at the alarm clock at the head of the bed and exclaimed, I overslept. It was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. She usually got up before 6 o'clock every day, but she overslept today. It turned out that she had insomnia last night. She couldn't fall asleep in bed last night. She thought about what happened with Xiao Lei in the woods and couldn't figure it out. She cried secretly for a while and fell asleep in the middle of the night. So she overslept in the morning. She got up and saw the family having breakfast. She was stunned for a moment when she couldn't see her son Xiaolei. At this time, Xiaogang said to Xiaoji, go wake Xiaolei up to eat, he has to go to class. Yes, Xiaoji responded and called Xiaolei over. Xiaolei lowered his head and sat on the chair and started eating silently. When Hu Xiuying saw this, she thought of what happened last night and felt uneasy, angry and ashamed. She ate her meal in a hurry and rode her bike to work. When she entered the paper box factory, she saw Tiger greet her, Big sister, why are you so late today? Hu Xiuying replied, oh, I had something to do this morning, so I came a little late. As she spoke, she started to order paper boxes. Her job was actually very easy, just ordering. As she was ordering, she was thinking about her worries. Big sister, I see you are worried again. Tiger saw that Big sister was not like this usually and saw it immediately. Hu Xiuying said hurriedly, No. That's good. Then can I tell you something? Huzai said with a red face. What's the matter? Tell me, Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. Sister. I want you. Huzi stammered, too embarrassed to say it out loud. Seeing him like this, Hu Xiuying couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? You're so hesitant. Tell me what's going on. Tiger blushed and lowered his head and said softly, Big sister, can you give me one chance? What do you want? Hu Xiuying didn't understand what he meant. Can you accompany me for once? Tiger finally mustered up the courage to say it. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she was shocked. What did you say, Huzai? You are still a child. I usually treat you like my son. How could you say such things? Hu Xiuying's face turned red with anger. Huzi blushed and lowered his head, but said, haven't you accompanied the factory director and manager Wang before? I think you can accompany me too. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she lowered her head in shame. It turned out that Huzai thought that I was a woman who allowed men to play with me. Come to think of it, he knew about what she had done with the factory director and manager Wang over the past 2 days. Thinking of this, she was not so angry with Huzai anymore. At this time, Huzai took out 500 yuan from his pocket and gave it to her. Big sister, I know your family is short of money, you can use this money first. When Hu Xiuying saw this, she hurriedly asked, what are you doing? How can I take your money? Put it away. Tiger smiled bitterly, don't worry, big sister, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously, just take the 500 and use it. Hu Xiuying felt a pang in her heart when she heard this. Huzai was so good to me. I have to pay back 800 yuan to Uncle Yang tomorrow. Why not take it first? She took the money and said, I'll pay it back to you later, okay. When Tiger saw that the elder sister had accepted the money, his heart brightened up and he said with a smile, I don't need this money either, so you don't have to pay it back. In fact, what he said was unnecessary. He came out to work at such a young age, wasn't it just to earn more money? But the other side of his heart didn't think so. After taking my money, the elder sister could not give me a little return. Hu Xiuying felt bad when he said that. It was not easy for him to work, so how could she take his money for nothing? She glanced at him and saw that he was ordering paper boxes seriously with his head down. His immature face was red. She thought for a while and made up her mind. She whispered to him, "Tiger, do you really like me?" "Yeah," Tiger replied softly without raising his head, looking very embarrassed. As if he had done something wrong, but he was ecstatic inside. Hu Xiuying saw that he was even more shy than a little girl, which was very cute. She felt sorry for him. He was so young and had to work alone. Besides, he was already 19 years old. He worked in the factory every day. He would also miss women after earning some money. Aren't young people like this now? If I don't agree to him, he will find another woman. Besides, he is not a student anymore. He has entered society and playing with women is nothing. I am not a virgin anyway, so I might as well agree to him. In this way, I will not feel guilty about taking his 500 yuan. It can be regarded as repaying a favor. When she thought of this, she bit her lip and said to Hu Xiuying, I promise you, but don't play with women outside anymore, okay? When Tiger heard this, he excitedly raised his head and asked as if he still believed it, really? Yeah, Hu Xiuying replied with a blush. Well, we. Tiger was so excited that he couldn't even utter a word. Seeing him like this, Hu Xiuying knew what he wanted to say, and asked with a red face, is the factory director here today? Oh, he's on a business trip, he's not here. Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him and whispered, why don't you go and close the door then? Hu Xiuying was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly closed the door of the workshop. Normally, no one would enter the room where they ordered paper boxes. Usually, it was just the two of them all day long, so Hu Xiuying wanted to give her body to him here. She knew that it was inconvenient for Hu Xiuying to live with others. At this time, Hu Xiuying saw Hu Xiuying close the door and he was standing there stupidly, not knowing what to do. She blushed and said to him, why don't you take off your clothes? When Tiger heard this, he asked her, what about you? Seeing how stupid he was, Hu Xiuying blushed and smiled, you take off your clothes first, and then I will. When Hu Xiuying heard this, he quickly took off all his clothes. Hu Xiuying was also very embarrassed at this time. She glanced at his lower body with a red face, only to see a penis between his legs that was already full of murderous intent. He was saluting her. Big sister, I'm naked, you want to take off yours too? Tiger said to her, thinking that he was about to see the naked body of the big sister he had been thinking about day and night. Excitement and excitement were fighting each other in his heart. He was also thinking about what the big sister's body looked like, whether her breasts were big or small, and whether there was a lot of hair down there or not. This mystery. The end is about to come. Seeing Hu Xiuying's lustful look, Hu Xiuying felt very embarrassed. She quickly turned around, facing away from him, and with a red face, she slowly took off her shirt, revealing her white bra. She was facing away from Tiger Boy, so he could only see her back. Her back skin was white and smooth, and the thin straps of her white bra formed its shape on her back skin. As Hu Xiuying was very plump, the thin bra straps were sunken into the white flesh under her armpits, which looked very tempting. She bent down and took off her trousers, revealing a pair of light yellow shorts, and a pair of snow white and plump thighs that looked dazzling. Tiger's heart almost jumped out of his chest. It turned out that the elder sister's body was so white. Hu Xiuying stretched her two snow white arms behind her back, slowly unbuttoned her bra with her fingers, and took off her bra. She was already blushing with shame. How could she not feel ashamed to take off her clothes in front of a boy who was younger than her son? She hardened her heart, grabbed her shorts with both hands, bent down and took them off, and saw her plump, snow white and round buttocks exposed, with a deep but hook in the middle dividing the snow white buttocks into two semicircles. In this way, she was naked. Oh my God, the elder sister but is so beautiful. Hu Xiuying stared at this plump but in a daze. Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed that even her neck turned red. After all, Hu Xiuying was younger than her son, and she was 45 years old. She was really embarrassed. But since she had taken off all her clothes, the ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her mother-in-law anyway. So she slowly turned around, facing Hu Xiuying, blushing and lowering her head shyly, not wanting to look at him. At this time, Tiger Cub was so excited that he held his breath, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes wide open. The first thing he saw was the eldest sister's face flushed with shyness. On her snow-white chest was a pair of breasts that were a little sagging due to age and having children. On the pair of white breasts were two purple-red nipples, which were particularly eye-catching in contrast to the snow-white breasts, and around the nipples was a circle of light red areolar, which was very charming. The snow-white belly was slightly bulging, and there was a large patch of thick black pubic hair on the triangle area. The two round snow-white thighs were very attractive. It turns out that the elder sister's naked body is so beautiful, with such plump breasts and so much pubic hair. Tiger was stunned and stood on the ground, not knowing what to do. Hu Xiuying lowered her head, exposing the most mysterious part of a woman to Huzi. She blushed with shame. Seeing that Huzi did not move, she slowly raised her head and saw that Huzi was staring at the pubic hair between her legs. She even blushed at being stared at. She whispered, "Huzi, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Come here quickly." When Tiger heard this, he came to his senses and said with a red face, "Sister, I. Seeing him like this, Hu Xiuying blushed and asked, "What do you think of me?" "I was thinking, I will press you down, and you are so much older than me, I wonder if it will be disrespectful to you." Tiger said with a red face, his eyes still staring at her body. Hu Xiuying couldn't help laughing when she heard what he said. What can I say to you? I won't blame you later, don't worry." When Tiger heard this, he hurried over and hugged her snow-white, plump body. He felt her skin was soft and smooth. He opened his mouth and kissed her pink face. Hu Xiuying also hurriedly stretched out a pair of snow-white, round arms to hook his neck, kissing him face to face. A pair of soft and boneless breasts pressed tightly against Hu's chest, and she felt her lower abdomen being pressed by a hard object, which was rubbing against her pubic hair, making her moan in her mouth. She also began to feel a little uncomfortable down there, and she knew that her vagina was a little wet. Hu Xiuying closed her eyes, and kissed deeply with her mouth facing each other. Huzi held her smooth back with his backhand and kept stroking her snow-white back. Hu Xiuying was in great pain. She kept rubbing her lower body against Hu's belly, moaning incoherently, At this time, Tiger Cub slowly moved his hands down to her snow-white and smooth buttocks, holding both of them. I kept touching the soft half-round buttocks. Hu Xiuying was already hot all over, and she said incoherently, "Huzai, let's go over there." As she spoke, she took Huzai to an empty space on the east side of the workshop. Huzai looked and asked, "Sister, what are we going to do?" "Go get some cardboard boxes and put them on the ground," Hu Xiuying said as she pushed him away. Huzai hurriedly brought a cardboard box and put it on the ground. Hu Xiuying hurriedly lay on the cardboard box and spread her pair of snow-white round thighs. The most mysterious vagina of a woman was exposed between her legs. Two purple-black labia were surrounded by fine pubic hair. Because Hu Xiuying was already aroused at this time, her vagina was open and the red stuff inside was already wet. When Huzai saw this, he couldn't bear it anymore and he pressed down on her naked body. He grabbed the soft, boneless breasts on her chest with his hands and rubbed and scratched them. His hard penis found the moist flesh hole and went in smoothly. Be gentle, it hurts." Hu Xiuying screamed in pain as their whole penis was inserted into her. The frightened tiger snake stopped and said, "Does it hurt?" "I won't move for now." Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him and said in a tender voice, "How come it doesn't hurt when you thrust all the way in at once?" "I'm sorry, big sister. I may be too excited. Can I not move?" Huzai said. Hu Xiuying tapped his face with her finger and said in a tender voice, "Who told you not to move? Move gently first." When Huzai heard this, he slowly started to move again, hum. Hu Xiuying also began to moan softly. Tiger felt that the elder sister's vagina was getting wetter and wetter, so he kept thrusting up and down. Faster, it feels so good, Hu Xiuying moaned in comfort one after another. Huzai was already sweating profusely and his breathing was short. All that was heard was the sound of puff, puff. Hu Xiuying would push her belly up from time to time to match Huzai's movements, and she would moan alluringly, so comfortable. Huzai, you're so good. She put her arms around Huzai's back and kept rubbing and rubbing. The more Tiger saw her like this, the harder he thrusted. After pumping in and out for 10 minutes, Huzi felt a heat in his lower abdomen and could no longer hold back. A stream of white semen rushed into Hu Xiuying's flesh hole. His body suddenly softened and fell on Hu Xiuying's naked body. Hu Xiuying was also about to reach orgasm when she suddenly felt a heat in her lower body. She excitedly released her vaginal fluid and hugged Hu's body tightly with her arms. Sister, I feel so comfortable. After letting out semen, Tiger felt comfortable all over his body. Hu Xiuying regained her senses at this point, blushing and shyly saying, "Come down quickly." When Hu Xi heard this, he quickly left her body. The two of them got up and put on their clothes. At this time, both of them were satisfied and rational. They were embarrassed and started to order the paper boxes in silence. Hu Xiuying was very conflicted. She had already had a relationship with him and would have to work with him every day. Although he liked to call her big sister, she always treated him as a junior and always cared for him. How could she still have the dignity of a senior in front of him in the future? Sigh. Hu Xi, can you forget what happened today? Hu Xiuying asked Hu Xi in a low voice. No. I will never forget my elder sister. Hu Xi said firmly. Hu Xiuying thought about it and realized that it was true. How could she forget such a thing? She said helplessly, yes, I can't forget it either, but how can I face you in the future? I always feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Sister, what's the matter? I have always liked you, Hu Xi said hurriedly, but will you look down on me in the future and think that I am a bad woman? Hu Xiuying asked in a low voice. How could that be? I like you so much, how could I miss you, big sister? Hu Xi said in a panic. But I always have an uneasy feeling in my heart, Hu Xiuying sighed. Big sister, you should be more open-minded. Only the two of us know about this. Just treat me as your little husband, then you won't feel uneasy, Hu Xi said jokingly. Hu Xiuying's face turned red. She picked up the paper box and threw it at Hu Xi. You want to die? How can you say that? Tiger dodged the paper box she threw at him and said with a smile, He, that's right, we have done it, you are my wife now. I told you to say it again. She threw another paper box at her, and her neck turned red with shame. Seeing that she was not angry and still looked ashamed, Tiger Cub became bolder and shouted with a smile, Wife, wife. Hu Xiuying felt indescribable shame when she was called wife by a boy 25 years younger than her. She jumped up anxiously, came to his side, twisted his ear with her hand and shouted, If I tell you to call me that again. Wife, I won't scream anymore, it hurts so much. Hu Xi begged for mercy in pain. You're still screaming. Hu Xiuying was so angry that she twisted him hard and didn't let go. How could I scream, honey? It hurts so much, please let go of me. Hu Xi put his hand on her jade in pain. Seeing that he dared not to do it, Hu Xiuying was ashamed and angry. Her face flushed and she held him tightly. You, don't scream anymore. Okay, I won't scream anymore. Tiger changed his words because it was so painful that he was twisted to death. Hu Xiuying let him go when she saw that he had stopped yelling. She blushed and said to him, You are not allowed to yell again in the future. I get it, but you won't be able to control me when I call you in the future, said Hu Xi as he rubbed his ear which was twisted so hard that it hurt. You? Hu Xiuying was at a loss, her face turned red with shame. Chapter 04. On their way home from get off work, Hu Xiuying was riding her bike while thinking about what she had done with Hu Xi. She always felt guilty, afraid that she had led Hu Xi astray. He was still young, but she changed her mind and felt satisfied. She had money and could satisfy her body. When she entered the village, she saw a middle-aged woman in her 50s walking towards her. Although she was already middle-aged, she still had the charm of her youth. She was wearing a black sleeveless long dress, revealing two smooth and white arms. Hu Xiuying saw that it was her sister-in-law Zhen Yujuan. She was shocked. How could this old witch seduce my little Lei? But she hurriedly shouted, Sister-in-law, where are you going? Oh, it's Xiuying. You're off work. Zhen Yujuan also hurriedly greeted her. Hu Xiuying responded and rode her bike towards home. When she arrived at the door, she happened to meet Xiao Lei walking out. When Xiao Lei saw her coming back, he lowered his head and called softly, Mom, you're back. When Hu Xiuying saw her, she blushed and said unnaturally, Where are you going? Xiao Lei stammered, Going out for a walk. Seeing him hesitant, Hu Xiuying suddenly remembered that she had just met her sister-in-law Zhen Yujuan who was also walking out of the village. Xiao Lei was also out at this time. Are they going on a date? She was shocked. He is my son, so I have to intervene in this matter. So she asked, Are you going to see your aunt? Xiao Lei was shocked and blushed. No. No. Hu Xiuying said in a serious tone, don't look for your aunt anymore. No wonder your grades have dropped so fast. If you keep fooling around with her, you won't be able to get into college. Is it easy for your mother to support you to go to school? As she spoke, she thought of the past few days, and her heart ached, and her eyes became a little wet. Xiao Lei whispered, I know, Mom. Hu Xiuying pushed the cart into the yard. It was getting a little dark. Xiao Lei came to the road outside the village, and saw Aunt Shen Yujuan waiting for him on the roadside. When she saw Xiao Lei, she asked hurriedly, Xiao Lei, what happened last night? Xiao Lei looked around and said softly, don't tell me yet, let's find a place to talk about it. Then let's go to the old place. Shen Yujuan said hurriedly, no, that place is not safe anymore. Xiao Lei remembered that his mother had doubted him just now, and was afraid that she would find a place to go, so he said that. Then where are we going? Shen Yujuan asked. Xiao Lei thought for a moment and said to her, why don't we go to the threshing ground over there in the village? There are a lot of straw piles there. I used to go there to play when I was a kid. Is it safe there? Shen Yujuan asked carefully. Don't worry. When I was a kid, I hid and no one could find me. Xiao Lei said. Okay, I'll go there. Yujuan also said with confidence. The two of them came to the threshing ground, and saw that the ground was full of straw piles more than one person high. The two of them found a straw pile that others would not notice. What happened last night, Xiao Lei? Shen Yujuan asked him as soon as she stopped. Do you want to know? Xiao Lei said calmly. Tell me quickly, I'm so anxious, Shen Yujuan said anxiously. Then call me husband first. Xiao Lei said. Shen Yujuan blushed and rolled her eyes at him. You are so mean, am I your aunt? I won't say anything unless you call me. Xiao Lei said as he looked proudly at this middle-aged woman who was his aunt. In order to find out the answer to this mystery as soon as possible, Shen Yujuan blushed and whispered, husband. I can't hear you clearly, shout louder. Xiao Lei tried hard to hold back his laughter. You are so bad, do you want the whole village to hear it? Shen Yujuan stretched out her hand and twisted his face. You can't hear me, call out again. Shen Yujuan rolled her eyes at him again, then put her mouth close to his ear and blushed as she softly called out, husband. When Xiao Lei heard this, he quickly reached out and pinched her face, saying with a smile, that's good. Shen Yujuan blushed and said in a sweet voice, you are such a bad boy, tell me now. Xiao Lei then told her what happened last night without revealing a word. Shen Yujuan was shocked. Oh my god, isn't that incest? How could this happen? No wonder that man gave me 500 yuan last night, so that's how it is, Shen Yujuan said to herself. Give you 500. Xiao Lei understood a little bit after hearing this. Maybe it was for our school money. He immediately began to sympathize with his mother. She was willing to do everything for us. Auntie, we can't go on like this. Mom knows about us now, what should we do? Xiao Lei said worriedly. Shen Yujuan thought for a moment and said to Xiao Lei, it's okay, Xiao Lei, don't be afraid. I don't think your mother will tell anyone about our affairs. If she does, then everyone will know about her incestuous relationship with you. Your mother won't be that stupid. Xiao Lei thought about it and it made sense. He took it one step at a time, and the two of them hugged each other. After a while, both of them were naked. Shen Yujuan's snow-white skin was exposed in front of Xiao Lei's eyes, a pair of snow-white, slightly hanging breasts, purple-black nipples, a bulging belly with pubic hair, two snow-white, plump thighs, and a snow-white butt. Shen Yujuan was almost 50 years old, and it was not easy for her to maintain this body. No wonder she was very satisfied with her naked body. Xiao Lei couldn't help it, and he pushed her down on the grass, spread her snow-white thighs, and pushed his penis into her already wet vagina. Hum. 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 Shen Yujuan began to moan. Xiao Lei placed his hands on her snow-white, round shoulders, and kept thrusting his lower body. Good Xiao Lei, auntie feels so comfortable, Shen Yujuan closed her eyes, wrapped her arms tightly around Xiao Lei's back, and moaned continuously. As Xiao Lei's penis continued to thrust in and out, the purple-black labia turned outward, and the thick penis thrust in and out of Shen Yujuan's vagina, making a gurgling sound. Shen Yujuan's whole body trembled slightly, and she moaned incoherently. Gulp. Gulp. Jin Yujuan's lower body was full of water, and her vagina was very loose, so the thrusting made a sizzling sound. Xiao Lei's penis almost penetrated the deepest part of Jin Yujuan's vagina every time, and every time she thrusted, Jin Yujuan couldn't help but tremble all over, her red lips slightly opened, and she moaned, looking extremely lewd. At this time, Xiao Lei worked hard and lifted one of Jin Yujuan's snow-white thighs onto his shoulders. He grabbed her with both hands. The pair of white breasts on her chest were thrusting vigorously. Xiao Lei did it 40 or 50 times in a row. Jin Yujuan was already sweating all over, her cheeks flushed. One leg was placed on Xiao Lei's shoulder, and the other round, snow-white thigh was also raised high. As Xiao Lei thrusted, she moaned in her mouth, "Oh, ouch, hum." Xiao Lei thrust in and out vigorously, each time pulling his penis to the vaginal opening and then thrusting it in again. Xiao Lei's scrotum hit Jin Yujuan's buttocks, making a loud, par sound. Jin Yujuan could no longer bear her own excitement. Waves of intense pleasure made her moan continuously. Her voice became louder and louder, her breathing became heavier, and from time to time she could not control her cries, Every moan was accompanied by a long breath, and the flesh on her face tightened, as if it was painful, but also as if it was comfortable. Jin Yujuan could no longer control herself and kept screaming. Xiao Lei only felt the contractions of Auntie's vagina. Every time he thrust deep into her, he felt as if a small mouth was about to hold her glands. As the penis was pulled out, streams of love juice flowed down the buttock groove onto the straw, making it wet. Jin Yujuan's pair of plump breasts surged like waves on her chest. Her climax came and went, and she had forgotten everything. She only hoped that the thick and long penis would fuck her harder. Xiao Lei. Auntie can't, it's coming again, Jin Yujuan screamed. Auntie, I'm going to come for you. Xiao Lei saw the almost 50-year-old auntie being so wild, and his lower abdomen was hot with excitement. After a few quick thrusts, a stream of semen rushed into Jin Yujuan's body, and his body limply fell on her naked body. The two of them hugged each other tightly, not moving at all. When Xiao Lei returned home, he saw that the whole family was still cooling off in the yard, so he lowered his head and went back to his room quietly. Let's talk about Hu Xiuying's house. Her house also has 3 old houses. The front room on the west side is where Kehu's old parents live, the back room is where Xiaogang, Xiaolei and Xiaoji sleep, and the front room on the east side is where Hu Xiuying and her husband live. The front room is used for eating in the morning, and the back room is the kitchen. They also have a backyard with a small room for storing groceries, a small room with a toilet, and another room which is used by the whole family as a bathroom. At this time, Xiao Cai said, "Brother, you came home so late. Where did you go to play?" Hu Xiuying, seeing Xiao Lei coming back so late, knew what was going on, so she said to everyone, "I'll go check it out." Then he walked towards his room. I came to Xiao Lei's room, pushed the door open, and saw Xiao Lei sleeping on the bed, so I asked, "Xiao Lei, where have you been? Why did you come back just now?" Xiao Lei blushed, "I didn't go anywhere." When Hu Xiuying heard this, she didn't believe him. "Did you go to see your aunt?" Xiao Lei ignored her. As soon as Hu Xiuying saw him, she was sure that Xiao Lei was with her eldest sister-in-law. She felt sad. "Xiao Lei, is it easy for your mother to raise you? Why are you so disobedient?" Seeing his mother so sad, Xiao Lei whispered, "Mom." He was speechless and stared at his mother. Hu Xiuying's eyes met Xiao Lei's, and she felt like she couldn't bear to look at him. She quickly retracted her gaze and said, "Don't look for your aunt next time, okay?" Seeing his mother's panicked look, Xiao Lei said hesitantly with a playful face, I don't want to look for her, auntie, but I can't help it. I want to look for her." "What do you want me to do?" Hu Xiuying said angrily, "You should study hard now and not get involved in those messy things, okay?" Seeing that his mother's words had softened, Xiao Lei raised his head and glanced at her breasts that were protruding high on her chest. Thinking of what happened in the woods that night, he felt excited. "That night, I rubbed and sucked those breasts, and I touched her whole body. Although it was dark that night, I could feel a large area of soft pubic hair on her lower body." Hu Xiuying saw that Xiao Lei ignored her and stared at her with lustful eyes. She blushed and said, "Don't look at mom like that." Xiao Lei was already daydreaming at this time, and a small tent had unknowingly formed in his crotch. He said with excitement and a red face, "Mom. I. His eyes were fixed on Hu Xiuying's whole body. Hu Xiuying was shocked to see her son like this. "Xiao Lei, you. Mom, can you let me hold you for a while?" Xiao Lei got up from the bed with rapid breathing and wanted to walk towards Hu Xiuying. "Stop. Xiao Lei." Hu Xiuying stepped back in fear and shouted, "I am your mother. Mom, I feel so uncomfortable down there." Xiao Lei said with a red face. Hu Xiuying glanced at Xiao Lei's lower body and saw that there was a bulge in his crotch. She blushed and said, "Xiao Lei, calm down." "Mom, I want to hug you," said Xiao Hong with a red face. With a par sound, Hu Xiuying slapped him, turned around and hurriedly left the room, entered her own room, closed the door with her backhand, leaned against the door with her hands on her chest, breathing rapidly. "Oh my God, why do I have this feeling?" It turned out that when she was talking to Xiao Lei just now, and seeing Xiao Lei's lower body bulging, she was so excited that her lower body was wet, and she also had an impulsive feeling. "Oh my God, what's wrong with me?" Hu Xiuying calmed down for a moment, and felt her face getting hot. Unconsciously, she thought back to what happened in the woods that night. Although she felt guilty, she also felt very excited. As she thought about it, she felt her lower body was wet and very uncomfortable. She quickly found a pair of shorts and went to the bathroom in the backyard to change her underwear and threw it into the foot basin on the side. Besides, Xiao Lei saw his mother slap him in anger, and was stunned for a while, but the desire in his heart kept coming up, and his penis was swollen and uncomfortable. He wanted to lie down and masturbate, but he saw Xiao Ji went back to the room, and he couldn't even masturbate. He lay on the bed and kept thinking about his aunt and what happened with his mother in the woods that night. "No, it hurts down there, maybe a cold shower will help." He got up and went to the bathroom in the backyard, took off all his clothes and started to wash himself with cold water. Suddenly he found a pair of underwear in the foot basin on the ground, which was obviously his mother's. He picked it up and saw a large piece of wet dirt on the crotch. He was excited. It turned out that his mother was also aroused just now, which was why so much love juice flowed out. He excitedly picked up the panties and put them on his mouth and kissed them. Late at night, Xiao Lei couldn't fall asleep in bed. His mind was full of the figures of his aunt and mother, and his lower body began to swell and feel uncomfortable again. He secretly looked at the clock and saw that it was already past 1 in the morning. He got up quietly, slipped out of the house, and came to the yard of Aunt Chen Yujuan at the back of the village. He saw that the wall of the yard was more than one person high. He hurriedly climbed over the wall and entered. It was pitch black. Aunt Chen Yujuan and her family were all asleep. He gently came to Zhen Yujuan's window, stretched out his hand and knocked on the window door a few times. "Who?" He only heard Aunt Chen Yujuan's voice from inside. "Auntie, it's me, Xiao Lei." Xiao Lei said in a low voice. When Zhen Yujuan heard it was Xiao Lei, she was startled and quickly got up and went to the window and whispered to the outside, "Why are you here so late?" "Auntie, I miss you so much. Please open the door and let me in," Xiao Lei said in a low voice. Zhen Yujuan said in surprise, "Are you crazy?" Jin Liang said he was sleeping in the room behind me. "You should go back quickly." "Auntie, I really missed you. Now that I'm here, just let me in," Xiao Lei said anxiously in a low voice. "No, if there's any noise in my room, the rooms behind can hear it. You should go back first. I'll give it to you tomorrow night, okay?" Zhen Yujuan also lowered her voice and said. "Then you come out first, we can do it in the yard. Auntie, my lower body is so swollen and it hurts, is that okay?" Xiao Lei still begged her. Seeing how anxious he was, Zhen Yujuan blushed. "What a fool. I just gave it to you last night. Why do you want more?" "I don't know either, I just miss you so much." "Please open the door," Xiao Lei said anxiously. Zhen Yujuan came out helplessly and said to Xiao Lei, "What time is it now? Go back quickly." Xiao Lei immediately hugged Zhen Yujuan, who was only wearing pajamas. Don't, your cousin and cousin-in-law are all in the room." Zhen Yujuan pushed Xiao Lei away and said in a low voice. "Let's be quiet, they won't notice. Let's go over there," Xiao Lei said while pointing to the eastern corner of the yard. "Xiao Lei, please don't be like this, okay? Auntie will give it to you tomorrow night." You can do whatever you want. Jin Yujuan was still worried. After all, she couldn't accept doing such a thing in her own yard with her nephew who was 30 years younger than her. Xiao Lei didn't listen to her and pulled her to the corner of the yard. Jin Yujuan was wearing a nightgown. Xiao Lei pushed her to the corner and lifted her nightgown, revealing 2 snow-white thighs. He pulled down her panties, revealing a plump, snow-white big butt. Jin Yujuan helplessly leaned on the wall with her hands, her back facing Xiao Lei, and said with her butt sticking out, "Xiao Lei, don't. Xiao Lei reached out and touched her snow-white buttocks. "Auntie, you are already very wet, can you take off your nightgown?" Xiao Lei said as he lifted up Jin Yujuan's nightgown, and Jin Yujuan had to raise her hands to facilitate Xiao Lei's action. Finally, Auntie was naked like Xiao Lei, and a white jade-like body appeared in front of Xiao Lei. Although Jin Yujuan is 49 years old and has given birth to several children, there is not a trace of fat on her body. The right curves are right where you want them, and the right concave places are right where you want them, making her look delicate and exquisite. "Auntie, you are so beautiful." Xiao Lei supported Jin Yujuan and made her face away from him. His hand continued to reach between her legs. Her 2 slender, snow-white thighs felt slippery to their touch. Xiao Lei bent down and looked carefully between Jin Yujuan's legs below her snow-white buttocks. Her legs were wide open, and Xiao Lei could clearly see the changes in her lower body. At this time, Jin Yujuan's labia had swelled a little, and strands of sticky liquid were overflowing from her vaginal opening, just like saliva from a hungry little mouth. "Auntie, there's water flowing out of you." Xiao Lei parted Jin Yujuan's wet labia with his fingers and fiddled with her vaginal opening and said teasingly, "You're so annoying. I let you watch it but you made fun of me. I won't let you watch it anymore." Jin Yujuan's face turned red and she clamped her legs together. R. Xiao Lei was caught off guard and his hands were firmly clamped by Jin Yujuan's legs, unable to move. "I told you not to make fun of me again." Jin Yujuan took Xiao Lei's penis in her backhand and squeezed it gently, saying in a low voice with a red face, "Auntie, please forgive me." Xiao Lei made a sad face and pretended to be pitiful. Xiao Lei knew that this trick would be most effective against Yujuan. HMPH. "Who cares about you?" Jin Yujuan still had a stern face and looked like a little girl, but Xiao Lei could clearly feel that the strength of her legs being clamped together was not as strong as before. Xiao Lei took the opportunity to open her thighs, allowing her vaginal opening under her buttocks to reappear in front of him. Feeling the warmth and wetness of Jin Yujuan's vagina with his fingertips, Xiao Lei inserted his finger in. With a gulp, due to the lubrication of the vaginal fluid, the finger was completely inserted into her vagina. R. Jin Yujuan let out a low cry, and Xiao Lei felt the hand holding his penis tighten. It seemed that the sudden insertion of the finger gave her quite a strong stimulation. Xiao Lei began to thrust his fingers in and out of the aunt's vagina. After a few strokes, Xiao Lei's fingers were covered with shiny mucus, and he pushed Jin Yujuan's legs further apart, with his face resting on her snow-white, smooth back. I saw that Jin Yujuan's vagina was sucking Xiao Lei's fingers tightly. Milky white foamy mucus continued to flow out of the vagina with the thrusting of the fingers, making the 2 swollen labia wet. "You, stop using your hands, come in quickly." Jin Yujuan felt uncomfortable because of Xiao Lei's behavior and cried out softly, letting go of Xiao Lei's penis with her little hand. The buttocks were raised high, as if welcoming something. As she spoke, Jin Yujuan silently opened her legs wide, her swollen labia slightly turned outward, mixed with shiny body fluids as if asking Xiao Lei for insertion. Although Jin Yujuan didn't say anything at this time, even if Xiao Lei was a wooden man, he could see that she was inviting him to insert. Xiao Lei placed his hands on Jin Yujuan's snow-white and smooth buttocks, and aimed his penis at her labia by feeling. Jin Yujuan gently held Xiao Lei's penis with her backhand, and reached her other hand between her legs to spread her labia so that Xiao Lei's penis could be aimed at her vaginal opening. "Insert it slowly. If you insert it all at once, it will rub your insides and it will be very painful." Jin Yujuan's breath was as sweet as orchid. She seemed extremely shy after saying this. It seemed that Jin Yujuan had become unrestrained in front of Xiao Lei and could say anything. Seeing Jin Yujuan actively cooperating, the charm of a mature middle-aged beauty was fully revealed. Xiao Lei stared at the old lady blankly, not knowing where his soul was. With a slap, Jin Yujuan saw that Xiao Lei didn't move, so she slapped Xiao Lei's butt with her backhand. "She took the initiative to move her butt towards my penis, feeling the penis stretching her labia and squeezing the glands into her. Put it in quickly. You're such a nasty guy. You need an aunt to take the initiative in doing this kind of thing. Jin Yujuan complained in a low voice with a flushed face. I got it, auntie. Xiao Lei slowly pushed his penis forward, and with the lubrication of the vaginal fluid, he inserted it to the bottom without much effort. He felt his penis being wrapped by a circle of warm and moist soft flesh, and the glands touched the deep part of the vagina. Hum. Jin Yujuan moaned softly, then placed her hands on the wall and slowly moved her hips back and forth. Jin Yujuan was so proactive that Xiao Lei could no longer resist the stimulation. He thrust his buttocks and began to thrust from slow to fast. Oh. Xiao Lei, you make me feel so comfortable. I'm going to scream. Jin Yujuan moaned softly in comfort, and actively swayed her hips to cater to Xiao Lei's thrusts, and moaned like chanting and crying. Go ahead and scream, auntie. But you have to scream softly, it would be bad if your cousin and his wife inside heard it. Xiao Lei thrust breathlessly, enjoying the pleasure brought by Jin Yujuan's tight vagina. How annoying. You are not allowed to mention them now. It's so embarrassing. Jin Yujuan lowered her head and looked seductively. But her voice was obviously lowered. If her son and daughter-in-law heard it, it would be troublesome. Gulp, gulp. As the penis kept going in and out, Jin Yujuan's vagina made exciting sounds again. Her low moans also gave Xiao Lei a double stimulation. He didn't even need to look at the penis to know that it must be covered with shiny vaginal fluid. Because Xiao Lei could really feel that the aunt's vaginal fluid was constantly pouring out, wetting his testicles. At this time, Xiao Lei reached forward and grabbed the pair of breasts hanging under Jin Yujuan's chest and squeezed them. Jin Yujuan's labia minora and vaginal opening were also flipping in and out, looking extremely lewd. A faint fishy smell spread in the yard. Perhaps Jin Yujuan's lewd appearance was too stimulating for Xiao Lei. Not long after, under the attack of waves of pleasure, Xiao Lei felt that he could not hold on any longer and was about to reach the edge of eruption. Xiao Lei, this position is too deep. Jin Yujuan moaned softly, feeling her vaginal fluid increasing. Auntie can't hold it any longer. I'm about to reach orgasm. Jin Yujuan suddenly grabbed Xiao Lei's butt from behind, and Xiao Lei felt a little pain. Under the stimulation of pain, Xiao Lei pumped faster and faster, and the pleasure became stronger and stronger. Auntie. I'm about to come. Let's come at the same time. Xiao Lei pressed his whole body on her, thrusting with all his might. Inserted harder. Jin Yujuan suddenly hugged Xiao Lei's buttocks tightly, and waves of spasms came from her vagina, which tightly clamped the penis. Come with me, auntie. Feeling the moment Jin Yujuan reached her climax, Xiao Lei pumped his penis back and forth faster. Auntie is having a discharge. Jin Yujuan's whole body trembled violently, and another stream of hot liquid gushed out from the depths of her vagina, pouring onto Xiao Lei's glands without reservation. Auntie. I'm coming too. Feeling the tightness of Auntie's vagina, Xiao Lei felt his penis suddenly become much bigger. He couldn't hold it any longer and pushed forward with all his strength. A tingling sensation broke through the glands and surged through his body, and a stream of semen shot all into the depths of the vagina. It was finally over. Huh. Xiao Lei and Liu Jie gasped for air. The afterglow of pleasure surrounded their bodies. Hum. Jin Yujuan moved her butt, pushed Xiao Lei away and said, hurry up and put on your clothes and go back. It turned out that Xiao Lei remained in this position after ejaculation. No wonder Jin Yujuan wanted to push Xiao Lei away. Oh. Xiao Lei quickly let her go. Chapter 05. When Hu Xiuying entered the factory, she saw Hu Zai staring at her. She blushed and asked, what are you looking at? Big sister, you look especially beautiful today, Hu Zai said to her with a smile. This must be what the saying beauty is in the eyes of the beholder means. After having had contact with Hu Xiuying once, Hu Zai felt that Hu Xiuying was so beautiful no matter how he looked at her. You are all old ladies, stop talking nonsense. Hu Xiuying's face turned red, and she also felt a sense of liking in her heart. That woman didn't like to hear such words. Wife, I have a gift for you. Tiger came to her and whispered in her ear. You want to die, you scream like that again. She was so embarrassed that she hit him on the body. Her face flushed as she said, this is for you. Hu Zai took out a gift box from behind and handed it to her. What is this? It's packaged so mysteriously. Hu Xiuying took it. Tiger blushed. Why don't you open it and take a look? Hu Xiuying slowly opened it and took a look. She was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. It turned out to be a black bra and a pair of black translucent lace briefs. Hu Xiuying had never worn such transparent briefs before and she dared not even think about it. She immediately stuffed them into Hu's hand with a red face. You. I don't want it. Why would you give me such a thing, you little rascal? Big sister, just accept it. I went to several stores to buy it last night and spent more than 200 yuan. Tiger said. It's more than 200. You should return it quickly. This will be the standard from now on, okay? Hu Xiuying was even more unwilling to accept it when she heard it was so expensive. Big sister, please accept it. It cannot be returned, okay? Hu Xiuying felt a little sympathetic when she saw his pleading look. She blushed and said, how can I have the nerve to wear something like this? It's okay if you wear it inside and no one else can see it. Besides, if you don't wear it again in this life, you won't be able to wear it anymore, right? What Hu Xi said made sense. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she knew that he had already bought it with his heart, and if she didn't accept it, Hu Xi would really be unhappy. Besides, I'm 45 years old now, and if I don't wear it now, there's really no hope that I'll wear it again in this lifetime. Anyway, no one can see it if I wear it inside, so such an expensive thing can't be wasted. She blushed and whispered, I really can't do anything about you. Don't buy things randomly in the future, understand? Okay, I got it. My wife is so nice. The delighted tiger boy kissed her on the face. You're here again, don't scream like that. Hu Xiuying's face turned red when he called her, and then she saw him kiss her, and she was so embarrassed. I like to call you that, can you let me call you that? Tiger boy pleaded, looking a little pitiful. His eyes showed expectation. Hu Xiuying was a very soft-hearted person. Seeing him like this and seeing that he was willing to buy such an expensive thing for her, she blushed and whispered, I let you call me like that when we're just the two of us. After saying that, she lowered her head in shame. Tiger was overjoyed when he heard it and responded, my wife, you are so nice. Hu Xiuying blushed, rolled her eyes at him, and said in a tender voice, I really can't do anything about you. She felt very excited in her heart. She was 45 years old, and a boy younger than her son called her his wife. A feeling of excitement surged in her heart. Wife, then you have to call me husband too. Seeing that she was obedient to him, Hu Xi hurriedly continued. Why are you like this? I asked you to scream, but you still ask me to scream. I can't say it out loud. Hu Xiuying blushed with shame and reached out to slap Hu Xi on the chest. We are all like this, so don't be embarrassed, just call me, my good wife. Hu Xi said hurriedly, and he also became excited. Hu Xiuying thought about it and it made sense. Since it was already like this, it wouldn't matter if she called him a name to make him happy. So she blushed and called him softly, husband. After that, she lowered her head in embarrassment. When Tiger heard this, he hugged her excitedly and said, Wife, I like you so much. Don't do this, it will be troublesome if someone sees us. Hu Xiuying hurriedly broke free from his arms and was startled to see that the factory door was still open. I'll go close the door, can we be intimate for a while? Tiger asked in a low voice. Hu Xiuying had just been wearing underwear and calling her husband and wife, and she was already very excited and uncomfortable. She could feel her lower body getting wet, and she blushed and said softly, Tiger was overjoyed when he heard this, and he quickly closed the door, came to her side and said, Honey, can I help you take off your clothes? I can take it off by myself, Hu Xiuying said with a blushing face. Just let me help you take it off, okay? Tiger said unwillingly. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him again and blushed as she said, I really can't do anything with you. She was wearing a floral white shirt and black trousers. Tiger reached out to her chest and began to unbutton her shirt. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one, her snow-white skin began to be exposed little by little. His fingers occasionally touched her protruding breasts. In just a moment, the floral white shirt was taken off, leaving only a bra, revealing her white and smooth skin. Because Hu Xiuying's breasts were very full, the snow-white nipple hook was very deep and very tempting. The two snow-white arms and round shoulders like spring couples made Tiger's eyes widen. He bent down again and took off her black trousers. As the trousers were taken off little by little, the snow-white and round thigh flesh was revealed little by little. Her thighs were slender and plump, white with a rosy glow, and even the thin blood vessels were faintly visible, so charming. As the trousers were taken off, a pair of yellow and white panties were exposed. Hu Xiuying was squatting on the ground. He looked up and saw that his face was facing her panties. He saw that the crotch of her yellow and white panties was a little wet. He knew what was going on and looked up at Hu Xiuying. "Wife, it's all wet." Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed at this time, letting a boy younger than her son take off her clothes. When she heard Hu Xiuying say this, she blushed with shame. "It's you who made fun of me." "Forget it, I'll take off my clothes myself." She said it a little coquettishly. As she spoke, she stretched her snow-white arms to her smooth back, unbuttoned her bra with her fingers, and took it off with a red face, revealing a pair of snow-white, round breasts. The two purple-black nipples were particularly conspicuous in contrast to the snow-white breasts. When Hu Xiuying saw this, he quickly grabbed the edge of her panties and pulled them down. The panties were taken off. Hu Xiuying lifted her feet and helped him take off her panties. Under her snow-white, slightly bulging belly, there was a thick patch of black pubic hair, which was long, numerous, and shiny black, covering her little hill. Hu Xiuying couldn't help but reach out and touch this charming pubic hair. His fingers touched her labia from time to time. Hu Xiuying moaned slightly. Hu Xiuying stood up and put his arms around Hu Xiuying's snow-white waist, holding her in his arms. He lifted her chin with one hand and looked at her face carefully. Although Hu Xiuying is 45 years old this year, it is the most mature and charming time for a woman. Unlike ordinary mountain women, the skin on her face was white and tender, as if it could be broken by the snap of a finger, and her cherry lips were delicate and charming. Her face was filled with the unique confidence of a mature woman, and Hu Xiuying couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. "What's so good about my face? I'm almost turning into a yellow-faced woman." Seeing that Hu Xiuying was staring at her intently, Hu Xiuying gently pulled Hu Xiuying's ears a few times and said with a pout, "Your face is so beautiful, I love looking at your face." Tiger reached out to support her hand that was pulling his ear. Hu Xiuying twisted it a few more times and said, "Okay, you even dare to play tricks on me. I'm not going to pay any attention to you." Hu Xiuying pretended to be angry. Oh, wife, be gentle, you're going to pull my ears off," Tiger said in a pretentious manner. What are you doing?" Before Hu Xiuying could react, Hu Xiuying pressed her down on the floor full of paper boxes, and his mouth met hers. Hu Xiuying hugged her, lying sideways and kissing her. Hu Xiuying's lips were soft and her tongue was wet, and Hu Xiuying held her lips in his mouth and licked them gently. Hu Xiuying put the tip of her tongue into Hu Xi's mouth. Hu Xi sucked on her tongue and sucked hard. "Hate it, why do you suck so hard? It hurts me so much." Liu Jie cried out in pain and punched Hu Xi's chest with her fists. Tiger held her hand and said with a grin, "Honey, how hard I suck you proves how much I love you." "Okay, I know you love me, otherwise I wouldn't give it to you." After saying that, Hu Xiuying's face turned red and she quickly turned her face away. Hu Xi propped up half of his body and put one hand on her breast. Hu Xiuying's breasts were big, but very elastic, and Hu Xi couldn't hold them in one hand. "Oh!" Hu Xiuying moaned softly. Hu Xiuying lay on the paper box, and Hu Xi lowered his head to kiss her. While kissing, he used his fingers to tease her nipples. Under Hu Xi's caressing, the two purple-black nipples slowly swelled. Hu Xi lowered his head to hold one of them in his mouth and sucked hard. "It's so itchy," Hu Xiuying screamed in pleasure as her nipples were sucked. "Your breasts are so good to suck," Tiger raised his body and said with a smile. As he said this, he stripped himself naked. Hu Xiuying circled Hu Xi's penis with her fingers and stroked it up and down. Tiger continued to hug and kiss Hu Xiuying, and one of his hands began to reach down restlessly and touched Hu Xiuying's lower body. Her vagina was completely wet and felt slippery when touched. Hu Xiuying's pubic hair was black and curly to the touch. Hu Xi opened her two round white thighs, and her two labia majora were soaked in lewd water and sparkled slightly to the sides. Hu Xi used his feet to spread Hu Xiuying's legs and lay on top of her. "Wife, I'm going to enter," Hu Xi whispered in Hu Xiuying's ear. "Okay, put it in, I want you to." Hu Xiuying held Hu Xi's penis in one hand and aimed it at her wet vaginal opening, and patted Hu Xi's butt with the other hand. When the head of his penis touched a small, wet and hot hole, Tiger knew he had found his target. He thrust his lower body forward, and with a soft click sound, his penis entered a strange yet familiar vagina. The feeling of the entire penis being tightly embraced by the vagina was extremely comfortable. Hu Xiuying, move. Hu Xiuying held Hu Xiuying's waist and moved her buttocks. Tiger Boy acted as if following an imperial order and started thrusting back and forth. As Hu Xiuying thrust in and out, Hu Xiuying's vagina became wetter and wetter, like a muddy wetland on a rainy day, making gurgling sounds. Tiger licked Hu Xiuying's earlobe while pumping. Sister, you are so wet down there, and the sound you make is so nice. Hu Xiuying choked up, it's not your fault, oh. Her face turned red with shame. Hu Xiuying held Hu Xiu's breasts tightly with both hands and thrust hard. Guji, guji, the sound of sexual intercourse mixed with the love juices echoed throughout the small room. After more than 10 minutes of pulling out, Hu Xiuying's pretty face was red and charming, her mouth slightly opened, and she panted and said, well. Tiger. Use more force, big sister is going to have an orgasm. At this time, Hu Xiuying only felt a tingling sensation on his glans penis, and the urge to pee was coming again. He quickly looked up and said to Hu Xiuying, sister, it feels so good. I need to pee again. After saying that, he couldn't help but move violently. Hu Xiuying knew that Hu Xiuying was about to come out, and she kept thrusting her hips towards him. Big sister is coming too, harder. Suddenly, I felt my penis was tightly wrapped by Hu Xiuying's vagina, and I could feel the twitching coming from deep in her vagina from the glands. Oh, wife, I have to thank you. The tingling feeling finally reached its peak. Hu Xiuying couldn't help but desperately insert his penis into Hu Xiuying's vagina. A stream of hot semen rushed out from his penis and shot into Hu Xiuying's body without reservation. As if all his strength was used up, Tiger Cub lay on Hu Xiuying's fair body, motionless. The penis continued to remain inserted into Hu Xiuying's body, feeling her body heat. Hu Xiuying, are you comfortable? Hu Xiuying held his head and looked at Hu Xiuying lovingly. Tiger pinched Hu Xiuying's nipples and played with them. It feels so good, you are so good, my wife. Hu Xiuying blushed and said in a tender voice, I made you scream enough just now. Are you satisfied? Not satisfied. Tiger said. Why are you not satisfied? Hu Xiuying asked him puzzledly. I just didn't hear you call me husband. Hu Xiuying said with a smile. You? Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed that she hit him on the chest with both hands. You are such a bad boy. Tiger grabbed her hand and whispered in her ear, can you call me again? Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him and blushed before softly saying, hubby, are you satisfied now? Satisfied, Tiger said hurriedly. Why don't you get down? Do you want to crush me to death? Hu Xiuying said as she pushed down Hu Xiuying's body. The two of them hurriedly got up and put on their clothes because it was working hours and they couldn't go on like this. I started ordering paper boxes again. Let's talk about Li Kehu. When he got home from school, his mind was full of what happened with his mother in the woods that night. How great it would be if his mother agreed to be with him, but his mother would definitely not agree. However, after seeing the dirty stuff on his mother's underwear that night, he knew that his mother had been attracted to him after all, otherwise she wouldn't have secreted so much water. Brother, what are you thinking about? You feel like you're in a daze, Xiao Cai asked when she saw him in a trance. No, Xiao Lei blushed, thinking that this kind of thing was shameful after all. Brother, your grades have dropped rapidly recently. What's going on? Xiao Cai asked him. I don't know either, Xiao Lei responded. Xiao Lei, you really need to work harder. How are you going to get into college if you continue like this? Xiao Gang at the side also said to him. Xiao Lei was speechless. Just then Hu Xiuying came back from get off work. Mom, my second brother's grades have dropped rapidly recently. If you don't take care of him, he will have no hope of getting into college, Xiao Cai said to Hu Xiuying who had just returned home. Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard this. She had no way to deal with Xiao Lei. The last time she talked to him, he scared her and she ran away. She glanced at Xiao Lei and Xiao Lei also looked at her. When their eyes met, Hu Xiuying felt flustered and quickly retracted her eyes. She didn't dare to look at him. She had to say to Xiao Lei, work hard. You see, their grades are better than yours. She already knew in her heart why Xiao Lei's grades dropped so fast. She sighed helplessly and started to cook dinner. As she was cooking, she thought that it was not a solution for Xiao Lei to continue like this. Why did she feel panicked by the look in Xiao Lei's eyes? However, she also had another feeling in her heart that she dared not even think about it. Oh my god, why am I thinking nonsense again? I thought about what happened with Tiger again. Have I become a whore? But the series of events over the past few days have satisfied my body and made me feel relaxed and happy. This may not be a bad thing, but I always feel sorry for my husband and a large group of children. But since it has come to this, I just don't want to let my family know. I am also doing this for my family. When I thought about this, I felt relieved. After the family had dinner, they all went to the yard to cool off. Hu Xiuying was still in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes. She turned around and saw Xiao Lei staring at her from behind. She was startled and said hurriedly, "Xiao Lei, why don't you go to the yard to cool off with them?" Xiao Lei said, "I don't want to be cool." When Hu Xiuying saw that Xiao Lei's face was covered with sweat, because it was particularly hot these days, she thought that she should be nicer to Xiao Lei and not treat him coldly every day. He was in adolescence and it would have a very bad impact on his psychology. So she found a towel to wipe the sweat off his face and take care of him. Hu Xiuying was wearing a white long dress today, with the bra straps faintly visible, and her towering breasts made people want to grab them. She put the basin on the ground, bent down and twisted the towel. From Xiao Lei's angle, he could see Hu Xiuying's curvy buttocks. The white briefs hidden under the dress made Xiao Lei even more aroused. His old problem came back and his lower body was erected again. There was nothing he could do. Xiao Lei was 19 years old and in adolescence. Hu Xiuying wrung the towel and walked to Xiao Lei, handing the towel to him. A white and tender arm as white as lotus root and jade was exposed in front of Xiao Lei. "Xiao Lei, wipe it quickly. Your face is covered with sweat." Xiao Lei took the towel and wiped his face roughly, then handed it back to his mother. At the moment when his mother reached out to take the towel, Xiao Lei suddenly felt a surge of courage from nowhere in his heart, and grabbed her hand. Perhaps this is what is called being extremely bold. Hu Xiuying was shocked and said with a red face, "What are you going to do?" Before she could come to her senses, Xiao Lei pulled her into his arms, and his already erect penis happened to be pressing against her lower abdomen. In Xiao Lei's arms, Hu Xiuying seemed to come to his senses. He pushed Xiao Lei with his hands, looking a little flustered and fierce, and whispered, "If you don't let go, I'll call for help." How could Xiao Lei give his mother a chance to resist? "Mom, I love you. I've been missing you like crazy since that time in the woods." After Xiao Lei said that, he hugged Hu Xiuying's waist with one hand, held her head with the other, and lowered his head to kiss her red lips. Xiao Lei's heart was boiling with anger. He held her tightly, not giving her a chance to break free. Hu Xiuying opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao Lei in disbelief. She made a humming sound with her mouth, but because her lips were blocked by Xiao Lei, she could not make any sound. Xiao Lei used the tip of his tongue to kiss Hu Xiuying's lips, and her lips were tightly pursed. Xiao Lei grabbed her plump buttocks under her dress with one hand, and groped her mother's soft buttocks with both hands. Hu Xiuying trembled all over, and tried to push Xiao Lei away with both hands. Xiao Lei kissed her mouth and she couldn't make a sound. Xiao Lei's tongue continued to explore Hu Xiuying's lips, and he used the tip of his tongue to drill into her lips. Hu Xiuying's lips did not cooperate at all and continued to close tightly. At this time, Xiao Lei thrust his penis forward. The hard penis pressed tightly against her lower body through her pants and dress. This time, it probably hit Hu Xiuying's sensitive part, and she let out a small cry, and her lips opened involuntarily. How could Xiao Lei miss such a good opportunity? Xiao Lei's tongue tip went in without losing the opportunity. Xiao Lei's tongue touched her teeth, and for a moment a thought flashed through Xiao Lei's mind: what if my mother bites me? Fortunately, Xiao Lei's worries were unnecessary, and Hu Xiuying did not overreact. Xiao Lei licked his mother's teeth gently, teasing her tongue tip. Hu Xiuying slowly closed her eyes, gave up resistance with her hands, and grabbed Xiao Lei's shirt instead. The tip of her tongue intertwined with Xiao Lei's. Xiao Lei sucked his mother's tongue. Hu Xiuying gradually responded, holding Xiao Jie's head with both hands, and began to suck his tongue hard, her eyebrows trembling slightly, and 2 crystal tears oozed from her eyelids. But at this time, Xiao Lei was already overwhelmed by lust, so how could he care about his mother's feelings? Xiao Lei lifted up Hu Xiuying's dress, reached down, and reached between her legs. He was blocked by a thin layer of cloth, which was Hu Xiuying's panties. Xiao Lei continued to grope through the briefs and felt his fingers enter the grooves. A pair of panties was tightly attached to the grooves and was already wet. When Xiao Lei hooked the panties with his fingers and wanted to go deeper, Hu Xiuying grabbed Xiao Lei's hand. But how could she have the strength of Xiao Lei, who was almost crazy at this time? Xiao Lei pulled down his mother's panties to her thighs, and insisted on putting his fingers down from the triangle area. He touched a hairy area, and continued to move down until he touched her vaginal opening. It felt slippery, and he stretched his middle finger inside, and 2 fingers went in at once. Hu Xiuying snorted and held Xiao Lei tightly with both hands. At this time, Xiao Lei released the hand that was hugging the mother's back and wanted to touch her breasts. Because Xiao Lei felt that things had come to a successful conclusion, and the mother would definitely be submissive to him next, which could be seen from the enthusiastic reaction of the mother's private parts. But Xiao Lei miscalculated. As soon as he let go, Hu Xiuying bit Xiao Lei's lower lip hard. Then he pushed Xiao Lei back and escaped from Xiao Lei's arms. With a slap, Xiao Lei was slapped by her, and his face was burning with pain. Hu Xiuying did not shout for help, because she knew that she could not let her family, who were cooling off in the front yard, know about this. At this time, Xiao Lei had fallen from the peak of excitement. He had no idea what to do. He stood there blankly, motionless. A salty taste came from his lips. It turned out that his lips were bleeding. Xiao Lei, why do you treat me like this? I'm your mother. How do you want me to live my life in the future? Hu Xiuying cried as she pulled her panties back up to her hips, put down her dress, and straightened her messy hair. Mom, I'm already 19 years old, I know that after the last time in the woods. The fact that you didn't expose me is the best proof. Xiao Lei rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Hu Xiuying, looking at her helplessly. Mom, I love you so much. After the last time in the woods, I've been thinking about you every day. Bang! Xiao Lei was hit on the face again, it hurt so much. I love you, Mom. Xiao Lei still said this. Par. Hu Xiuying slapped him again. I love you, Mom. Xiao Lei seemed to have made up his mind to die. Par. Another slap hit Xiao Lei's face. I told you to say that again, or I'll smash your mouth. Are you being unworthy of your mother by doing this? It wasn't easy for me to raise you. Liu Jie said while crying. Hit me, Mom. No matter how you hit me, I love you, Mom. I know my grades have dropped so fast recently. I'm just missing you, Mom. If you promise me, I promise that I will work hard in the future and my grades will catch up. If you don't promise me, you will be on my mind every day. How can I have the mood to study? After saying that, Xiao Lei knelt in front of Hu Xiuying, hugged her thighs, and rested his head on her legs. Xiao Lei's words seemed to hit Hu Xiuying's sore spot. After a while, she came to her senses and asked, Is everything you said true? It's true, Mom, didn't we do it once? It's okay to do it again, Mom, I love you so much and miss you so much. Xiao Lei cried while hugging her thighs. Hu Xiuying was thinking to herself at this time, what Xiao Lei said made sense. It seemed that Xiao Lei had made up his mind, it would be impossible not to thank him, after all, he had done it once, and for Xiao Lei's grades. Oh, you are really my sin. What should I do? Hu Xiuying sighed helplessly, get up quickly. Look at what will happen if someone outside sees you like this. At this time, no matter how stupid Xiao Lei was, he could see that his mother's attitude had softened. As long as he tried harder, he might succeed. Opportunities are rare. Xiao Lei quickly stood up and hugged his mother again. This time Hu Xiuying did not escape and let Xiao Lei hold her. Hu Xiuying's towering breasts pressed against Xiao Lei's chest, rising and falling with her breathing. Xiao Lei's hand reached out to her plump breasts and grabbed the treasure he had always dreamed of. What are you doing? Don't do this, it will be troublesome if the family members outside come in. Hu Xiuying panted and held Xiao Lei's hand, but this time she couldn't feel any strength in her hand. Her face was red and horny, which gave Xiao Lei great encouragement. A warm current surged in his lower body, and his penis became erect again. Xiao Lei rammed his penis into her lower body. Xiao Lei kissed Hu Xiuying's red lips again, and she kissed Xiao Lei back. Mom, I want to touch you below. Xiao Lei lifted up Hu Xiuying's dress and pulled her panties down to her knees. No, Xiao Lei, Mom promised you, you can't do it here. There are people outside. Listen to Mom, wait until everyone in the family is asleep and then you can go to the small warehouse in the backyard and wait for me, okay? Hu Xiuying said as she pushed Xiao Lei away, bent down and pulled up her panties again. Well, I'll wait for you. Hearing his mother say this, Xiao Lei was overjoyed and satisfied. He couldn't help but kiss his mother again. Hu Xiuying blushed and let go, reaching out to hit her son on the face. You are really my little enemy. Go out and cool down. Xiao Lei was in a really good mood at this time. He didn't expect his mother to finally agree. He was excited and excited. He could be with his mother later. Chapter 06. Xiao Lei lay in bed waiting for a very long time. It was past 11 o'clock when he saw Xiao Gang and the others were fast asleep. He got up secretly with excitement and tiptoed to the small warehouse in the backyard. This small warehouse was used to store groceries and it was very messy. He looked at the corner where some straw for burning firewood was placed. He hurriedly tidied it up with his hands, thinking to himself that he would do that with his mother on this straw soon. At this time, his heart was beating wildly with excitement, thinking that he would do that kind of thing with his mother soon. The waiting time was still very long. After half an hour, his mother still didn't come. Will my mother not come? Is she lying to me? No, if she was lying to me, she wouldn't ask me to wait for her here at night. He was thinking restlessly. Besides, Hu Xiuying was waiting for her husband Kehu to fall asleep early while sleeping in bed. She was also very confused. Was it right for me to do this? But what could she do? If she didn't agree to Xiao Lei's request, he would not give up. She knew Xiao Lei's character. He was a very stubborn boy who didn't like to talk since he was a child. Seeing him in the kitchen at night, he really liked me. Seeing his pitiful appearance, my heart was so painful at that time. Besides, his grades dropped so fast. If he didn't catch up quickly, it would be too late. Alas. Maybe if I agreed to him, everything would be fine. As she thought about it, she looked at the clock beside the bed. It was almost 12 o'clock. Seeing that her husband Li Kehu was already fast asleep, she got up quietly with anxiety and went to the small warehouse in the backyard. Mom. Xiao Lei called in a low voice. Yeah. Hu Xiuying responded. Mom, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for a long time, Xiao Lei said anxiously. Xiao Lei, Mom is so scared. Can we just give up? Hu Xiuying said with a trembling voice, feeling confused inside. Mom, it's okay, I love you. Xiao Lei was afraid that his mother would regret it at this time, so he quickly hugged Hu Xiuying in his arms. Hu Xiuying leaned into his arms and blushed as she whispered, I know you love Mom very much, but I always feel uneasy. No, Mom, please relax. As long as we don't tell anyone, our family won't know, Xiao Lei said as he put his hands on Hu Xiuying's back and caressed her, kissing her face randomly. Hu Xiuying sighed softly, but you really have to study hard in the future, okay? Hu Xiuying now had no reason to refuse her son. She just wanted Xiao Lei to promise her that he would study hard in the future. She had no choice but to comfort herself in this way to feel a little mentally balanced. At this time, Xiao Lei put one hand on Hu Xiuying's breast, kneading it vigorously, and said, Mom, I will not let you down in the future. I will be admitted to a good university. Well, be gentler, Hu Xiuying cried out softly as her breasts were rubbed in pain by Xiao Lei. At this time, Xiao Lei's tongue found Hu Xiuying's lips and quickly stretched in. Hu Xiuying hooked her arms around Xiao Lei's neck, pressed her protruding breasts tightly against Xiao Lei's chest, and opened her mouth to kiss him back. Her wet and soft tongue hooked around Xiao Lei's tongue and licked it non-stop, and from time to time she made hum sounds in her mouth. Mom, can we take off our clothes? Xiao Lei said in a low voice. Yeah. Hu Xiuying hummed and let go of the arm that was hooked around Xiao Lei's neck. Mom, look, I feel so uncomfortable down there. Xiao Lei said as he grabbed Hu Xiuying's hand and led it towards his lower body. As soon as Hu Xiuying's hand touched Xiao Lei's crotch, she felt that his penis was already hard and sharp, and her face turned red with shame. You are so bad. Mom, this shows how much I love you, Xiao Lei said with a blushing face. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at Xiao Lei and said, Little rascal. Then she started to take off her clothes. She was wearing a long nightgown. She bent down a little to pull up the skirt, raised her arms and took the skirt off over her head. When she raised her arms, Xiao Lei saw a large patch of black armpit hair under his mother's armpits, and he felt excited. Then she saw that the mother was only wearing a bra and panties. Because it was late at night, she couldn't see clearly. She just felt that the mother's body was pale. Fortunately, it was at night and she couldn't see clearly, otherwise Hu Xiuying would be so embarrassed. She hurriedly took off her bra, and felt a pair of white breasts popped out and kept bouncing on her chest. After all, she was taking off her clothes in front of her son. Hu Xiuying was still blushing with shame. She took off her underwear and stood naked in front of her son. Her heart was beating wildly with excitement, but she also felt a very exciting feeling. This feeling of incest with her own son was unimaginable to most people. The excitement made Hu Xiuying's face flushed and her breathing became rapid. Xiao Lei saw that his mother was already naked. In the darkness, he could only see her white flesh. Between her legs was a mass of black stuff. He knew it was her pubic hair. It was a large patch of black hair, thick and dense. Seeing it made him so excited that his penis became even harder and his breathing became rapid. He could not wait to take off his clothes as quickly as possible. His penis was erected high in his lower body. "Mom, let's go to the straw over there," Xiao Lei said as he pulled Hu Xiuying's naked body onto the straw. He put his hands around his mother's snow-white and smooth skin and pressed her down on the straw. Hu Xiuying was pressed down on the straw by Xiao Lei all of a sudden. She groaned softly, and her pair of white arms were hooked around her son's neck again. Her breasts were pressed tightly against her son's chest. Now it was flesh against flesh. Xiao Lei felt that his mother's breasts were soft and boneless, and it was very comfortable to press them against his chest. Xiao Lei put his hands on Hu Xiuying's snow-white and smooth back and kept stroking it. He lowered his head and kissed his mother's mouth. The two tongues were entangled again, and their saliva mixed together, and both mouths were wet with saliva. Hum. Hu Xiuying wrapped her pair of snow-white arms around Xiao Lei's neck. Her lower body was so uncomfortable that she pushed her belly up, letting the sharp and hard penis rub against the outside of her vagina. She only wanted to feel the momentary pleasure. Her pair of snow-white and round thighs and calves rolled back and forth, and she moaned incoherently. At this time, Xiao Lei put one hand around his mother's white neck, and stretched the other hand to her chest, grabbing a snow-white breast and caressing it, pinching the nipple with his fingers from time to time. The breast felt very comfortable in his hand, soft and fluffy. Hu Xiuying felt uncomfortable all over. She felt her whole body begin to heat up. Her vagina was extremely itchy and streams of vaginal fluid kept pouring out. Hum. Xiao Lei. Come in. When Xiao Lei heard this, he hurriedly stood up, used his hands to separate his mother's two snow-white and smooth thighs, held his penis with one hand, and thrust it towards his mother's already wet vagina, and inserted the entire penis into the vagina. "Oh, it hurts, can't you be gentler, it hurts so much." He thrust it all the way in at once, and Hu Xiuying screamed in pain. She quickly stretched out her hands to block Xiao Lei's belly, preventing him from going any further. "I'm sorry, Mom, I won't move." Xiao Lei stopped when he saw his mother in such pain. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at her son and said with a red face, "Move slowly first." Xiao Lei moved slowly and obediently a few times. He felt that his mother's vagina began to slide slowly. But he still thrust slowly, not daring to thrust too hard, as if he was afraid of damaging his mother's vagina. Hu Xiuying's vagina was extremely wet at this time, and Xiao Lei's slow speed was far from satisfying her internal needs. However, she was too embarrassed to ask Xiao Lei to do it faster, so she had to keep pushing her lower body up as Xiao Lei thrust it in, making Xiao Lei's penis go deeper into her. She hated this damn boy in her heart, wondering how he didn't understand a woman's heart at all. Xiao Lei was still pumping slowly, grabbing Hu Xiuying's pair of plump breasts with both hands and kneading and squeezing them. Hu Xiuying was so uncomfortable that she kept moaning, hoping that Xiao Lei would thrust harder, but the boy still thrusted slowly. You. Mom, what's wrong?" Xiao Lei asked in confusion. Hu Xiuying finally couldn't help it, and she blushed and gave her son a look. "Hurry up." After saying that, even her neck turned red, and she turned her head away embarrassedly. "Oh. Didn't you tell me to move slowly?" "Mom, I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I move too fast," Xiao Lei said seriously. Hu Xiuying was furious when she heard this. How could this bastard be so stupid? She blushed and whispered, "How could it break? Just move it as hard as you can." "Yes," Xiao Lei responded, and started thrusting hard. Hu Xiuying, whose vagina was empty just now, was now being penetrated so fiercely that she kept moaning in pleasure. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Xiao Lei's shoulders, and she was moaning incoherently. One after another. Each time he thrust into Hu Xiuying's uterus, Hu Xiuying closed her eyes in excitement and said, "Hum. Hum. So comfortable. Hum. R." When Xiao Lei saw his mother being so slutty, he thought that this was not the virtuous and elegant mother she usually was, but a slut. It turned out that this was how his mother was doing. The excited Xiao Lei thrust hard, reaching the bottom every time. R. Xiao Lei, you are so great. Mommy feels so good. R. Hu Xiuying had forgotten who she was at this time and kept shouting, "Mom, please shout softly, it will be troublesome if the people in front hear it." Xiao Lei whispered in her ear as he inserted it. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she realized that she had lost her composure. Her face suddenly turned red with shame. She quickly closed her eyes and bit her lips to hold back her screams. She only made a low millimeter sound in her throat. She looked very painful. When Xiao Lei saw his usually respected mother being pressed down by him and in such pain, he felt excited and thrust his lower body even harder. Hu Xiuying bit her lips to hold back her screams and shook her head left and right in pain. Her hands, which were wrapped around her son's back, tightly grasped Xiao Lei's flesh. Her pair of snow-white thighs and calves were raised high and wrapped around Xiao Lei's buttocks, and her lower body kept catering to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei was entangled in his mother's limbs like this, and excitedly thrusted more than 100 times. Suddenly, he felt like peeing, so he thrust his butt quickly. Hu Xiuying was also about to reach climax at this time, and her lower body was desperately responding. Suddenly, I felt my vagina getting hot, and I knew that Xiao Lei had ejaculated. As my vagina became more and more enthusiastic, I also reached a climax. The two satisfied people hugged each other softly, breathing heavily. At this time, Hu Xiuying slowly opened her eyes and her mind became clear. She hurriedly pushed Xiao Lei, who was still pressing on her, down. Tears flowed from her eyes and she began to cry softly. Xiao Lei was sleeping beside her. When he saw his mother crying, he quickly reached out and hugged his mother's snow-white body. He asked in a low voice, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiao Lei, do you think your mother is a bad person?" Hu Xiuying said in a low voice with tears in her eyes. "No, Mom, you are very good. I feel so happy to have you, Mom," Xiao Lei said as he hugged his mother tightly and gently stroked Hu Xiuying's smooth shoulders with his right hand. "Then you should study hard and catch up with your grades, okay?" Hu Xiuying felt comforted when she saw Xiao Lei caring about her. "I will, Mom, don't worry. You've been so good to me, how could I make you worry again?" Xiao Lei said seriously. "As long as you keep up with your grades, I can give it to you in the future," Hu Xiuying said with a blushing face. She pressed her hot face against Xiao Lei's chest. "Mom, you're so nice." Xiao Lei kissed Hu Xiuying on the face gratefully. "Xiao Lei, it's getting late, let's go back to our room and sleep," Hu Xiuying said in a low voice. "Mom, isn't tomorrow Sunday? You don't have to go to work and I don't have to go to school. We can get up later tomorrow and it's okay. Can you just let me hold you for a while? Can we talk?" Xiao Lei was reluctant to go back to his room to sleep. Hu Xiuying thought for a while. Xiao Lei is usually quiet, and as a mother, she is very busy, working every day, and has no time to communicate with Xiao Lei. Now that he is interested in talking to her, she agreed. Two naked bodies fell on the straw. Xiao Lei hugged Hu Xiuying and his right hand kept stroking her snow-white and smooth skin. Hu Xiuying lay in her son Xiao Lei's arms and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Lei, can you tell me why you don't like to talk?" Xiao Lei heard this and said, "Mom, my family has been poorer than other families since I was old enough to understand. I see that my classmates are better dressed and eat better than me, and have extra money in their pockets every day. My classmates usually bully me and make fun of me. I can't be happy no matter what, so I want to say too much." When Hu Xiuying heard this, she reached out her hand and caressed Xiao Lei's chest sadly. "Xiao Lei, it's all my fault. I didn't let you live a good life like other families. In the future, I will care about you and love you very much. Mom, I'm very satisfied just like this, because I have you. I am the happiest person in the world. From now on, I will be happy every day," Xiao Lei said happily. Hu Xiuying was overjoyed when she heard this. Seeing that Xiao Lei had figured it out, she no longer felt guilty about what she had done with him. Instead, she thought that she had done the right thing. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. She reached out to wipe her tears and said with a smile, "I'm very happy that you think this way. Now let me ask you, will you look for your aunt again in the future?" When Xiao Lei heard this, his face turned red. "Since I have you, I won't look for auntie anymore." Hu Xiuying was secretly delighted when she heard this. She blushed and asked softly, "Who is better, mom or aunt?" When Xiao Lei heard this, he thought to himself, "Why would my mother ask such a question?" He immediately said, "Of course I am good, mom." Hu Xiuying was relieved at this time, and her childishness revived. She blushed and asked softly, "How is mom?" When Xiao Lei heard his mother ask him this, he felt an impulse in his heart. It turned out that he would be very excited to say such things to his mother. He said boldly, "Mom is prettier than aunt, and her body is also more beautiful than aunt's." Hu Xiuying was pleased to hear this, and asked with a red face, "Does your aunt scream when she does this with you?" "Yes, but you would scream without mom," Xiao Lei said with a red face. "Ouch, it hurts." Xiao Lei suddenly screamed in pain. It turned out that Hu Xiuying twisted Xiao Lei's arm out of shame when she heard him say that he could scream. "See if you dare to talk nonsense again," Hu Xiuying said proudly. "I don't dare anymore," Xiao Lei said to himself. "You're the one who told me to say that, and you're still twisting me. It seems very unfair." When Hu Xiuying saw Puz, she smiled and said, "Does it still hurt?" "Of course it hurts," Xiao Lei said with an aggrieved look on his face. Hu Xiuying rubbed her twisted arm a few times and asked, "Does it still hurt?" When Xiao Lei saw his mother like this, he immediately said, "Come on, just rub it for me a few more times," with a smile on his face. When Hu Xiuying saw that Xiao Lei was teasing her, she twisted Xiao Lei's arm hard again. "Oh, it hurts so much!" Xiao Lei screamed. "Why are you screaming so loudly? Do you want the whole family to hear it?" Hu Xiuying covered his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Lei rolled his eyes at Hu Xiuying, looking very aggrieved. He secretly reached out and patted Hu Xiuying's snow-white and smooth buttocks. "Mom, can we do it again tomorrow?" "Yeah," Hu Xiuying responded with a red face. "But it's too dark in here, I can't see your body clearly, and I can't speak loudly, it's so inconvenient," Xiao Lei said. "Is there any way?" Hu Xiuying said helplessly. Xiao Lei thought about it and suddenly said, "I see. Isn't tomorrow Sunday? Can we find a place during the day?" "Where are you looking for?" Hu Xiuying asked. "Why don't we go to the woods tomorrow? The old man guarding the mountain is not there during the day, and no one goes to that place during the day, okay?" Xiao Lei said. Hu Xiuying thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, you little rascal. There's really nothing I can do about you. Mom is so nice," he said, hugging Hu Xiuying and kissing her. "Okay, it's too late, let's go back to the room," Hu Xiuying said as she broke free from his arms and got up to put on her clothes. After a while, both of them got dressed and went back to their rooms. The next morning, Xiao Cai helped her grandmother make breakfast. The family members slowly got up one by one, but Hu Xiuying and Xiao Lei didn't get up. "Xiao Ji, go wake up your second brother to eat," Xiao Cai said to Xiao Ji. "Let him sleep for a while, since he doesn't have classes anyway," Xiao Ji said. "Mom hasn't gotten up yet. Mom is very tired from work every day. Today I finally have a chance to rest. Don't call me. Let me have a good rest," Xiaogang said while eating breakfast. "Brother, can you take me out to play today?" Xiaoji said to Xiaogang. "As long as you listen to me, I will take you to my classmate's house to play today," Xiaogang said to Xiaoji. Okay, Xiaoji shouted happily. "Brother, Xiaoji, you guys eat first. Dad went to work in the fields at 5 o'clock in the morning and hasn't eaten yet. I'll bring breakfast over for Dad," Xiaocai said as she took the breakfast and went out. After dinner, Xiaogang said to his grandmother, "Grandma, when Mom gets up, tell her that I took Xiaoji to a classmate's house to play." "You guys go ahead, I'll talk to your mother later," the old lady replied. Xiaogang and Xiaoji also went out. There were only an old man and an old woman at home. The old man took some corn and started digging in the yard. The old lady is cleaning up the dishes. After a while, Xiao Lei got up and asked, "Grandma, where did they go?" when he saw that only his grandpa and grandma were at home. Xiaogang took Xiaoji out to play, and Xiaocai went to bring food to your father. Grandma said to him. Oh. Xiao Lei responded, and he brought a bowl of rice and sat at the table and started eating while asking, Grandma. What about my mom? Is she up yet? Not yet, said Grandma. No wonder I went to bed so late yesterday, Xiao Lei thought to himself, but he was very happy inside, he could finally get his mother. He was eating breakfast happily. Suddenly, my mother's door opened. She came out lazily wearing the long dress and pajamas she wore last night. When she saw Xiao Lei eating alone at the table, she blushed and asked, Where are they? Xiao Gang took Xiaoji out to play, and Xiaocai went to bring food to her father. Grandma said to Hu Xiuying. Oh. Hu Xiuying responded, You eat first, the food is almost cold, Grandma said to her again. I got it, Hu Xiuying said as she walked towards the bathroom in the backyard, brushed her teeth and washed her face, then brought a bowl of rice and sat at the table to eat. Xiao Lei looked at Hu Xiuying while eating, with a very happy look on his face. Hu Xiuying blushed unconsciously, rolled her eyes at him and whispered, Don't look at me like that. When Xiao Lei saw his grandmother go into the kitchen at the back, he quickly put his face in front of Hu Xiuying and whispered to her, Mom, you are so beautiful. Hu Xiuying blushed and reached out to hit him on the head, Stop talking nonsense and eat. However, seeing Xiao Lei praising her like this, she couldn't help feeling a little bit of liking in her heart. Mom, when are we going to the woods? Xiao Lei asked in a low voice. Hu Xiuying's face turned even redder. She rolled her eyes at him and whispered, In the afternoon. After that, she lowered her head in shame and just focused on eating. Just then Xiao Cai came back and saw them eating. Mom, second brother, you are eating now. Their mother and son remembered that they had to eat now because they slept too late last night. They both felt their faces getting hot. Has your father eaten? Hu Xiuying asked. Not yet. Dad said to finish the work at hand before eating. I left it there and will be back soon. Xiao Cai said. Have you eaten, Xiaocai? Xiao Lei asked. No, aren't we rushing back to eat? Xiao Cai said as she tried to get food from the kitchen. You sit down first, I'll get you the food. Xiao Lei quickly put down the food, got up and walked to the back. When Xiao Cai heard this, her eyes widened, and she stood still on the ground with her mouth open, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Mom, is this Xiao Lei? When Hu Xiuying saw that Xiao Lei, who usually didn't like to talk, was so diligent, she knew what was going on. She blushed and said, Silly girl, isn't it good for him to serve you food? Sit down quickly. She was secretly happy that Xiao Lei had finally changed. Xiao Cai hurriedly sat down and kept asking, Mom, what happened to Xiao Lei today? How should I know? Hu Xiuying said, You can ask him later. The sun really is rising from the west, Xiao Cai said. After a while, Xiao Lei brought the meal. Here, eat quickly, the meal is getting cold. Xiao Lei said with concern. Xiao Cai was shocked again when she heard this. Second brother, what's wrong with you today? I've never seen you so diligent and energetic. Her beautiful eyes widened again. Seeing Xiao Cai making such a fuss, Hu Xiuying lowered her head and ate while unable to help laughing in her heart. Smiling, Xiao Lei said, Can I be like this from now on, and glanced at Hu Xiuying. When Hu Xiuying saw it, her face turned red and she lowered her head to eat. If you stay like this in the future, our whole family will be happy, hee hee. Xiao Cai said happily. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. Mom, are you free in the morning? Xiao Cai asked. What's wrong? Hu Xiuying asked while eating. Look, I've been wearing these clothes for several years. Can you take me to the city to buy some clothes this morning? I'm 17 years old and I don't have any decent clothes. Xiao Cai said. Hu Xiuying suddenly remembered what Xiao Lei said to her last night, and she became unhappy again. Yes, her children really suffered more than other children. Xiao Lei was looked down upon by others at school, and now Xiao Cai didn't even have a decent piece of clothing. As a mother, she felt bad too. She hurriedly said, Okay, I'll take you there after dinner. Mom, you're so nice. When we get to the city, you should buy one too. You haven't worn new clothes for a long time. Xiao Cai said happily. Hu Xiuying thought to herself, Where is the money? She already has more than 200 yuan, so she said quickly, I'll talk about it later. After they finished their meal, Hu Xiuying and her daughter Xiaocai went to the city. Leaving Xiao Lei alone at home. Xiao Lei! Xiao Lei! Someone outside called him loudly. When Xiao Lei heard that it was his cousin Li Jinliang, he hurried out of the yard and saw Li Jinliang standing at the gate calling him. What's the matter, cousin? Because Li Jinliang is 1 year older than Xiao Lei, he calls him cousin. My elder brother is going out to work in another place today. Can you accompany me to see him off? My elder brother has a lot of luggage and you can help me carry it, said Li Jinliang. It turned out that his elder brother Li Jinsuan was going to work in another place, so he came to ask him for help. Okay, Xiao Lei replied quickly. He had nothing to do in the morning and was just sitting at home feeling bored. When they arrived at Jin Liang's house, they saw their eldest cousin carrying luggage, and his cousin's wife Zhao Lehong also carrying a piece of luggage to see her husband Li Jin Liang off. They also saw their aunt following behind with her 5-year-old grandson. When the aunt saw Xiao Lei, her face turned red and she lowered her head. How could she not be embarrassed to see her young lover in front of their whole family? Xiao Lei didn't say anything to her and quickly grabbed his cousin Zhao Lehong's luggage and said, "Sister-in-law, auntie, you don't have to send me off. Jin Liang and I can go." Okay then. The eldest sister-in-law hurriedly handed them their luggage and watched the three of them leave their house. Then she and her mother-in-law Jin Yujuan took the children back to the room. Xiao Lei and Jin Liang sent Jin Kun to the public bus at the entrance of the village, and only walked back slowly after the bus had left. "Xiao Lei, can I take you out to play in the afternoon?" Jin Liang said to Xiao Lei. "I have something to do in the afternoon." Xiao Lei remembered that he had to go to the woods with his mother in the afternoon, and he felt excited inside. Li Jinliang was in a particularly good mood at this time. It turned out that he had been dating his eldest sister-in-law Zhao Lehong since last year, but he was always inconvenient to sneak around when his eldest brother was at home. Now that his eldest brother had gone out to work, he was free to be at ease. He said to Xiao Lei, "I am very happy today. I wanted to take you to the city to have some fun, but you have something to do, so we won't go." "Play? What to play?" Xiao Lei asked. He. Of course it's a woman." Jin Liang smiled and said, "By the way, have you ever played with a woman?" Xiao Lei thought to himself, "I have played with your mother," but he said, "No. Do you play with her often?" "Well, I've played with a lot of them, but they were all rotten. But there was one woman who moved me the most. It was so exciting and thrilling to play with her." When Jin Liang talked about this woman, his mouth was watering. "Who is that woman?" Xiao Lei asked curiously when he saw his smug look. "I can't tell you," Xiao Lei said mysteriously. The more he said this, the more Xiao Lei wanted to know. "Tell me, I won't tell anyone else. You see, I don't talk much, but you don't believe me, right?" Jin Liang thought it was right, so he told Xiao Lei about it so that he could also think about how amazing I was. He immediately said, "Then you must tell others after hearing this." Xiao Lei said hurriedly, "I promise I won't tell anyone. You still don't believe me." Jin Liang put his mouth close to Xiao Lei's ear and whispered, "My sister-in-law Zhao Lehong." "Ah." Xiao Lei was surprised, but there was no trace of surprise on his face, because he was already in a relationship with his mother, and he also had his own mother. He smiled naturally and said, "Cousin, you are so lucky. Don't tell anyone else. I'm only telling you. Don't worry, it's nothing, I won't tell you." Xiao Lei said as an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He got excited for a moment and said to Jin Liang, "It's still early, let's go over there and have a good chat, okay?" Jin Liang heard this and realized that they were almost in the village and there were many people there. It would be bad to tell others about his proud stories, so he said, "Okay." The two of them walked towards the straw field where Xiao Lei and Jin Yujuan had a date last time. There was usually no one here, so the two of them sat on the straw and started chatting. "Cousin. Although your eldest cousin is gone now and you are free, you still have my aunt at home. It won't be good if she finds out," Xiao Lei said deliberately. He had a bold idea. He wanted to tell Jin Liang about his relationship with his aunt, and then go to his house to play with his aunt openly. But he didn't know if Jin Liang would agree, so he said this deliberately. "That's right, I had to secretly look for my sister-in-law at night." Jin Liang said helplessly, "Wouldn't it be better if my aunt agreed to what you and your sister-in-law do? You guys should stop being so sneaky," Xiao Lei said tentatively. "How could my mother agree to this?" "It's impossible," said Jin Liang. "If the aunt is also dating someone else and she lets you know about it, then you can all be open about it and no one will say anything about anyone else, right? Xiao Lei said. That's good, but how can my mother be good to others? Jin Liang said. If auntie really gets along with someone else, would you agree? Xiao Lei said this with a little excitement. As long as it's good for me and my sister-in-law, I'll agree. Jin Liang replied. Really? Xiao Lei asked again, thinking that this might be possible. At this time, Jin Liang stared at Xiao Lei with suspicion. Did you know that my mother is having an affair with someone else? Yeah, Xiao Lei nodded. Jin Liang was dumbfounded. Mom is almost 50 years old. How could it be possible? But I usually peek at mom taking a bath and find that mom's body is still very attractive. It is possible. Dad is not at home for a long time. How can mom hold back? But I don't know who this man is. I hurriedly asked, do you know who that man is? It's me. Xiao Lei said it when he saw that the time was right. Jin Liang was shocked. How is it possible? It's really me. Auntie and I have been together for several months. Xiao Lei stared at him and thought to himself, if Jin Liang gets anxious, I can still come back and say that I was just teasing him and see how he reacts. You are such a good guy, how come you can even get my mom, hee. Jin Liang patted his chest and said with a smile. It was really unexpected that Jin Liang would say that. Xiao Lei was excited and blushed unconsciously. You don't blame me. Why should I blame you? You're so young, I'm so happy, Jin Liang said happily. It turned out that Jin Liang was a bad boy who played around with some messy people every day. He often surfed the internet in the city and saw a lot of things about mother and son on the internet. He began to peek at his mother taking a bath. Sometimes he masturbated and thought about doing that kind of thing with his mother. Sometimes he thought about his mother doing that kind of thing with other men. Thinking about these things made him very excited, but no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't have the courage to do it. When he heard that his mother and Xiao Lei were together, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. Cousin, if you really don't blame me, then this matter will be easy. I will tell aunt, and she will agree to your relationship with sister-in-law in the future. But you also have to make it clear to sister-in-law, so that we don't have to be so sneaky in the future. Xiao Lei said excitedly. You are awesome, Xiao Lei. I will tell my sister-in-law, Jin Liang said happily. But only the four of us know about this. Don't tell anyone else, otherwise all four of us will be finished. Xiao Lei said seriously. I know. I'm not stupid enough to say it out loud, but... He blushed and was too embarrassed to continue. But what? Xiao Lei asked anxiously. But you had sex with my mom, can you tell me what my mom is like in bed? Jin Liang said excitedly with a blushing face. Auntie is very slutty in bed, she's very good at moaning, and... Xiao Lei kept him on the suspense and said nothing more. Anything else? Tell me quickly, he said excitedly. She calls me husband. Xiao Lei was also excited. Then you are my dad, right? The more Jin Liang listened, the more excited he became. This kind of thing was really exciting. Then will you call me dad in front of your mother in the future? That will definitely be very exciting. Xiao Lei's face was also hot with excitement. Well, I will scream. It's so exciting. But next time when you play with my mom, you will have to hide in the back room and peek. He also told Xiao Lei about peeping at his mother taking a bath. The two chatted until it was almost noon, and then they went home excitedly. When Jin Liang got home, he went into his sister-in-law's room. Zhao Lehong blushed as she saw Jin Liang. Why did you come back just now after sending your brother off? Sister-in-law, let me tell you something. Jin Liang told her everything that happened between him and Xiao Lei in the morning. Zhao Lehong was shocked when she heard this. How could this happen? However, it would be a good thing if she could do things secretly with her brother-in-law in the future. When Xiao Lei tells his mother, we can separate at home. How great! Jin Liang said happily. You'll be so beautiful. Zhao Lehong stretched out her jade finger and tapped Jin Liang's head. Jin Liang hugged her plump body excitedly. At this moment, Jin Yujuan shouted from outside, it's time to eat. It turned out that Jin Kun had just gone out, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discussed having meals together in the future, otherwise it would be inconvenient for Zhao Lehong to cook with a child. Jin Liang, why are you in your sister-in-law's room? Jin Yujuan asked when she saw her daughter-in-law and Jin Liang coming out together. Oh, I just sent my brother back and told my sister-in-law about it, Jin Liang said hurriedly, thinking to himself, I won't lie in a few days, he. Chapter 07. It was already 11:30 when Xiao Lei got home. He saw his grandparents and dad having lunch. He couldn't see his mom Xiao Cai and the others, so he thought they must not have come back yet. Let's eat, Xiao Lei. Dad Li Kehu called. Yes, Xiao Lei responded and went to the kitchen to get the meal. He sat at the table and ate while thinking, why hasn't my mother come back yet? She promised me to go to the woods in the afternoon. Xiao Lei, what did Jin Liang want to talk to you about this morning? Grandpa asked. Oh, brother Jin Kun went out to work this morning, so I went to see him off. Xiao Lei said hurriedly. Jin Suan also went to work in another place. Why didn't you tell Grandpa and Grandma? Kehu said. It's better to go out. You can earn money outside. You will have no future if you stay at home, said Grandma. They ate and talked for a while, and then they finished their meal. Seeing that his mother had not come home yet, Xiao Lei returned to his room and slept on the bed to rest. He needed a good rest, because he still had to go to the woods to do physical exercise with his mother in the afternoon. He lay in bed thinking about how his mother and he did that kind of thing. It was so charming. So his mother would scream like that. He also thought about what he had said to Jin Liang in the morning. The more he thought about it, the happier and more proud he became. He fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He got busy and went to the yard to ask, Grandpa, is my mother back? Grandpa, who was picking corn in the yard, said, he hasn't come back yet. Xiao Lei was anxious when he heard this. Why hadn't his mother and the others come back yet? He hurried to the yard and waited anxiously. Then Hu Xiuying and her daughter came to the city and walked around the market. Xiaocai hadn't been to such a lively market for a long time. She also bought a piece of clothing for Xiaocai. Xiaocai wanted her mother to buy one too, but Hu Xiuying didn't want to spend money, so she didn't buy it. At about 12 o'clock, they had noodles in a noodle shop. Hu Xiuying wanted to go back, but Xiaocai hadn't walked enough and insisted on dragging her mother to go shopping. Hu Xiuying had to accompany her. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they were shopping. Hu Xiuying remembered that she had to go to the woods with Xiao Lei in the afternoon, and she was a little anxious. She said to Xiaocai, it's late, let's go back. Mom, can we play for another half an hour? Xiao Cai hasn't had enough of shopping. Hu Xiuying thought, it was already past 1 o'clock, and if they played for another half an hour, it would be past 2 o'clock when they got home. Xiao Lei must be waiting anxiously at home, so she went shopping with Xiaocai anxiously. When they finally got home, it was already 2 o'clock. They hurriedly took the bus back to the village, and it was already 2:40. Hu Xiuying felt in her heart. She was very anxious, afraid that Xiao Lei would get impatient waiting for her, so she got out of the car and walked quickly back. Mom, why are you walking so fast? Xiao Cai also followed her quickly, she didn't care about her mother at all. We are almost home. Where is your spirit for shopping? Hu Xiuying said as she walked. After a while, she saw the gate of her own house. She saw Xiao Lei looking around at the gate. She knew he was waiting for her. When she arrived at the gate, Xiao Lei glared at his mother fiercely. Hu Xiuying knew that Xiao Lei was waiting anxiously. She felt a little guilty and lowered her head unconsciously. Why did you come back so late? Xiao Lei asked. It's all because of that damn girl Xiao Cai. She had so much fun. Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. Xiao Cai hurried into the yard, eager to try on new clothes. Seeing that they were alone, Xiao Lei looked at Hu Xiuying with a somewhat aggrieved look. He meant, why did you come back so late and make me wait so anxiously? Hu Xiuying looked at her watch and it was already 10 minutes to 3. She blushed and whispered to Xiao Lei, you go there first, I'll be there soon. When Xiao Lei heard his mother say this, he was overjoyed and turned around and walked out of the village. When Hu Xiuying saw Xiao Lei leaving, she hurried into the room and lied to Kehu, saying, I have to go out for something. Oh, then go ahead, the honest Li Kehu responded quickly. By the way, have Xiaogang and Xiaozhi come back yet? Hu Xiuying asked again. Not yet, Kehu replied. Mother-in-law, please make dinner. I may be back late. She said to her mother-in-law beside her. Don't worry, I'm here for you, my mother-in-law said. After saying that, Hu Xiuying hurriedly left the house and headed out of the village. Xiao Lei came into the woods and saw that there was no one around and it was very quiet, so he waited patiently. After a while, he saw his mother coming. "Mom, you're here?" Xiao Lei asked. "Well, were you impatient waiting this afternoon?" Hu Xiuying asked hurriedly. "Why not?" "I've been thinking about you, Mom," Xiao Lei said as he hugged Hu Xiuying. Hu Xiuying blushed and leaned into Xiao Lei's arms. She was wearing a light blue sleeveless top, a black long skirt and a pair of white sandals. She wrapped her snow-white arms around Xiao Lei's neck, and Xiao Lei hugged her back with his back hands. The two of them pressed tightly together and kissed Hu Xiuying's face desperately. Hu Xiuying's chest was pressed against his chest, and her face was rubbing against Xiao Lei's face. "Mom, I miss you," Xiao Lei said hurriedly. "Well, Mom misses you too," Hu Xiuying responded. "Shall we take off our clothes?" Xiao Lei said as he unbuttoned the front of Hu Xiuying's shirt. "Well, I'll take it off myself." Hu Xiuying left his arms and began to unbutton her shirt. Xiao Lei had done it with his mother twice, but both times it was very dark. He hadn't had a good look at his mother's naked body yet. He stood aside and slowly admired her, his eyes fixed on his mother's body. Hu Xiuying took off her top, revealing a white bra underneath. Apart from the bra, the rest of her snow-white and smooth skin was fully visible to Xiao Lei's eyes. Her white and smooth back was only covered by a few thin white bra straps. Her snow-white and round shoulders, her arms were as soft as spring couples, and under her snow-white neck was a deep nipple hook. Because Hu Xiuying's breasts were a little full, half of her breasts were exposed. "Mom, your skin is so white," Xiao Lei couldn't help but say to her. He stared at his mother's upper body without leaving. Hu Xiuying's face turned red, and she took off her bra with her backhand. Then a pair of snow-white, round breasts jumped out, shaking on her chest, and the two purple-black nipples stood up as if greeting Xiao Lei. "So beautiful," Xiao Lei shouted in his heart, and then he saw his mother take off her long skirt, revealing a pair of slender, plump, white and round thighs. These thighs were so beautiful that Xiao Lei's eyes went straight. Then he saw his mother take off her underwear, and under her white belly was a patch of pubic hair, which was long and thick, covering the entire triangle area. It turned out that his mother's body was so beautiful. He had never noticed it before. At this time, Xiao Lei loved his mother's body and couldn't help but say, "Mom, your body is so beautiful." Hu Xiuying blushed when she heard this, and said in a tender voice, "Don't look." She had done it with Xiao Lei twice before, but both times were at night. Now she was naked in front of Xiao Lei in broad daylight, so how could she not feel shy? With a red face, she turned around embarrassedly, with her back to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei suddenly saw a white buttocks, with a deep hook in the middle of the buttocks that divided the buttocks into two semicircles. Xiao Lei couldn't help but come behind her, squatting on the ground and stretching out his two hands to touch her buttocks, which felt very good, soft and smooth. "So comfortable," Xiao Lei shouted while touching. Hu Xiuying then placed her hands on a big tree, bent her upper body slightly, and raised her buttocks high. At this time, Xiao Lei gently spread the two pieces of buttocks apart, revealing a charming anus inside the buttocks. Their anus was covered with fine purple and black wrinkles. He stared at it as if he had discovered a new continent, and found that the door of the hole was tightly closed, the entrance was a little shiny, and there was a wet feeling. When Hu Xiuying saw Xiao Lei spread her buttocks, she knew he was looking at her buttocks. She was so embarrassed that she cried out, "Why are you looking at that, Xiao Lei? Stop looking at it. It's so embarrassing." While saying this, she tightened her buttocks. "Mom, your asshole is so beautiful," Xiao Lei said as he stretched out a finger and put it on the asshole and started to touch it. Don't touch that, it's dirty, it's so filthy, oh my god. I'm so embarrassed." Hu Xiuying screamed while contracting her buttocks tightly. Xiao Lei didn't listen to her. He spit on his finger and put it on his asshole. He inserted his finger into the asshole, tightly, but a little bit inserted. "Oh my god, Xiao Lei, don't play around in this place, it's so filthy, do you want to embarrass your mother to death?" Hu Xiuying screamed in shame. At this time, Xiao Lei's other hand reached to her labia majora just below her anus, and so that the purple-black labia was covered with fine pubic hairs. The vagina was already wet, so he inserted his finger into the vagina. "R!" Hu Xiuying screamed. Xiao Lei attacked from top and bottom. He felt that his mother's anus was a little wet. A finger could be inserted into it, but it was still very tight. The vagina below was already wet, so he inserted 2 fingers and kept playing with it. Xiaolei, it hurts, listen to mom. My asshole hurts, take it out quickly. It's so filthy inside. Hu Xiuying felt her anus hurt, but she also felt her vagina was so comfortable, she kept shouting. At this time, Xiaolei would not listen to her. He desperately used the fingers of both hands to insert and pull out the 2 holes. He felt that his mother's anus was becoming more and more slippery, and that the water in the vagina was increasing. Hu Xiuying's 2 holes in her lower body were being fucked at the same time. She kept shaking her buttocks in excitement, and she felt a very comfortable feeling in her anus. She kept moaning in excitement, hum. Seeing his mother like this, Xiaolei thrust harder and harder. Oh. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lose it. The simultaneous penetration of 2 holes made Hu Xiuying so excited that she was about to reach orgasm. When Xiaolei heard this, he knew his mother was about to reach orgasm, so he sped up. I lost it. Hu Xiuying reached a climax and her body suddenly softened and fell to the ground. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, her face flushed as she breathed in. Mom, are you comfortable? Xiaolei asked. Hu Xiuying slowly opened her eyes, rolled her eyes at Xiaolei, and said in a tender voice, I am so embarrassed, you are so bad. She didn't expect that she could reach orgasm in this way. When Xiaolei heard this, he smiled and said, Mom, you look so satisfied and yet you still say I'm bad. You are the bad one, he. When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red with shame. She glared at Xiaolei and slapped him on the body, you bad boy, you only know how to bully your mother. I will ignore you. No, Mom, you feel so comfortable, but I feel so uncomfortable down there. Xiaolei stood up and took off his pants, revealing his erect penis. He didn't even take off his shirt, and stood with his lower body naked in front of Hu Xiuying, who was half lying on the ground and naked. Hu Xiuying blushed, and then she lay on the ground, spreading her legs apart, exposing her entire vagina, and said shyly, come up quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiaolei hurriedly knelt between her legs, held his penis with his hand, aimed at the target, thrust his buttocks forward, and inserted the entire penis into Hu Xiuying's vagina. Hum. Hu Xiuying sighed softly. Xiaolei pulled out and entered again. He bent down, grabbed the pair of soft and round breasts with both hands and squeezed and rubbed them, hum. Hu Xiuying began to moan slowly again, putting her hands on Xiaolei's buttocks and touching them randomly. After a few minutes of penetration, Xiaolei could not help but lift his mother's pair of snow-white thighs onto his shoulders and press his upper body down, so that Hu Xiuying's legs were facing the sky, her vagina was more prominent, and the penetration was deeper. Hum. Xiaolei. Mom feels so good. Hu Xiuying was unconscious at this time and was shouting incoherently. At this time, Xiaolei lowered his upper body and placed his hands on the ground on both sides of his mother's head. This way, Hu Xiuying's legs and feet were pressed above her head as Xiaolei's upper body pressed down. Xiaolei's lower body kept thrusting. Hu Xiuying felt a little pain in her waist and legs from being pressed like this, but the pleasure from her vagina outweighed the pain, and she kept moaning, dear husband. I feel so good. Hurry up. I'm going to lose it again, She was so comfortable that even her husband called out. When Xiaolei saw his mother was so excited that she called him husband, he was so excited that he thrust hard and fast. Mom, I can't hold it any longer, please help me. Xiaolei felt the urge to urinate. Hold on, reach climax with me, I can't hold it anymore. Hu Xiuying screamed and reached climax. Xiaolei's penis was in her vagina, and it was heated by her mother's hot vaginal fluid. He could no longer hold back, and a stream of semen rushed into Hu Xiuying's body, and he fell limp on her. Mom, are you comfortable? Xiaolei asked. Yeah. Hu Xiuying blushed and responded shyly, then continued, Xiaolei, it's getting late, let's go back quickly. Okay. Xiaolei responded. The two of them hurriedly put on their clothes. At this time, Hu Xiuying said to Xiaolei, I'm going to go back first. You wait here for a while before going back. This way, others won't suspect anything. But my family will scold me if I come home late. Xiao Lei said. Hu Xiuying blushed. You are stupid, you came home late before because you were afraid that I would scold you, now. What's going on now? Xiao Lei asked hurriedly. Hu Xiuying blushed with shame and whispered, now that we are like this, I won't say anything to you. Mom, is this something only couples do? Xiao Lei suddenly asked, remembering that his mother had just called him husband. Hu Xiuying's neck turned red with embarrassment at this question. She rolled her eyes at him and said, why are you asking so many questions when we've already done it? What do you think? Is this something only a couple can do? Xiao Lei insisted on asking. Hu Xiuying had no choice but to blush and shyly reply, yes. No wonder. Xiao Lei said. What's so strange? Hu Xiuying asked. When we were doing it just now, you called me hubby, Xiao Lei said in a rage. What did you say? I didn't scream. Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed when she heard that. Thinking about how she might have screamed in her passionate look just now, she felt more and more embarrassed. I really did scream. Xiao Lei said seriously, do you want to die? Why are you still talking? Hu Xiuying blushed with shame. She reached out and hit Xiao Lei like a little girl. Seeing his mother like this, Xiao Lei found it so adorable that he couldn't help but grab her hand and hugged her again. Don't. Hu Xiuying struggled, it's almost dark, we have to leave, please let go. Xiao Lei didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter, then if you call me something nice, I'll let go, okay. What are you calling me? Hu Xiuying couldn't do anything about him. Think about it. Xiao Lei said, good son, Hu Xiuying called out. That doesn't sound good. Xiao Lei hugged her tighter. Hu Xiuying thought for a moment and called out, my dear son. No, Xiao Lei shook his head. Hu Xiuying couldn't think of anything and asked anxiously, what do you want me to call you? Call me husband. Xiao Lei put his mouth close to her ear and whispered. You want to die? You are my son. Hu Xiuying was so embarrassed after hearing this. Didn't you call me just now? I wouldn't let go if you didn't call me. Xiao Lei hugged her tightly again. Hu Xiuying blushed, thinking that she had already done it with Xiao Lei, so it was okay to scream. She blushed and called out in a tender voice, husband. She was so embarrassed that even her ears turned red. Wife. Xiao Lei was so excited when he heard his mother calling him that he couldn't help but call her wife as well. You are so embarrassing, let me go, I'm going back first, Hu Xiuying said with a blushing face. Xiao Lei let her go, and Hu Xiuying turned around and walked out of the woods without looking back. Maybe it was because she was embarrassed. Hu Xiuying hurriedly walked back home, feeling excited and embarrassed, and also very scared. How could Xiao Lei become so unreasonable? He made me say such words. I was so embarrassed to call my own son husband, but I was also embarrassed. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I became. As she walked and thought, her face was very red, and her heart beat faster. When she was almost at her yard, she stood outside and took a deep breath to calm herself. She touched her face and felt it was still a little hot. She patted her chest and pretended to be calm as if nothing had happened. She walked into the yard and saw the family having dinner. It was getting dark and it was almost 6 o'clock. Mom, you're back. Come and have dinner. Xiaogang called her. Yeah, Hu Xiuying responded and sat down at the table, picked up the meal and started eating. Mom, where is my second brother? Why hasn't he come home yet? If you don't take care of him, he will become more and more unruly. Xiao Cai said to Hu Xiuying angrily. Hu Xiuying blushed unconsciously, but she said, you were saying he was good this morning, you silly girl. Mom, just speak up for my second brother. You really need to talk to him. Look how well behaved I am. Unlike my second brother, I am nowhere to be seen every day. 15-year-old Xiaoji also said. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she reached out and touched her youngest son's head and said with a smile, yes, you are the best. Come and eat. Xiuying, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but look at Xiaolei. He's quiet and never says hello every time he goes out to play. We're all worried about him. You really have to have a good talk with him when you come back this time. The old lady on the side also said. Yes, Xiuying, Xiaolei never listens to me, so what you say is very effective, Li Kehu also said. Seeing that everyone in the family was talking about Xiaolei, Hu Xiuying had no choice but to say, well, I will definitely talk to him properly when I come back this time. She thought to herself, what can I do? What can I say to him? He came so late because he played late in the woods with me. But it was difficult to say anything else, so she could only say this. Mom, what's wrong with Xiaolei these days? He seems to be out of his mind every day. I see he can't sleep well in bed every night. It seems like he has something on his mind, Xiaogang said to Hu Xiuying. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she thought to herself, they didn't know that Xiaolei might become different from now on, would get along well with his family, and would love to talk. Just then, Xiaolei came back. Where have you been, second brother? Why did you come back just now? Xiao Cai asked Xiaolei hurriedly. Xiaolei smiled and said to Xiao Cai, I went to a friend's house to play, so I came back a little late. I'm sorry for making you worry. Xiaolei went to the kitchen at the back. Everyone thought that Xiaolei would just ignore them quietly, but unexpectedly he laughed and said a lot of things. Their whole family was so shocked that they opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Hu Xiuying looked at the expressions of her family and couldn't help wanting to laugh. She was the only one who knew the situation clearly. But she said, eat, what's wrong with you? Mom, haven't you noticed that my second brother has changed? Xiao Cai said. Didn't I just tell you that you were saying good things about him this morning? Hu Xiuying said with a smile. Strange. Xiaogang also said to himself. Xiaolei brought the meal and sat down next to Hu Xiuying. Seeing that the whole family was looking at him, he was startled, thinking that his affair with his mother had been discovered. He lowered his head and started eating, feeling uneasy inside. Xiaolei, you should always speak like you did today in the future. You must keep it up. Hu Xiuying said to Xiaolei. Xiaolei understood immediately that the family was looking at him because he liked to talk. He raised his head and said to everyone with a smile, Why are you looking at me? There's nothing on my face. His face turned red, and the family laughed. Chapter 08. A week passed. During this week, Hu Xiuying went to get off work and home as usual. When she got home, she didn't do that kind of thing with Xiaolei again. This was what Hu Xiuying had agreed with him. He was only allowed to have sex twice a month. He said that he was in the study period now. If he did that too much, it would affect his study and hurt his health. Xiaolei was also very obedient and busy studying. His grades improved a little during this week. Hu Xiuying was very happy to study hard. She also saw that Xiaolei was different from before. He was also more cheerful and talkative. The family was very happy. However, the family always had insufficient money. There were 8 people in the family, and the expenses were high. This made Hu Xiuying start to worry again. During this week, she did have sex with Hu Zai once, but she was embarrassed to ask him for money. It was not easy for him to earn money at such a young age. This day was Sunday. Li Jinliang knew that Xiaolei was at home, so he went to find Xiaolei and pulled him out. He said to him, You must be free today. I looked for you a few nights ago, but you always said you had to study your homework. When Xiaolei heard this, he said he was free. He had been busy with his studies this week and wanted to go out and have some fun. Besides, he hadn't done it in the past few days and felt a little exposed. He knew why Jin Liang wanted to see him because Jin Liang had come to see him 2 days ago and asked him to explain the matter to his aunt so that he and his sister-in-law Zhao Lahorn would stop being sneaky. Then can you come to my house now? My mother is home alone, and I asked my sister-in-law to go back to her parents' home, Jin Liang said to him hurriedly. Okay, where are you going? Xiaolei asked Jin Liang. Jin Liang blushed and whispered, I secretly went home and hid in the back room to watch you guys do that, to see if what you said is true. After saying that, Jin Liang became excited. Xiaolei was also very excited after hearing this. It was really exciting. Then it settled. I'll go home and hide first, and you come back later. Jin Liang said and hurried home. When Jin Liang returned home, he saw that his mother Zhen Yujuan was not in the yard. He knew that she must be in the room, so he tiptoed back to his room, closed the door, got on the bed gently, reached out to lift the picture, and looked through the cracks in the wooden boards. Most of the room in front was clear. The bed in Zhen Yujuan's room was placed in the middle, with the head of the bed against the east wall. At this time, Jin Liang saw his mother lying on the bed watching TV. Because it was summer and the weather was very hot, Zhen Yujuan did not cover herself with a quilt. She was only wearing a light yellow nightgown with suspenders. Her snow-white neck and chest were mostly exposed. Her round white shoulders and a pair of snow-white arms were all visible in Jin Liang's eyes. I saw her lower leg stretched out flat, and the other leg lifted up, so that her nightdress was lifted up high, exposing a snow-white, round and plump thigh. This posture was extremely tempting. Jin Yujuan was watching TV when she heard someone outside calling, "Auntie, auntie." She knew it was Xiao Lei's voice and was delighted. This kid has ignored me for a week. Today, no one is home, so I don't have to hide anymore. She quickly responded loudly, "Come in, I'm home." Xiao Lei entered the room and saw that the aunt was wearing a suspender nightgown and looked very charming, so he smiled and said to her, "Auntie, you are so beautiful." When Jin Liang saw Xiao Lei coming in, he stared at everything in the room in front of him with his eyes wide open. His heart was pounding. "You little rascal, you ignored me for a week," Jin Yujuan said to Xiao Lei in a tender voice. Xiao Lei knew that Jin Liang was hiding in the back room and peeking at her. He spoke and behaved differently, so he hurried to her bedside. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he stretched out his hand and gently pinched Jin Yujuan's face. "Wife, I'm here." This action, this kind of call, made Jin Yujuan blush, shyly stretched out her hand to twist Xiao Lei's arm, and said in a soft voice, "You little rascal, you only know how to tease auntie." "I won't pay attention to you," she said like a little girl who was angry and spoiled. Seeing his nearly 50-year-old mother like this, Jin Liang's lower body slowly became hard and his breathing became a little rapid. Xiao Lei deliberately wanted Jin Liang to see a good show. When he heard Jin Yujuan say that she would ignore him, he quickly stood up and said, "If you don't want to pay attention to me, then I'm leaving." After saying that, he pretended to want to leave. Jin Yujuan was afraid that he was really going to leave, so she quickly stretched out her bare white arms, grabbed Xiao Lei's hands and rolled her eyes at him. "I can't even act like a spoiled child, really." "Then if you say yes, I won't leave," Xiao Lei said. Jin Yujuan knew what Xiao she liked to call him, and her face turned red. She rolled her eyes at him and called softly, "Husband." At this time, Jin Liang, who was hiding in the back room, heard this and couldn't help but put his hand into his crotch with excitement. His heart was beating wildly with excitement, his breathing became rapid, and he stared at the crack of the door, not daring to open his eyes. Xiao Lei was also excited when he saw the aunt calling him and her charming appearance. He hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch Jin Yujuan's face. "My dear. Honey, have you missed me these days?" When Jin Yujuan saw Xiao Lei humiliating herself like this, she gave him a cold look and said, "No, why would I miss you?" "Really?" Xiao Lei asked. "No." Jin Yujuan said, thinking to herself, "Let me feel it and see if there is any." Xiao Lei said as he reached his hand inside her skirt and touched between her legs. He felt that the crotch of her panties was already wet. He laughed and said, "You said no, but look, it's soaked." He. Jin Yujuan was embarrassed by Xiao Lei's sudden action and her face turned red. When she heard Xiao Lei say this, she was so embarrassed that she quickly grabbed Xiao Lei's hand under her skirt and said in a soft voice with a red face, "What are you doing? It's so embarrassing. Take it out quickly. You're already wet, and you still say you don't want it." Xiao Lei said without taking his hand away. Jin Yujuan felt that she was really wet, and was caught by Xiao Lei on the spot. She was speechless and blushed as she gave Xiao Lei a look. "It's wet, so what? I miss you so much." She looked even more coquettish than a little girl. A woman who was almost 50 years old spoke like this in front of a 19-year-old boy. Xiao Lei's heart was beating fast with excitement. Jin Liang was so excited that he almost fainted. He never expected that his mother, who usually looked elegant and serious, would be like this behind the scenes. "Honey, you are so cute. I love you so much." Xiao Lei excitedly pressed his body towards her. He opened his mouth and kissed her face. Seeing Xiao Lei pressing on her, Jin Yujuan quickly stretched out her snow-white arms, hooked them around his neck, and kissed him. Their mouths were now in contact, their tongues entangled with each other, and they seemed to be sucking each other's saliva, making a sizzling sound. Jin Liang saw his mother and Xiao Lei hugging each other and kissing passionately, and his excited fingers kept moving in his crotch. It turned out that he was masturbating. While kissing her, Xiao Lei used his other hand to lift up Jin Yujuan and her suspender skirt. It turned out that Jin Yujuan did not wear a bra at home, revealing a pair of plump, snow-white breasts with two tight black nipples. Hum, hum, hum. Jin Yujuan made a hum sound in her throat, while her hands kept touching Xiao Lei's back. At this time, the two of them had each other's saliva on their lips. Xiao Lei reached his hand to her waist again and pulled her panties to her thighs, exposing Jin Yujuan's lower body and the pubic hair under her snow-white belly. As Xiao Lei kissed her passionately, he put his hand on her pubic hair and stroked it. His fingers would occasionally fall into the already wet flesh hole. He would then insert his fingers into the flesh hole and keep digging. I just felt that the flesh hole was getting more and more moist, and the lewd water kept flowing out. Jin Yujuan's flesh hole was being dug like this, and she felt extremely itchy inside her hole, as if there were mosquitoes biting her. It was very uncomfortable. Her mouth left Xiao Lei's mouth, and she moaned and shouted, "Husband! I'm so hard to love. Come in quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei hurriedly stood up and quickly took off all his clothes. He then reached out and took off his panties that were only halfway removed and placed on her thighs. He spread her plump, snow-white thighs with both hands, aimed at the target, and inserted his penis into her. The vagina that was extremely itchy and empty just now was entered by a hot penis. Yujuan moaned in satisfaction, so comfortable, move faster, Jin Liang, who was standing at the back of the room, was shocked. Is this my usual mother? I didn't expect my mother to be several times more promiscuous than my sister-in-law in bed. As Xiao Lei thrusted, Jin Liang also masturbated continuously to the rhythm of Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei held Jin Yujuan's breasts with both hands, squeezing and grabbing them, while his lower body kept thrusting forward. Oh, so comfortable, so uncomfortable, hum. Jin Yujuan called out vaguely. It was unknown whether she was feeling comfortable or uncomfortable. Perhaps only she herself knew the answer. After doing this for a while, Xiao Lei tried out his best move, which was to lift her thighs onto his shoulders and then press his upper body down. As Xiao Lei pressed his upper body down, Jin Yujuan's round, white thighs were pressed against her breasts, and her two little feet were facing the sky, shaking with Xiao Lei's thrusting. This action made Jin Yujuan's vagina more prominent, and the insertion was deeper, reaching the bottom every time. You little bad boy, you really know how to play. It hurts, put down my legs, it hurts, don't put them down, just like that, Jin Yujuan had already lost her mind at this time, and didn't know what she was saying. Xiao Lei was sweating profusely at this time, and he was very angry. Seeing the aunt like this, he continued to work hard and thrust in and out one after another. Jin Yujuan felt that although her vagina was being penetrated very comfortably, she felt very uncomfortable being pressed down by Xiao Lei, and her waist and thighs were very painful, numb and painful. She hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Lei, put my legs down quickly, it hurts so much." Xiao Lei was getting excited at this time, so he didn't listen to her and kept thrusting his buttocks. "Oh, it hurts so much, put me down." Jin Yujuan was in so much pain that she didn't care about her vagina anymore. She only felt numbness and pain in her waist and thighs. She couldn't bear it any longer. Xiao Lei still didn't listen to her and followed her closely. The pain made Jin Yujuan shed tears and begged for mercy, "Please forgive me. It hurts. It really hurts. My waist hurts as if it is broken. Let me go first. Please." Jin Liang, who was hiding in the back room and peeking, saw Xiao Lei abusing his mother like this and wanted to rush into the room and beat him up, but seeing his mother in such pain and discomfort, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. At this time, Xiao Lei saw that she was in so much pain that he put down her legs and apologized, "I'm sorry, I hurt you." Then he stretched out his hand to rub Jin Yujuan's waist. "Does it hurt?" Jin Yujuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her legs finally being put down. When she heard Xiao Lei asking this, she was furious and glared at him fiercely, "You are really bad. Does it hurt when I press you like this? I am almost 50 years old. I am not like young people. Why are you still so crazy?" Then she stretched out her hand and twisted his arm fiercely. It hurts, it hurts." Xiao Lei screamed in pain, "Let go." Jin Yujuan twisted her hand tightly in revenge. "Just now I told you to put it down, did you listen? I'll twist you to death. Spare me, I won't dare to do it again, it hurts so much." Xiao Lei almost cried in pain and screamed desperately. Seeing him in such pain, Jin Yujuan let go of her hand with satisfaction and laughed, "Let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future." I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again, Xiao Lei said as he rubbed his arm, which was twisted and painful. Jin Yujuan looked at Xiao Lei with pride, and suddenly stretched out a pair of white arms to hug his neck and press Xiao Lei under her body, and said in a tender voice, "Let auntie take good care of you." When Xiao Lei heard this, he said happily, "Okay, you can see I was tired just now it's time for me to enjoy myself, hee hee." Jin Yujuan quickly let go of his neck with her arms, opened her legs and knelt down at Xiao Lei's waist. She held Xiao Lei's penis with her hand and aimed it at her hole. She gently pressed her buttocks, and the penis entered the hole. Hum. Jin Yujuan moaned softly, and began to thrust her snow-white buttocks up and down. After a few minutes of this, they both reached orgasm at the same time. Jin Liang was so excited that he thanked her 3 times. He was lying on the bed excitedly and comfortably, waiting for Xiao Lei to tell his mother about himself and his sister-in-law. Jin Yujuan and Xiao Lei, both satisfied, were lying on the bed. Xiao Lei hugged Jin Yujuan's white body, and gently stroked her snow-white, round shoulders. Jin Yujuan nestled in his arms, and her white hands stroked back and forth on his chest. "Wife, I have something to tell you." Xiao Lei started speaking. "What's the matter?" Jin Yujuan asked. Xiao Lei told her everything about Jin Liang. Jin Yujuan's eyes widened when she heard this. How could this happen? But since things were already like this, she had no choice but to agree. "Let's eat here at noon." "They are not at home. Auntie will prepare the food for you, okay?" Jin Yujuan said to Xiao Lei. "Well, I've already told my family that I'm playing at my friend's house, so it's okay for me to go home late in the afternoon," Xiao Lei responded. Jin Yujuan looked at the time and it was already past 11 o'clock, so she said, "You take a rest first, I'll get up and cook for you." "Well, my wife is really good," Xiao Lei said. He liked the aunt very much in his heart. Jin Yujuan got up and put on her clothes. When she went out, she came to the bed, bent down, kissed Xiao Lei on the face, and went out to cook. At this time, Jin Liang had already slipped out of the house to look for his sister-in-law. Xiao Lei lay on the bed and turned on the TV to watch it. He watched it naturally as if he were at home. After watching it for half an hour, he heard Jin Yujuan calling him from outside, "Xiao Lei, I'm almost done, get up." Xiao Lei got up quickly, put on his clothes and went to the kitchen in the back. He saw Jin Yujuan cooking the last dish in front of the stove. Looking at her charming and plump body from behind, he couldn't help but come behind her and put his arms around her. Don't, I'm cooking." Jin Yujuan shouted hurriedly, "No, I want to hug you." Xiao Lei held her tightly, and stretched out his hands to hold the pair of plump breasts on her chest and began to knead them. Hum. Jin Yujuan sighed softly, turned around quickly, kissed Xiao Lei on the face and said with a blushing face, "Be good, go to the front first, I'm almost done, I'll give it to you in the afternoon." "Okay?" Xiao Lei had no choice but to let go of her body and went to the front dining area to wait. At this moment, Jin Liang and his cousin Zhao Lehong came into the yard. Xiao Lei was startled. "They came so early, but don't be afraid, as they have been told." "Xiao Lei, you are here." Zhao Lehong greeted Xiao Lei. "Yes, sister-in-law, you are back," Xiao Lei responded quickly. "Xiao Lei, where is my mother?" Jin Liang asked hurriedly. "She's inside," Xiao Lei said, and Jin Liang hurriedly walked inside. At this time, Xiao Lei and his sister-in-law Zhao Lehong blushed unconsciously because they knew each other's privacy. Zhao Lehong was an experienced person and was 10 years older than Xiao Lei. She said to Xiao Lei, "We are all a family from now on. It's okay for you to be casual." She said this because she saw that Xiao Lei was a little nervous. Xiao Lei blushed and said, "Yes, yes." He didn't know what to say. Jin Yujuan had already heard their voices outside. Knowing that her son and daughter-in-law had returned, she was frightened and did not dare to come out. She felt very confused. They all knew about her and Xiao Lei, and she felt very embarrassed. What should she do? Jin Liang came to the kitchen and saw his mother in a daze. He shouted, "Mom! What are you thinking about? The food is almost burnt." When Jin Yujuan heard this, she quickly put some water in the pot and said with a red face, "You guys are back." "Well, Mom, did Xiao Lei tell you everything?" Jin Liang asked hurriedly. Jin Yujuan blushed and replied in a low voice, "Yes." "That's good. From now on, we won't care about each other. You don't have to be embarrassed. Only the four of us know about this. Don't worry. My sister-in-law and I both agree that you and Xiao Lei are together. Because Jin Liang had secretly seen her and Xiao Lei doing that kind of thing in the morning and saw the state of his mother in bed, so he said these words straight to the point. Seeing her son's open-mindedness and straightforwardness, Jin Yujuan felt relieved and said to Jin Liang with a red face, "You won't laugh at your mother, will you?" "No, don't worry. My sister-in-law and I will treat you well while dad and brother are away," Jin Liang said sincerely. "Well, let's go out and eat first," Jin Yujuan said with a red face. When they got to the front, they heard Zhao Lehong calling out, "Mom! What delicious food are you going to make today?" Jin Yujuan blushed and whispered, "There's nothing special about the dishes, just an extra plate of meat." Zhao Lehong smiled and said, "Is the extra plate of meat a treat for your little lover?" Jin Yujuan blushed and looked up and said, "It's to entertain your little lover." Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this, and the tense atmosphere began to ease a lot. Everyone started talking and laughing. "Lehong, where is your son?" Jin Yujuan asked when she suddenly realized that her grandson was missing. "Oh, his grandmother wanted to take care of him for a few days, so I just left him there," said Zhao Lehong. "Come on, let's sit down and eat." Jin Liang was very happy. He said that he was sitting with his sister-in-law, which was the lower seat. In rural areas, the way of sitting for meals is generally very particular. The younger generation can only sit in the lower seat, which is also called the lower horizontal seat. The upper seat is called the upper horizontal seat, which is where the older generation sits. So Jin Yujuan also sat down in the upper seat opposite them, that is, the upper horizontal seat, but Xiao Lei didn't know where to sit and stood on the ground without moving. Jin Liang saw this and hurriedly said, "Xiao Lei, just sit with my mother." Xiao Lei said hurriedly, "If we sit together, won't I become the elder generation?" Zhao Lehong smiled and said, "Yes, today you are the elder, because you and my mother-in-law are husband and wife." Gidge. After hearing this, Jin Yujuan was so embarrassed that she rolled her eyes at her daughter-in-law and said, "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Jin Liang laughed and said, Yes, they are husband and wife." "Xiao Lei, come and sit next to my mother." Jin Yujuan blushed with shame, lowered her head and said nothing. When Xiao Lei heard this, he hurriedly sat down next to Jin Yujuan and said with a red face, "I'm sorry, I'll be the senior today." Seeing that Xiao Lei really sat next to her, Jin Yujuan rolled her eyes at him and secretly twisted Xiao Lei's thigh. What she meant was, "Asking you to sit next to me makes me feel so ashamed." Seeing that everyone was seated, Jin Liang spoke, "Today is the day when our two pairs of fake couples meet each other again. Let's have a drink to celebrate." He poured a glass of wine for everyone as he spoke. Wait, what do you mean by fake couple? What do you mean by seeing the light of day again?" Xiao Lei didn't understand what he said and asked him hurriedly. Jin Yujuan and Zhao Lehong didn't understand what he was saying either. Seeing Xiao Lei asking, they waited for Jin Liang to say something. "You are so stupid. A fake couple means my dad and eldest brother are back, so we have to separate. Seeing each other in public means we have been doing it secretly before, but now it is open to the four of us. Stop being secretive. Isn't it seeing each other in public?" Jin Liang was not well educated, and he spoke in a very pretentious way. After hearing this, they finally realized what was going on, but Jin Yujuan still looked embarrassed. "Xiao Lei, you have to be nicer to my mother-in-law in the future, okay?" Zhao Lehong said to Xiao Lei. "Yes, I understand," Xiao Lei replied, and Jin Yujuan blushed and lowered her head in shame. "Mom, don't be embarrassed. Be open about it. There are only four of us who know about it. It's no big deal." Jin Liang said to his mother when he saw that she was embarrassed. "Yes, mother-in-law, we are in this situation now, why not be happy?" Zhao Lehong also said to her. "Auntie, think positively, there are no outsiders here," Xiao Lei also said to Jin Yuhong beside him. After listening to her son, daughter-in-law and Xiao Lei, Jin Yujuan also came to her senses. She raised her head and said with a red face, "It's nothing. As long as you don't laugh at me, I'll come to my senses. Come on, let's have a drink." As she spoke, she raised the wine and asked everyone to drink. In her heart, she was very grateful to her son and daughter-in-law for sympathizing with her and understanding her. Everyone drank a glass, and then Xiao Lei raised his glass and said to Jin Liang and Zhao Lehong, "I'll toast to you." The two of them also picked up a glass of wine and drank it. After they finished, Zhao Lehong said to Xiao Lei and Jin Yujuan, who were in the upper seats, "I should be the one toasting to you. Come on, drink." The four of us drank happily. Chapter 09. Let's talk about Hu Xiuying. When she entered the factory for work that day, Hu Zai saw her and shouted as usual, "My wife is here." Hu Xiuying was used to hearing this, so she responded and started to order paper boxes. She felt a little annoyed, thinking about her experiences during this period, with the factory director, Zhang Guilong, manager Wang, Hu Zi, and finally her son Xiaolei. In just 10 days, she had experienced so many things. What comforted her most was that Xiaolei had become serious and talkative, completely different from before. The family lived in harmony, but the family income remained the same, all relying on her. The family still owed more than 10,000 yuan to others. From time to time, people came to the door to ask for money, and she had to say all the nice things before she replied. She felt that it was a bit too much for her to bear all these burdens alone. "Are you thinking about something again?" Hu Zai was the best at reading her expression. "No," Hu Xiuying said. "I know you are worried about the difficulties at home," said Tiger. Hu Xiuying was speechless. "How can you take care of so many people in the family by yourself?" Alas! Hu Zai was also helpless. "Hu Zai, stop talking." Hu Xiuying felt a little sad and didn't want to listen anymore. On her way home from get off work, when she was almost at the village, she unexpectedly ran into Zhang Guilong standing at the intersection. He stopped her as if he was waiting for her. "Sister-in-law, you are off work?" "Yeah, what are you doing here?" Hu Xiuying saw him stopping her and quickly got off her bicycle and asked him. Zhang Guilong hurriedly said to her, "Sister-in-law, I'm waiting for you." Hu Xiuying was startled. Didn't they make it clear last time? Why was he looking for her again? She immediately asked, "What are you waiting for me for? Can you accompany me tonight?" Zhang Guilong said to her. Didn't we agree on this last time? Why don't you keep your word?" Hu Xiuying said anxiously. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. It has nothing to do with what happened last time. Although I, Zhang Guilong, can't get married, I have been in the society for many years, and my words always count," Zhang Guilong said, patting his chest. Hu Xiuying thought about it and it made sense. Seeing that he was a bachelor, she knew that he was very loyal in society. She had heard others say that he was very loyal. She had just done that with him last time, otherwise she would never do that with a man from the same village. She asked him in confusion, "So, what did you mean just now?" "Oh, it's like this. A group of friends asked me to go out to the city to play in the evening. I don't want my friends to laugh at me for not having a woman, so I want you to accompany me. I can also save face in front of my friends. But I won't ask you to go for nothing. As long as you are willing to accompany me, I will give you 500 yuan. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I will find someone else to go. Now it's only 500 yuan to ask a lady to accompany you for a night. But I saw that your family's living conditions are not very good, so I asked you, okay?" Zhang Guilong said and looked at her, as if waiting for her answer. He looked like he would turn around and leave immediately if she didn't agree. Hu Xiuying was tempted when she heard what he said, and when she heard he would give her 500 yuan, she felt that she had done that with him, and he was so loyal that nothing would happen. If he had asked a young lady to accompany him, there would be many options, so why did he ask me? I am 45 years old, and he asked me to go because my family is in trouble and he is taking care of me. If I don't go, the 500 yuan will be earned by others in vain. She blushed and asked, "Are we going to go tonight?" When Zhang Guilong heard her ask this, he knew she would agree, and he was overjoyed, and hurriedly said, "Yes, if you don't agree, I will go to the city and find a girl to accompany me. What time will you be back at night?" "It's not good to be too late." Hu Xiuying asked. "I don't know about that. Anyway, you are not asked to spend the night in the city." Zhang Guilong replied. "Okay then, what time do we go tonight?" Hu Xiuying asked him. "Let's go now. We are going to have dinner in the city. A friend of mine will come to pick me up later," Zhang Guilong said hurriedly. "Then I'll go home for a while, I'll be right back, wait for me," Hu Xiuying said as she got on her bike and rode towards the village. Zhang Guilong was delighted to see Hu Xiuying agreed so readily. It turned out that he missed Hu Xiuying every day after the last time he had sex with her. He masturbated with her underwear at night. But he promised her that he would only have sex with her once last time. In order to prove that he was a very loyal person and was embarrassed to find her again, it would be very convenient to call a prostitute at night. There were many prostitutes in the city. The problem was that these prostitutes were generally not clean. What was the point of letting others play with them every day? He thought of Hu Xiuying. But Hu Xiuying was different. Although she was 45 years old, she looked good with fair skin. What attracted him was that Hu Xiuying was a good woman. Besides, when Hu Xiuying returned home, she had no time to talk to her children. On their way from the village entrance to her home, she was thinking, I will accompany him to meet his friends in the evening, so I should dress nicely and not dress so casually as usual, otherwise others will laugh at me. Then she thought of the underwear that Hu Xi gave her last time. English, at this time, she hurried into her room and found the black sexy underwear. When she saw the underwear, Hu Xiuying's face turned red. She closed the door, stretched out her hands to take off all her clothes, and immediately her snow-white and charming naked body was exposed. She hurriedly put on the underwear, and her face turned red with shame. It was too small, as if she was not wearing anything. This was not underwear, it was clearly a strap. There was a small piece in the front that could only cover the pubic hair, and it was transparent, so the pubic hair inside was faintly visible. There were only two thin straps on the waist all the way to the back, and a thin strap on the buttocks that just fit into the buttocks. If you didn't look carefully, it looked like she was not wearing anything. How could this dead tiger buy me such a shameful thing? She cursed tiger in her heart, but still couldn't help putting on the bra. This bra was okay, almost the same as usual, just a little small, and most of her breasts were exposed. Hu Xiuying didn't have any good clothes, so she found a white sleeveless top and put it on, and so that she was wearing such shameful underwear underneath. She didn't want to wear a skirt, so she had to wear a pair of black trousers and a pair of sandals. She looked in the mirror and felt satisfied. Then she took a small handbag and went out. She told her family that she had something to do at her mother's house. Usually, she didn't tell them what she was doing when she went out. She just said she had something to do. But tonight was different. Zhang Guilong said that she didn't know when he would be back, so she said she was going to her mother's house. It didn't matter if he came back later. When she arrived at the entrance of the village, she saw Zhang Guilong standing by a car waiting for her. Zhang Guilong hurriedly opened the back door for her, and Hu Xiuying got in. Zhang Guilong followed her and sat in the back seat. The car started. At this time, Hu Xiuying glanced at the driver in front and saw that he was a young man in his 20s with a yellow hair in front. He was obviously a gangster. He asked Zhang Guilong while driving, Brother Long, why don't you introduce me? Oh, Huazi, she is from my village, you can just call her sister-in-law, Zhang Guilong introduced hurriedly. He then said to Hu Xiuying who was sitting next to him, he is my friend, you can just call him Huazi. Hu Xiuying and Huazi both nodded and said hello. However, Hu Xiuying was a little scared in her heart. She had to be careful when interacting with these people from society. At this moment, she felt Zhang Guilong stretch out his left arm and put it on her shoulders to hug her. She blushed and tried to push his arm away, but she heard Zhang Guilong whisper in her ear, be more natural. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she had no choice but to let him hug her. Yes, she had already taken 500 yuan from others, so she had to give something back. Okay, Brother Long, you're quite friendly. Huazi could see the situation behind in the car mirror, and said to Zhang Guilong in the back while driving with a smile. Hu Xiuying's face turned red when she heard this and she lowered her head. Zhang Guilong also smiled and said to Huazi, you are not as good as me. Sometimes there are two of us. Har har. You are much better than me. Hee hee. Huazi laughed and said, both of them are not as good as you, Brother Long, look at how mature and plump my sister-in-law is. Hu Xiuying blushed when she heard this, and she was secretly happy in her heart. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? The car drove into the city, turning east and west and stopped in front of a big hotel. They got out of the car and entered the hotel. The decoration inside was very luxurious and high-end. Hu Xiuying had never been to such a luxurious hotel before, and she was dazzled by it. At this time, Zhang Guilong whispered to her, be natural, put your arm around my arm. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she quickly stretched out her right arm and held his left arm, pretending to be very natural so that others would think they were a loving couple. They came to a private room on the third floor. There were already 3 men and 3 women sitting inside. When they saw someone coming, they hurriedly greeted them. "Along, please introduce yourself," a middle-aged man in his 40s with a scar on his face said to Zhang Guilong. Yes, big brother, this is from my village. Her name is Xiuying," Zhang Guilong said with a smile on his face, looking very respectful. Seeing Zhang Guilong like this, Hu Xiuying knew that the middle-aged man must be a big brother. Then she saw him stretch out his hand and push her while saying, "Call me big brother." Hu Xiuying had never seen such a scene before, and hurriedly called out to the knife-wielding man, "Brother. Oh, sit down, sit down." The eldest brother looked fierce, but he spoke very warmly. They sat down. At this time, Hu Xiuying looked at the people sitting there and saw that next to the man called Big Brother was a very beautiful young woman in her 30s. I saw a young man in his 20s sitting next to me. He was bald and looked fierce. Next to him sat a girl in her 20s. Judging from her dress, she must be a young lady. The other man was also a young man in his 20s who looked very gentle and handsome. Next to him sat a middle-aged woman who was about the same age as herself and in her 40s. She looked very dignified and elegant. However, she was dressed more fashionably than herself and looked like a city girl. At this time, Wazi called a girl who was only 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as her daughter, and sat next to him. Wazi had one hand around the girl's waist. Hu Xiuying thought to herself, "This girl is about the same age as her daughter, and now she is like this, alas." They were drinking back and forth, having a great time. They kept asking Hu Xiuying to drink, but she said she didn't know how to drink and only took a small sip. After drinking for more than an hour, they were almost done. The eldest brother said he wanted to go to a private room to sing, so he booked a room in the hotel. A large group of people walked towards the room. Hu Xiuying naturally walked with Zhang Guilong's arm, and whispered to him, "I can't sing." She had never been to a private room before. She had heard about private rooms from others, saying that they were used to find prostitutes, and she didn't know what a private room looked like. At this time, Hu Xiuying felt a little panicked. What was a private room used for? Soon, a group of people entered a large private room. It was very dark inside and the decoration was very luxurious. Hu Xiuying had never seen it before. There was a row of long sofas in it. In front of the sofas were 4 large and long glass tea tables. Hu Xiuying thought to herself, "This is what a private room looks like." Seeing that they all sat down, she sat next to Zhang Guilong. The eldest brother and his friends started to order wine and songs. After a while, music sounded in the private room. The sound was very loud. Hu Xiuying was a little uncomfortable. The eldest brother was holding the young woman next to him and singing with a microphone. The bald man, the handsome young man and Huazi were all holding their women next to them. The bald man even put his hand into the young lady's chest and rubbed it. Hu Xiuying blushed when she saw this. How could he touch her like that in front of so many people? It was so embarrassing. At this time, Zhang Guilong hugged Hu Xiuying, and she leaned on him, feeling very uncomfortable in front of so many people. She secretly glanced at the elegant middle-aged woman who was not much different from herself, and saw her falling naturally into the arms of the handsome young man. She didn't feel embarrassed anymore, thinking that this was what a private room was like. They started drinking and smoking again. Their whole room was filled with singing, talking and guessing. The most unbearable thing was the smell of cigarettes. Hu Xiuying was usually afraid of the smell of cigarettes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. At this time, the handsome young man came to Hu Xiuying with a glass of wine, sat down next to her and said to her, "Sister, let's have a drink." I don't know how to drink," Hu Xiuying said hurriedly. "It's okay, just drink less with him." Zhang Guilong on the side said to Hu Xiuying, "He is the son of our city's police chief. He is giving you face by inviting you to drink." When Hu Xiuying heard that he was the son of an official, she had a crush on him. Seeing that he was gentle and handsome, she blushed and raised her glass, saying, "I'll drink a little bit, and you finish it, okay?" Okay, thank you for your honor, come and drink." He drank it in one gulp, and Hu Xiuying also took a sip. Seeing that he didn't want to leave and still sat beside her, Hu Xiuying felt a little embarrassed. "Sister, what's your name?" he asked. "Oh, my last name is Hu, what's yours?" Hu Xiuying asked back out of courtesy. "Sister Hu, my name is Hu Xiaojun, you can just call me Xiaojun," the man who called himself Xiaojun said politely. Yeah, Hu Xiuying responded, and she began to like Xiaojun more and more. Sister Hu, come on, let's have another drink, okay? Xiaojun picked up the wine again. Yeah. Hu Xiuying responded and quickly picked up the wine and drank a little. Sister Hu, where are you from? Xiaojun asked. From the countryside, Hu Xiuying replied. I think Sister Hu is dignified and elegant, not the kind of person who would do anything promiscuous. Why are you with Brother Long and the others? Xiaojun asked in a low voice. Because the noise in the room was very loud and noisy, Zhang Guilong on the other side could not hear it at all. Hu Xiuying didn't know what to say and asked him back, I see you look so gentle, why are you with them? Oh, did you see the big brother with the scar on his face? Xiaojun said. I saw it, Hu Xiuying said hurriedly, do you know what he does? Xiaojun asked. Isn't he just a gangster in society? Hu Xiuying said casually. He is not an ordinary person. He is the gangster boss of our city. This time one of his men was arrested, and he asked me to help him get him out. That's why he invited me out to play in the evening. I didn't want to play with them. It was he who invited my dad. My dad didn't want to be with these people, so he asked me to come and join in the fun, Xiaojun said and drank another glass. Hu Xiuying knew that the black and white are one family in today's society, so it was no wonder that Xiaojun was with them. She looked at him differently and asked, what does the woman next to you do? When Xiaojun heard this, his face turned red, do you want to know? Well. But if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Hu Xiuying thought that asking this question was a bit too much. Why did she care about other people's private affairs? But she asked this question unconsciously, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Xiaojun still told her, her name is Shenbaixue, she is a high school teacher. Hu Xiuying exclaimed in her heart, why is the teacher like this? She couldn't help but ask again, the teacher is like this too. Don't think badly of her, she is a decent person, Xiaojun said. Then why is she with you? Hu Xiuying couldn't figure it out. Seeing her suspicious look, Xiaojun said hurriedly, it's like this. For some reason, her son got mixed up with people from society and got into trouble. It was with my help that he got out, so she. Smart people don't need to be too obedient. As soon as Hu Xiuying heard what she said, she understood, so that is how it is, and thought to herself, it seems that Xiaojun is very capable. Sister Hu, come and drink. Xiaojun asked her to drink again. Hu Xiuying's affection for him grew stronger and stronger, so she also drank a cup. Sister Hu, please sit down first. I'll go over there, Xiaojun pointed to the teacher named Shenbaixue on the other side, and took out a business card for her, if you need any help, you can come to me. Hu Xiuying took the name card and put it away, saying, well, go ahead. When Hu Xiuying heard that he was going there, she didn't know why she felt a sense of loss. When Zhang Guilong saw Xiaojun leaving, he hugged Hu Xiuying again and asked, how is he? When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red, not bad. She then asked, when are we going back? Zhang Guilong looked at the time and it was only 9 o'clock, so he said, it's still early, you have to stay with me for a while. As he said that, he put his arm around her shoulders and rubbed her breasts. Hu Xiuying knew that Zhang Guilong would ask her to do this, and her face turned red, then we should go back early. I really can't stand the smell in here, okay? She spoke with a bit of coquettishness. Zhang Guilong said in embarrassment, brother hasn't left yet, if we leave, I'm afraid. Oh. Hu Xiuying sighed helplessly. Hu Xiuying sat there for a while in a state of anxiety. She felt that the shouting and the smell of smoke in the room were becoming more and more uncomfortable. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After a while, the big brother stood up and said that he would take the young woman to get a room, then he hugged the young woman and left. Zhang Guilong knew that Hu Xiuying was getting impatient staying here, so he hurriedly greeted everyone and walked out with Hu Xiuying in his arms. When they were leaving the private room, Hu Xiuying unconsciously turned her head to look at Xiaojun, only to see that Xiaojun was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Hu Xiuying was startled and her face turned red, so she was hugged by Zhang Guilong and walked out of the private room. After leaving the private room and coming to the front door, a fresh breeze hit her in the face. Hu Xiuying took a deep breath and felt so comfortable. She said to Zhang Guilong, where are we going? Let's get a room. Zhang Guilong said without thinking. It's not that expensive. Hu Xiuying said. It's only 100 yuan, not expensive, said Zhang Guilong. 100 isn't expensive. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him, looking very unhappy. Then where are we going? Zhang Guilong asked. Why don't we go back to your house in the village? You live alone anyway, so wouldn't that save us 100 yuan? Hu Xiuying said. Zhang Guilong was a smart man, so he smiled and said, well, I'll give you the 100 yuan I saved. I don't want it. Hu Xiuying said coquettishly. She was still a little tempted, but she was just too embarrassed. Why not? This is what you saved. I'll give it to you later. Zhang Guilong said, let's go. Hu Xiuying was delighted, and he held her in his arms as they walked to the street. Then he raised his hand to stop a taxi, and the two of them got in. The taxi sped out of the city. It was already past 11 p.m. when we entered Zhang Guilong's home. Zhang Guilong closed the door, came to Hu Xiuying's side, hugged her and whispered in her ear, did you have fun tonight? I'm not happy. It's so uncomfortable in the private room. Our countryside is still better. Hu Xiuying said as she wrapped her pair of snow-white arms exposed outside her high shirt around his waist. I'm sorry. I won't ask you to go to that kind of place next time. Zhang Guilong said as he kissed her with his smoky mouth. The mouth that was kissed could not make any sound, and Hu Xiuying also opened her mouth to respond to the kiss, and the two tongues entangled and licked each other. While kissing her, Zhang Guilong reached out to unbutton Hu Xiuying's shirt and took it off. Except for the black bra, the rest of her skin was exposed, including her snow-white and smooth back muscles, round shoulders, deep nipples, and 2 pieces of snow-white breast flesh that were mostly exposed outside the bra, which would make anyone who saw it have wild thoughts. He impatiently unbuttoned the bra on Hu Xiuying's back, took off the bra and threw it on the ground without even looking at it. A pair of round, white breasts suddenly jumped out, and the 2 purple-black nipples were particularly conspicuous against the snow-white breasts. Seeing that his upper body was already naked, Hu Xiuying blushed and broke away from his embrace and whispered, I'll take off my lower body myself. She said this because she remembered that she was wearing a pair of embarrassing panties. As he spoke, he slowly took off his trousers with a red face, until they were only below his thighs. Zhang Guilong seemed to be unconvinced. His eyes were fixed on her lower body in a daze. Hu Xiuying was wearing a pair of strapless underwear that was almost the same as nothing on her body. Her entire lower body was exposed. One could only see a few thin black straps around her snow-white waist. On her triangle area was a pitifully small piece of transparent silk net, through which her pubic hair was faintly visible. Because the pants were only pulled down a little below the thighs, 2 round and white thighs were exposed. When Hu Xiuying saw Zhang Guilong looking at her lower body like this, her face immediately turned red with shame. She knew that she was more embarrassed wearing this than not wearing anything at all. It would be fine if she was not wearing anything naked, but what was the point of wearing a belt that made her look like she was not wearing anything? He. So beautiful. Zhang Guilong drooled at the sight, too tempting. Hu Xiuying blushed and said coquettishly, don't look. It's just a waste of words. No man would listen to her and really not watch it, unless he is crazy. Hu Xiuying quickly took off her trousers and the embarrassing little piece of cloth. She felt less embarrassed being naked. The little piece of cloth was clearly meant to seduce men. She glanced at Zhang Guilong. Seeing that he was still staring at her lower body in a daze, she blushed and whispered, why are you staring at it? Take off your clothes quickly. It's not too late. Oh, Zhang Guilong came back to his senses, hurriedly took off his clothes, and came to Hu Xiuying with his penis erect, picked her up and put her on the bed, then got on the bed, spread her snow-white thighs, and thrust his lower body into her body. It was already past 1 a.m. when I got home. Seeing that everyone in my family was sleeping peacefully, I quietly went to the bathroom in the backyard, took a shower, and went back to my room to sleep. Chapter 10. The next day, the family got up one after another. Hu Xiuying ate while recalling what happened last night. In the private room, that place was too messy, and looked at the group of honest and simple family members around her, and she always felt that she had deceived them. Arriving at the paper box factory, Hu Zai called out, wife, as usual. This was the first sentence Hu Xiuying heard every day when she entered the factory. The two began to order paper boxes. While Hu Xiuying was ordering, she thought of Xiao Jun who was in the private room last night. When she thought of him, her face showed a very sweet expression. Thinking of his smile, his voice, and his handsome face, she blushed. What's wrong with me? Why do I always think of him? He is more than 20 years younger than me. Sister, have you worn the underwear I gave you last time? Hu Xiuying asked suddenly. When Hu Xiuying heard this, her face turned red with shame. Don't give me this kind of thing next time. It's so embarrassing. How could you think of this? What's wrong? Tiger asked again. Nothing. Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him. Can you wear it and show it to me next time? Hu Xiuying said embarrassedly with a red face. No, how can I wear this? It's so embarrassing. Hu Xiuying thought of the embarrassing scene at Zhang Guilong's house last night. Her face became hot and she glared at Hu Xiuying fiercely. Alas, you wasted such a good thing. Tiger sighed. You? Hu Xiuying rolled her eyes at him angrily when she saw him like this. I gave you something just to see how it looks on you. Tiger was still unwilling to give up, looking very wronged. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Seeing him like this, Hu Xiuying's heart softened and she felt sorry for him. Yes, he had spent more than 200 yuan to buy it, but he didn't even have a chance to see it with his own eyes. How could it not be unfair? She laughed and said, Look at you. Next time I'll wear it for you to see, but don't laugh at me. Tiger said happily, My dear wife, you are so nice. How could I laugh at you? I bought all of them. That's good. Hu Xiuying blushed again when she thought of the embarrassing underwear. Sister, I think. Hu Xiuying said with a red face. What do you want to do? Hu Xiuying asked. I miss you. Tiger lowered his head. No, I'm at work, said Hu Xiuying. Then can you let me hold you? Tiger had no choice but to make the lowest request. Yeah. Hu Xiuying responded with a red face. When Hu Xiuying came to her side, Hu Xiuying put down the tools in her hands and stood up. Without waiting for him to hug her, she stretched out her arms to hug his waist and pressed her upper body against him. Hu Xiuying quickly hugged her back, feeling so comfortable with a soft body against him. The two of them just hugged each other, face to face, and Hu Xiuying whispered in Hu Xiuying's ear, My dear, you are so good. I like you so much. Yeah. Hu Xiuying responded softly. I think about you every night when I go to sleep. Tiger whispered in her ear again, Is this okay, big sister? Hu Xiuying also spoke in a low voice. Well, don't you know how beautiful you are? I like mature and plump women like you the most, Tiger said as he began to caress her back with his hands. Hu Xiuying moaned and quickly pushed his body away. She was afraid that she would lose control of herself. The tiger cub who was enjoying himself was pushed away, and reluctantly returned to his position and started working again. Hu Xiuying blushed, calmed down, and sat down to order the paper boxes. After returning home, the family of 8 had dinner and went to the yard to cool off. Hu Xiuying was busy standing in front of the kitchen stove at the back, washing dishes. Mom, I miss you. Xiao Lei came over and hugged her. Hu Xiuying was shocked. Are you crazy? They are all outside, let go. But I really miss you. Xiao Lei hugged her tightly and put his face against her back. Let me go. Hu Xiuying said anxiously. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Xiao Lei ignored him and just kept talking. Let me go first. We'll be finished if someone comes in, Hu Xiuying struggled. I was so scared that my face turned pale. I didn't expect Xiao Lei to be so brave. Then can you promise to give it to me at night? Xiao Lei said softly. Well, let me go. I promise you. At this time, Hu Xiuying just wanted Xiao Lei to let her go quickly, no matter what, she would have to agree to it first. Xiao Lei finally let her go and stood aside and asked, Then you must keep your word. What do you mean by keeping your word? Xiao Cai came from the dining room in front. It's nothing, Xiao Lei was shocked when he saw Xiao Cai come in, and said to her hurriedly. Hu Xiuying screamed inwardly, scared half to death. It was a close call, her chest was pounding with fear. This damn Xiao Lei, it was embarrassing to be seen by Xiao Cai. Mom. Does Xiao Lei keep his word to you? Xiao Cai asked Hu Xiuying again. Hu Xiuying calmed down and said, Oh, Xiao Lei asked me to buy him a piece of clothing, but he was afraid that I wouldn't agree. Hu Xiuying said casually, and then she stared at Xiao Lei fiercely. So that's how it is. Xiao Cai said as she poured a cup of water and walked out again. Seeing Xiao Cai go out, Hu Xiuying reached out and twisted Xiao Lei's arm hard. You didn't listen when I told you to let go. Xiao Cai almost saw it. Don't do this next time. We are at home. You're still talking about me. It's you. Xiao Lei didn't admit his mistake but talked about Hu Xiuying instead. What's wrong with me? Hu Xiuying asked in confusion. Everything would be fine if you had agreed to me earlier, he. Xiao Lei said with a giggle. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she felt that Xiao Lei was teasing her, so she pinched Xiao Lei again. You are teasing me, I will pinch you to death. It hurts, let me go, it hurts so much. Xiao Lei was in so much pain that he didn't dare to scream. Hu Xiuying felt a little proud when she saw Xiao Lei like this, and she refused to let go. Let's see if you can tease me again in the future. Grandma! Xiao Lei suddenly shouted. Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard this, and quickly let go of Xiao Lei. She turned around and saw no one was there. It turned out that Xiao Lei was teasing her again. She blushed and hit Xiao Lei's chest with both fists like a spoiled child. You are so mean, I will beat you to death, beat you to death. When Xiao Lei saw how cute his mother looked like this, he quickly reached out and grabbed her hands, then hugged her. Mom, I love you. While saying this, he hugged Hu Xiuying's body tightly. Hu Xiuying was so scared that she broke free from Xiao Lei's embrace and said with a red face, You are still like this. You are crazy. Mom, can we go to the warehouse in the back? Xiao Lei whispered, feeling his penis swell and uncomfortable. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she hit Xiao Lei on the head and said, They are all outside. What should we do if we come in? But I feel so uncomfortable down there. Xiao Lei said, pointing at his lower body. Hu Xiuying looked at his lower body and saw that there was a bulge in his crotch. Her face turned red and she said, Bear with it for a while. I'll give it to you later when they are all asleep, okay? I can't help it, Mom. It hurts down there. Please promise me. Xiao Lei looked so pitiful, it really hurts. Hu Xiuying felt a little sorry for her son and asked softly, What if they come in? Mom, no, it only takes a few minutes, Xiao Lei said anxiously. Why a few minutes? It takes a few minutes to get dressed and undress. Hu Xiuying blushed and whispered. Mom, I have an idea. Xiao Lei suddenly said. What method? Hu Xiuying was actually a little happy, which meant that she also wanted Xiao Lei's. Xiao Lei whispered in her ear, How about this, you change into a skirt and don't wear any underwear underneath. When we enter the warehouse later, you just need to lift up your skirt. As for me, it's okay. You see, I'm only wearing a pair of underwear. If someone comes outside, we can separate and your skirt will automatically fall down to cover it. I just need to lift up my underwear, and when someone comes in, you can say that you asked me to help you move firewood. This way, no one will suspect us. This kid is really a genius at doing this kind of thing. He can even think of this. When Hu Xiuying heard this, she thought it made sense. This way, she would be completely safe and double insured. She actually agreed with a blushing face, You are such a bad guy. How could you come up with such an idea? Okay, you go to the yard outside to cool down. We have been in here for a long time. I will go change my skirt first. When I come out of the room and walk to the back, you can come in again. Yeah, Xiao Lei responded quickly and went to the front yard. Hu Xiuying quickly washed the dishes and went back to her room. Xiao Lei came to the yard and saw that they were all talking and laughing and ignoring him. He also thought that he didn't want them to pay attention to him, otherwise he would be stuck in the room. He kept looking into the room with his eyes, fearing that his mother might come out and go to the backyard without him noticing. That would be troublesome. Suddenly, he saw his mother coming out of the room in a nightgown. She glanced at him and went to the back. Xiao Lei looked at his family in the yard and saw that they were talking happily. He hurriedly got up and went to the backyard and entered the small warehouse. He saw his mother was already inside. Close the door. Hu Xiuying whispered to him. Mom, don't close it. What if someone comes in and asks us why we closed the door while moving firewood? What should we say? Xiao Lei also whispered. Hu Xiuying thought about it and it made sense, blushing and whispering, Then let's hurry up. As she said that, she came to the place where the straw was placed, put her hands on the wall, and arched her buttocks to wait for Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei hurriedly came behind her, stretched out his hand to lift up her nightgown and put it on her waist, revealing a snow-white buttocks with a deep buttocks hook in the middle, which was very tempting. He put his right hand on her buttocks, which felt very slippery. With his left hand, he pulled his underwear to his knees, reached under her buttocks hook and touched her vagina. Seeing that it was already wet, he whispered, "Mom, it's so wet." It turned out that Hu Xiuying had been aroused by Xiao Lei's hug and touching in the kitchen just now, but she was too embarrassed to say it. When she heard Xiao Lei say this, her face turned red with shame. "Hurry up." When Xiao Lei heard this, he quickly stretched out his hand to hold his penis, aimed it at his mother's flesh hole, and thrust his buttocks. The penis went in at once. Hu Xiuying sighed softly. Seeing that it had been inserted, Xiao Lei placed his hands on his mother's two snow-white semicircular buttocks and kept thrusting his buttocks. Hum. 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 Hu Xiuying moaned, standing there with her upper body bent, her hands on the wall, her buttocks arched, and being continuously fucked by her son. All she could hear was the sound of Xiao Lei's lower abdomen hitting Hu Xiuying's buttocks. Hu Xiuying's flesh hole became more and more slippery, and there was more and more water. She only felt that Xiao Lei's penis hit her uterus every time. She felt comfortable and uncomfortable and kept moaning, so comfortable. So uncomfortable. Xiao Lei listened to his mother screaming and hurriedly bent his upper body to press against her back, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Mom, please scream softly, do you want the people in the front yard to hear it?" When Hu Xiuying heard this, she was so embarrassed that she lost control again. She tried hard to hold back from screaming and only made low sounds in her throat. Xiao Lei began to thrust his butt again, one after another, and after about 3 minutes of penetration, Hu Xiuying felt her legs a little numb and painful. It was very tiring for a woman to be penetrated while standing like this. The penetration was deep with her butt arched, and every penetration could reach the uterus. "Well. Xiao Lei, my legs are so tired, well." Hu Xiuying felt that the penetration into the uterus brought her an unprecedented stimulating pleasure, and her legs felt so numb and painful that she could hardly stand. "Mom, just bear with it, it will be over soon." Xiao Lei was getting excited and kept thrusting his hips as he spoke. "Oh. I really can't stand it anymore." Hu Xiuying felt that her legs could no longer stand, and she slowly squatted down. As Hu Xiuying slowly squatted down, Xiao Lei also slowly squatted down and did not miss the opportunity to thrust hard several times. Finally, Hu Xiuying could not bear it any longer and knelt on the straw. As his mother knelt down, Xiao Lei's penis finally got out of his mother's flesh hole. Hu Xiuying knelt on the straw, one hand on the ground, the other hand rubbing her belly. Just now, she was standing like this and her uterus was penetrated. She felt her stomach hurt so much and moaned softly, "R." Xiao Lei didn't care whether his mother was in pain or not. He was in high spirits when his penis suddenly came out. He knelt behind his mother's buttocks, held her snow-white buttocks with both hands, and inserted it again. "R." Hu Xiuying screamed, and quickly put her hands that were rubbing her belly on the ground. Xiao Lei knelt behind his mother's buttocks and thrusted more than 100 times. He felt a heat in his lower abdomen and finally rushed a stream of semen into his mother's flesh hole. Hu Xiuying had already lost several times. At this moment, she felt her vagina getting hot and excited and lost it again. She fell to the ground. Xiao Lei hurriedly pulled up her underwear and said to Hu Xiuying, "Mom, are you comfortable?" Hu Xiuying was sore from being fucked just now. She sat up weakly and blushed as she gave Xiao Lei a look and said, "You made me feel so bad, and I feel good." "I'm sorry, Mom. I'll take my time later," Xiao Lei said apologetically. "Did he tell you to take it slow?" Hu Xiuying blushed and glanced at Xiao Lei again. "Didn't you say it hurt you?" Xiao Lei asked in confusion. Seeing that Xiao Lei didn't understand, Hu Xiuying blushed and said, "You just don't understand women, and you still say you love your mother." Xiao Lei touched his head and still looked like he didn't understand. Seeing that Xiao Lei was silly and cute, Hu Xiuying stood up and smiled. Let's go." As she spoke, she straightened her hair, adjusted her pajamas, and walked out of the small warehouse. Xiao Lei was still in a daze, wondering why he didn't understand women. Hu Xiuying came to the front yard and sat next to them, smiling. "What are you talking about? You look so happy." "Mom, my brother said that after he finishes college he will earn money to send us to school, and that you have worked so hard for us," Xiaoji said quickly. "Okay, Xiaogang, I'm very happy to hear you say that," Hu Xiuying said happily. "Mom, you've been too tired these years. I'm eager to find a job early to help you relieve some of the burden. Xiaogang said to Hu Xiuying. Xiaogang, just focus on studying hard at university now, and don't worry about the things at home. After you finish university and find a job, you can slowly help mom. Well, mom, where's Xiaolei? Xiaogang asked. Hu Xiuying pretended not to know. Isn't he with you guys? No, mom, we were all here and didn't see him. Xiaoji said quickly. Then he must be studying in the room. He has made rapid progress in the past few days, said Hu Xiuying with a blush. At this time, Xiao Cai, who had been silent at the side, said angrily, not necessarily, I just went to the backyard to use the bathroom, and when I passed by his room, there was no trace of him. R. Hu Xiuying screamed in her heart when she heard this. The toilet and the small warehouse were only separated by a wall. Xiao Cai said she had been to the toilet, so, oh my god, she didn't dare to imagine it anymore. Her mind went blank. Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiaogang saw that his mother looked unhappy and said hurriedly, nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. I'll go back to my room to rest first, Hu Xiuying said and went back to her room. What happened to mom? She was fine just now. Xiaoji said to himself. It turned out that Xiao Cai went to the bathroom and suddenly heard a groaning sound from the small warehouse. She hurriedly went outside and looked in the window. She was so scared that she almost fainted. She couldn't believe it was real. She saw her most respected mother kneeling on the ground with her butt naked, and her second brother Xiao Lei was also kneeling behind her mother with his butt naked and thrusting his butt constantly. Oh my god, Xiao Cai was so shocked that she covered her mouth desperately for fear of screaming. This. How could this be possible? How could mom and her second brother? Xiao Cai was dumbfounded. She was already 17 years old and knew everything. She wanted to run back, but she couldn't help looking inside. Seeing her mother's painful and comfortable expression, her face became hot and she felt uncomfortable all over. Oh my god, what happened to me? Why did I feel so uncomfortable? I just felt that my private parts were so uncomfortable, and it was getting more and more itchy. Finally, I couldn't help but put my hand into my underwear and touched my private parts. When Xiao Cai came to the front yard, she sat on a chair and thought silently, how could mom be like this? Mom is so respected by us, how could she do such a thing? No, mom must have suffered a lot, otherwise she wouldn't do this. I still believe in mom. Maybe mom is lonely. No, mom is not such a fickle person. As she was thinking, she saw mom coming out. She was a little angry because she found out about mom and second brother, so she ignored her. Usually she would talk non-stop when she saw mom. When she heard mom say that second brother was studying in the room, she couldn't help but retorted. Unexpectedly, mom felt it. At this time, seeing mom went back to the room in a restless state, Xiao Cai regretted it very much. She should not have said it just now. What should she do? Mom must be very sad in the room. I have to find a way not to make her sad. Xiao Cai came to Hu Xiuying's room and saw her mother lying on the bed in a daze, so she called out, Mom, what's wrong with you? When Hu Xiuying saw that it was Xiao Cai, a very painful and helpless expression appeared on her face. Xiao Cai, Mom, Mom. I saw everything. No matter what you did, I understand you. You must have your reasons, right? Xiao Caishiang said to her as if nothing had happened. Xiao Cai, there's nothing I can do. Hu Xiuying burst into tears as she spoke. Mom, please don't be sad, okay? Tell me why there's nothing I can do. Xiao Cai comforted her. Hu Xiuying told Xiaocai about the difficulties at home and how she had gone wrong in the woods. After hearing this, Xiao Cai threw herself into Hu Xiuying's arms and cried, Mom, you gave up everything for us, and it's hard for you. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Hu Xiuying pushed Xiao Cai away and said with tears in her eyes, Xiao Cai, do you blame your mother? Xiao Cai cried and said, No, I don't blame mom at all. On the contrary, I think you are great mom. Mom, there's nothing I can do, Hu Xiuying cried. Mom, I would do the same if I were in your shoes. You are the one who supports the whole family. Xiao Cai comforted her mother. Well, Xiao Cai, don't cry. It will be bad if people outside hear it. Hu Xiuying stopped crying. Mom. Xiao Cai stopped crying, left Hu Xiuying's arms and called out, Xiao Cai, can you keep this secret from anyone? Hu Xiuying asked her. Well, Mom, this secret is only known to you, me, and my second brother. I will keep it in my heart for the rest of my life and never tell anyone. Xiao Cai said confidently. Xiao Cai, your second brother will look for Mom from time to time in the future. You won't blame Mom, right? Hu Xiuying blushed after saying this. I don't blame you, Mom. It's just. Xiao Cai blushed and was too embarrassed to continue. Just what? Hu Xiuying asked. It's just a bargain for my second brother. Xiao Cai finally said it. How come your second brother got a bargain? Hu Xiuying didn't understand what Xiao Cai meant for a moment. Mom, you are so beautiful, let second brother do that, isn't that a bargain for second brother? Xiao Cai said coquettishly with a blushing face. You silly girl. Hu Xiuying suddenly understood, pointed at Xiao Cai's head and said with a red face. That's it, Xiao Cai said coquettishly. Hu Xiuying blushed and said shyly, Mom is old, she is still beautiful, you are teasing her. Mom, you really don't age. But, Mom, I've noticed that you're getting younger and younger these days. It turned out that during this period of time, Hu Xiuying had been getting sexual satisfaction from time to time. She also found that she looked younger than before. Her face turned red and she said, You are still teasing your mother. Mom, is what you do comfortable? Xiao Cai suddenly asked softly with a blushing face. Why would you ask such a question? Hu Xiuying asked in surprise. I just saw Mom in the backyard, Mom looked so comfortable, I also. I touched it and it felt so good. Xiao Cai said hesitantly with a red face. It turned out that when she was peeking in the backyard just now, she touched her own private parts and unconsciously reached her first orgasm in 17 years. This indescribable feeling of comfort made Xiao Cai still feel sweet. Hu Xiuying was shocked when she heard this. Xiao Cai, don't touch me down there anymore, it's not good. But it feels so good, Mom. I know how to control myself. Don't worry about me. Xiao Cai said with a blushing face. Well, that's the best, Hu Xiuying said reassuringly, go to bed quickly, you still have to go to school tomorrow. Well, I'm leaving now, Mom. You should go to bed early too. Xiao Cai said as she walked out of the room. Hu Xiuying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt very angry with Xiao Lei, but she couldn't blame Xiao Lei. Didn't she feel the same way? Fortunately, Xiao Cai was very sympathetic to me.